Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The library was Regulus's mandatory stop before leaving school. Several books needed returning. The library was so quiet you could hear pages turning. Most students had already packed for home, only a scattered few remained, heads buried in their research. Regulus walked slowly along the stacks when a hesitant voice came from behind. "Regulus?" He turned. Lily Evans stood between two rows of shelves, arms wrapped around a thick pile of books, advanced potion-making, balanced on top. "Lily." Regulus stopped, his tone warm. Lily stepped closer, voice edged with nerves. I'd like to send you a Christmas present. Could you tell me your home address?" "The address, may I have it?" Lily's green eyes held Regulus's gray ones, a spark of hope inside them. Regulus paused, voice still gentle but tinged with apology. "I'm sorry, Lily. The Black family's address is bound by ancient protective magic. I can't disclose it, there's a magical binding. An outside correspondence, especially mail sent through non-magical channels, can't reach it directly." 12. Grimmauld Place was shrouded in formidable protective enchantments. The address itself was steeped in powerful magic, classified at the highest level of secrecy. If an outsider so much as learned it, the defensive wards would be tripped. Moreover, Walburga loathed everything Muggle. A gift from a Muggle household wouldn't merely be destroyed, it might bring needless trouble down on Lily. The brightness in Lily's face dimmed. She lowered her head, red hair fell forward, curtaining her eyes. After a long pause, her voice came out subdued. "Is it because my family is Muggle?" "It has nothing to do with that." Regulus shook his head. 12. Grimmauld Place did have wards that screened out Muggle post, but with enough effort one could work around them. Naturally, he couldn't say so. The defenses trigger for any outsider who learns the address. No exceptions. Even a close relative could be cursed for careless disclosure. The magic automatically distinguishes non-family blood. An unauthorized parcel would be destroyed, and it could implicate the sender. Lily nodded, quietly relieved. This knowledge lay in her blind spot. Hogwarts classes never covered family ward magic, address curses, or blood verification enchantments. These were traditions pureblood families kept closely guarded, hidden magic flowing through ancient walls and genealogies. The other pureblood children she'd met never volunteered such information. They didn't explain, and they didn't feel explanation was necessary. To them, it was common knowledge, as obvious as the sun rising in the east. If a Muggle born like Lily stumbled into a taboo through ignorance, that wasn't their problem. It was the mudblood's lack of breeding. Lily was not one to curry favor. She had simply decided Regulus was a friend worth keeping, grounded in respect and equality, which was exceptionally rare in a world riddled with blood prejudice. As long as Regulus wasn't put off by her gift or rejecting her friendship, the address issue was nothing. So she asked no more, only hugged her books a little tighter. She turned to go, then stopped, looking back with a gleam of bright laughter in her green eyes. "Then, may I bring the present after the holiday?" "Of course." Regulus nodded without hesitation. "And if you don't mind, give me your address. I have a gift for you, too." Lily blinked in surprise, then broke into a genuine smile. "My address is 4, Privet Drive, Cokeworth." "Happy Christmas, Lily." "You too, Regulus." Watching her disappear around the far end of the shelves, he let out a soft sigh. The gulf between two worlds could never be bridged by goodwill alone, but this friendship, he would protect it well. Early the next morning, the Hogwarts Express pulled into the platform on schedule. The place was a roar of noise, young witches and wizards swarming everywhere, laughter tangling with the hooting of owls. Regulus carried his trunk. Hermes was staying at school, Avery and Alex fell in behind him, and the three of them followed the crowd toward the train. Avery leaned in, voice low, undisguised schadenfreude on his face. Lestrange didn't make it out. Word is he was caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall yesterday, doing dark magic experiments in the disused classroom. Hurt himself, too. He'll be in the hospital wing over Christmas, then serving detention after the holiday. Regulus raised an eyebrow but didn't probe. Rabaston's outcome had been well within his expectations. Hermes and Avery's methods might not have been elegant, but they were effective. "Isn't that Potter?" Alex said suddenly. Regulus followed his gaze. James Potter stood at the carriage door, laughing with Remus and Peter. Sirius lounged by the door in faded jeans. Spotting Regulus, his grin froze, and he turned away. Lily stood nearby, saying goodbye to a girl. Seeing Regulus, she waved, an open smile on her face. Regulus inclined his head. The departure whistle sounded. Regulus boarded and found a window seat. Avery and Alex sat across from him, excitedly discussing holiday plans, a new broom model in Diagon Alley, a magical gadget shop that had just opened in Nocturne Alley. Regulus didn't join in. He watched the landscape drift backward, fields, woodlands, farmsteads, all veiled in snow, like a motionless painting. When the train reached King's Cross, the snowfall had thickened. Flakes landed on his shoulders and melted instantly, leaving a trace of cold. Regulus said goodbye to Avery and Alex, then walked alone toward a quiet corner at the platform's edge. "Young master." Creature's voice materialized beside him. The house elf wore worn linen, bowing so low his nose nearly scraped the ground. "The master sent Creature to bring you home." Regulus nodded. "Let's go." Creature raised a withered hand. A faint silver glow kindled at his fingertip. No incantation. No wand. Not even a perceptible ripple of magic. An invisible barrier simply enclosed them both. The surroundings began to twist and spiral. The platform's clamor was muted as if someone had hit a switch, gone in an instant. Space was no longer an obstacle, it behaved more like a sheet of cloth that could be folded at will. They stood in the crease, and in a blink the crossing was complete. When he opened his eyes again, they stood in the Black family's entrance hall. Indigo ritual flames burned in the hearth. Portraits along the walls swiveled their gazes, and whispers rippled through the frames. Regulus stood still. That split-second spatial displacement had left a vivid imprint in his mind, something fundamentally different from a wizard's apparition. He had read detailed accounts of apparition in the family archives. He had also heard Orion describe the first-hand sensation. Like being forced through a narrow rubber tube, then squeezed back out. The caster had to lock every shred of focus on the destination, the slightest deviation risked splinching. The entire process was suffused with a crushing compression, as if one were violently punching through the barrier of space, forcing oneself in at one end and being extruded from the other. It was closer to brute force transit, fighting space itself, each jump accompanied by intense discomfort and severely limited in range. But Creature's magic was entirely different. No compression. No brutal breakthrough. No discomfort whatsoever. It was as though space had voluntarily opened a corridor for them. Or rather, they had simply existed at one point and then existed at another, with nothing in between. Pure spatial displacement. No resistance to overcome. More like moving in accordance with space's own laws. Regulus's fingertips stirred, magic flowed lightly across the surface of his skin. He began to think. House elves could perform complex magic without a wand, could teleport to their master's side instantaneously across vast distances. And that movement appeared unaffected by magical barriers, even anti-apparition wards had no effect on it. In the predestined timeline, the cave where he met his end was a place not even Dumbledore could apparate into, yet Creature moved in and out freely. If he could unlock the true nature of this spatial magic, he might break through the inherent framework of wizard magic, freed from the constraints of incantation, wand, and distance. He might even escape the bonds of gravity, achieving genuinely free passage. And that was the necessary road to the stars. To pierce the atmosphere, to explore the cosmos, spatial magic was an indispensable foundation. Once the thought took root, it could never be ignored. In the entrance hall of 12, Grimmauld Place, Regulus had barely found his footing when Walburga strode forward to meet him. She wore a dark green robe embroidered with black family crests, the black diamond Sirius brooch at her collar winking in the firelight. A pronounced smile lifted the corners of her mouth, even softening the fine lines at her eyes. "My Regulus." She reached out and gripped his arm firmly. "You're finally home. Look at you, so much taller, and the color in your face is wonderful." Her gaze swept over his neatly pressed robe and tidy curls, coming to rest at last on the family brooch at his chest. The pride in her eyes was almost spilling over. "I've read every letter from Hogwarts. Slytherin head of first years. Top marks across the board. You even taught those blind fools what it means to cross a black. Well done." Orion stood by the hearth. His face, as ever, betrayed no surplus expression, but the look he turned on Regulus was pure satisfaction. He stepped forward and clapped a hand on Regulus's shoulder, the weight of his palm deliberate and heavy. "Good to have you back." Walburga pulled Regulus toward the parlor, chattering non-stop. "Creature had your room ready ages ago. I left the ivy outside your window, you used to stare at it when you were small." She paused, then shifted topics with practiced ease. "And Sirius? He didn't come back with you?" The buoyant mood froze instantly. Along the walls, portraits exchanged glances, the Victorian-era ancestress let out a soft sigh. Regulus's expression stayed placid, utterly unruffled. "He's not coming. Not coming." Walburga's voice shot up an octave. The smile vanished, in its place, fury and disappointment. "That wretch. I knew it. Corrupted by those Gryffindor imbeciles, won't even come home for Christmas." Her fists clenched. "One day, he will pay for his rebellion." Orion frowned but didn't object, only catching Regulus's eye with a look that said, "Don't let it bother you." Regulus was unbothered. He had predicted this outcome long ago. Walburga's temper flared fast and burned out faster. After a few more salvos at Sirius, her attention swung back to Regulus, warmth rekindled. "Never mind that wretch, let's not talk about him. Tell me everything you did at school. Professor Slughorn said your potion work surpasses 5th years, is that true? And Travers, I heard he provoked you and you put him firmly in his place." She had, of course, already ferreted out every detail through her various channels. Yet she insisted on hearing it from Regulus's own lips. Regulus followed her cues, giving a spare account of potions class and the Travers incident, no embellishment, just the facts. Walburga listened with visible delight, punctuating his words with admiring exclamations. "Exactly right. A black must never suffer the slightest indignity. Those arrogant nobodies, they need to learn their place." Dinner was served in the dining room. A deep red velvet cloth covered the long table, silver cutlery gleamed coldly in the firelight. Creature brought out course after course, roast turkey, lamb cutlets, mashed potatoes, pumpkin pie, all Regulus's childhood favorites. Well, not the turkey. Turkey was dry. Regulus had never been fond of it. A dinner for only 3, yet the table was laden to overflowing, as if compensating for Sirius's empty seat. Walburga piled Regulus's plate while she talked. "The glory of the pure-blood houses rests on your shoulders now. Look at the Malfoys, Lucius is decent, but nothing compared to you. And the Lestranges, only Bella is respectable. Rodolphus is a far cry from adequate." Regulus had long since recognized that her fanaticism and Bella's were entirely different breeds. Bella's eyes saw nothing but Voldemort himself, a godlike figure for whom she would sacrifice everything. Walburga's fervor revolved around the pure-blood glory of the House of Black. Voldemort's emergence was merely a convenient force that could help restore the family to its zenith. Regulus listened in silence, struck by a pang of unexpected sentiment. He remembered childhood, the ecstasy on Walburga's face when his magic awakened at 10 months. He remembered her sitting before the family tapestry, recounting ancestral exploits with a zealot's reverence. He remembered that, for all her obsessiveness, she would slip into his room on cold nights to tuck the blanket around him. If there existed another path, one that could sustain or even elevate the Black legacy without relying on Voldemort, Walburga might not be an obstacle after all. But only if he could pull it off, and let her see the proof with her own eyes. Your classmates, what do you make of them? Walburga asked suddenly, eyes expectant, though she seemed already certain of the answer. Regulus set down his knife and fork, a hint of quiet pride deliberately laced into his voice. Nothing special. Orion's gaze flicked toward him. Talent varies wildly, and most of them are short-sighted. Regulus continued. Fixated on classroom material, lost in house rivalries, blind to anything beyond. His eyes had never lingered on his peers. In this era, no one's gifts exceeded his own. Walburga beamed with approval. Exactly. Never mind the half-bloods and muggleborns, even some purebloods do nothing but coast on family name. None of them can hold a candle to you. Our Regulus, the finest heir the House of Black has ever produced. Orion set down his wine glass and spoke, measured. At school, you needn't be too conspicuous. His tone carried no reproach, only caution, but your performance has certainly not disappointed us. His gaze drifted to the window. His voice dropped. As for Sirius, keep an eye on him. If the chance arises, let him know the family still thinks of him. Walburga's brow tightened. She opened her mouth, then closed it, and instead savagely carved off a slab of turkey, channeling her displeasure with Sirius into the bird. Dinner concluded amid Walburga's running commentary and Orion's occasional interjections. As Creature cleared the table, Orion turned to Regulus. Get settled first, then come to my study. Regulus nodded. He knew, here was the real family conversation. Walburga was the right audience for talk of family glory and school performance, surface matters. For anything of depth, she was not the partner for discussion. Narcissa was actually better suited. At minimum, she could supply valuable intelligence and counsel, backed by sufficient rationality and wisdom. Half an hour later, Regulus knocked on the study door. Come in. The room smelled of ink and old books. Behind the massive mahogany desk, Orion sat in his chair, an open copy of Wiesengemot Compendium of Magical Law, in his hands. Seeing Regulus enter, he closed the book and leaned forward, studying his son carefully. Only half a year, and the change is remarkable. A trace of wonder colored Orion's voice. You've grown into your frame. Your bearing has settled. You don't look 11, you look like a wizard who can hold his own. Regulus walked to the desk and stood still, saying nothing, waiting for his father to continue. Orion's fingertips tapped the desktop lightly. Early on, I warned you to mind your limits at school, not to display too much of yourself. In my letters, I said the same, concealing your hand is sometimes more important than flaunting it. His eyes held only perplexity. I've always believed you were mature enough for us to speak as equals. Yet your conduct at school clearly shows you didn't listen. Regulus was silent a moment, mind racing. He understood Orion's meaning and had kept it in mind throughout. He had restrained himself. What he displayed was limited to magical control and spell proficiency, levels an accomplished wizard might, through rigorous training, conceivably reach. Precise transfiguration. Nonverbal and wandless casting. Formidable defense. Impressive, certainly, but still within the recognized range of wizard capabilities. He had never revealed the true power of star-orbit meditation, never exposed his exploration of microtransfiguration, and certainly never hinted at the anachronistic knowledge his transmigrated soul carried. Yet even these restrained displays had surpassed everyone's expectations. I have been holding back. Regulus lifted his head to meet Orion's gaze, tone calm and unwavering. What I've shown is only what I consider a normal level of ability. Orion raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. In the wizarding world, once personal power reaches a certain threshold, it can change a great deal. Regulus pressed on. A family's stance, others' attitudes, the resources available, all are directly tied to strength. I need others to see my value in order to secure greater support. That benefits the House of Black, and myself. He added, besides, what I've shown is a very small fraction. My true capabilities have never been revealed. Surprise flashed in Orion's eyes, followed by deep contemplation. Orion recalled all the abnormalities from Regulus's childhood, magic awakening at 10 months, full sentences by age 1, an understanding of magic that left peers in the dust. Reason told him, his son might very well be telling the truth. Right now, just how far can you go? Orion asked. Regulus didn't answer directly. He only said, if father wants to know, why not find out firsthand? An odd glint passed through Orion's eyes. He stood. Follow me. A seemingly ordinary black family portrait hung at the far wall of the study. Orion walked over and tapped the Sirius star motif in its bottom right corner with his wand. The portrait slid smoothly aside, revealing a hidden stone door carved with intricate magical runes. Orion incanted, the runes blazed red, and the door ground open. Beyond it lay the Black family's private training room, spacious, paved with hard black stone. Rune-etched protective wards covered the walls. Training targets and implements were stacked in corners. Regulus had been here a few times as a small child, though back then Orion wouldn't allow him to train at full intensity. No need to hold back. Orion strode to the center, drawing his wand. The dark green robe fanned behind him. Treat it like a real wizard's duel. Regulus drew his wand as well, fingers locking around the familiar grain. Inside his mind, the four-star model turned silently. Magic flowed along its orbital paths, steady, suffusing every limb. Begin. The word had barely left Orion's lips before his wand was up, a silent disarming charm arrowing at Regulus's chest like a bolt of lightning. Regulus shifted, a half-step, a sway of the torso, and the spell hissed past. Simultaneously, his wand tapped the floor, an invisible shield charm materialized just in time to absorb the impediment jinx Orion had sent on its heels. He moved fast, weaving fluidly through the training room, evading Orion's barrage. Orion's attacks were dense and precise. Disarming charm, impediment jinx, leg locker curse, full body bind, one after another, no pause between them. The magic radiated thick and concentrated, the product of years of accumulation. As the 13th generation head of the House of Black and a member of the Wisengamot, his strength far exceeded the average adult wizard. One did not hold a seat in the Wisengamot, did not keep the Black stable on the eve of upheaval, by being ordinary. Regulus's defense was equally watertight. Rather than deploying broad shield charms, he generated micro-shields at the precise point of impact, instantaneous, pinpoint interceptions calibrated to each spell's angle and velocity. Sometimes a sidelong roll. Sometimes a near teleportation stride. His agility and reaction speed owed everything to months of magic-guided physical conditioning. Every motion, lean, efficient, zero waste. Good, but not enough. Orion's voice rang out, and the power behind his spells surged. He flicked his wand, an entire section of stone wall cracked open, and massive boulders came howling at Regulus. Regulus's gaze sharpened. He chose not to tank them. His wand swept fast, several simultaneous blasting curses blew the boulders to powder. In the same breath, water erupted through the air, sweeping up the dust and debris and reshaping into countless piercing projectiles that rocketed toward Orion. Approval flickered in Orion's eyes, then his wand moved again. The projectiles were intercepted midair, engulfed in black flame, and consumed in a blink. He continued, this time abandoning conventional spells. The air in the training room turned viscous. Regulus felt an enormous pressure slam into him, invisible walls closing in. A dark magic class oppression curse, acting directly on the body. The harder you struggled, the greater the force, fail to escape or counter it, and you would be crushed. Regulus drew a deep breath. Magic erupted. The permanent shield charm blazed outward from his skin, walling off the crushing force. He transitioned to offense. His wand tapped, silent disarming charms lanced in from multiple angles. At the same time, sharp stone spurs burst from the floor, blocking Orion's escape routes, their tips glowing faintly red, blasting curses attached. Orion hadn't expected the sudden counterattack, nor its cunning design. He swept his wand, a wide-area shield charm bloomed, catching the disarmers, and pushed off with the balls of his feet, vaulting over the spurs. As he landed, his wand tip flared black-crimson. A blatant dark curse shot forth, silent cast, terrifyingly fast. Regulus had already predicted the trajectory. He threw himself backward, the curse grazed his shoulder and hammered the wall behind him, leaving a charred scar. He rolled with the fall. His wand pointed at the floor beneath Orion, blue-white flame erupted, spreading instantly, driving Orion back. The training room grew louder and more chaotic. Stone walls took hits, chips rained down. The floor, ravaged by ice, fire, and stone alternately, was cratered and pitted. Residual magic from colliding spells saturated the air, sending the temperature lurching between extremes. The rune wards pulsed repeatedly, absorbing the overflowing destructive force. With every exchange, Orion was more astonished. Regulus's raw magical power was still below his own, but the boy's control precision was far beyond normal. The sequencing of spells, the timing, the tactical execution, all of it was impossibly mature for a child. His defense, in particular, it looked passive yet invariably blocked the critical strike, and he even exploited the environment for counterattacks. That kind of combat awareness was something many adults never developed. Orion stopped pulling punches. His wand accelerated. Dark and conventional magic alternated freely. Oppression curse. Severing charm. Bone-shattering hex. Blasting curse. Lightning strike. Transfiguration. Spells wove into an attack net and descended on Regulus. Regulus's breathing stayed even, his eyes clear. His mind ran at full speed, computing trajectory and power for every incoming spell. Countless microshields spawned in front, behind, flanking, precision intercepts on every vector. His body moved like the swiftest of swallows, threading through the web, occasionally striking back. He could perceive the current of Orion's magic clearly, could predict the direction of the next spell. Every counter aimed straight at a gap in Orion's form. Bang! A powerful impediment jinx caught Regulus's shoulder. He staggered only a few steps. A hit like that would have had an ordinary wizard coughing blood, a lesser one might have dropped their wand and collapsed. But the impact barely slowed Regulus. Riding the backward momentum, his wand fired a supremely subtle silent curse that struck Orion's wand. Orion's wand shuddered, his rhythm broke. Regulus seized the opening. Magic surged to full output, and several spells launched simultaneously, each targeting a vital spot. Orion's eyes narrowed. He retreated fast, throwing up a solid shield charm that caught everything. But then he discovered that, at some unnoticed moment, stone tendrils had surged from the floor and locked around his ankles. Transfiguration he hadn't detected at all. Orion blinked, then let out a soft laugh. A tap of his wand and the tendrils crumbled to dust. Yet that brief pause was enough. Regulus had already closed the distance, wand leveled at his father's chest. At that instant, Orion's wand erupted in blinding white light, a lumos maxima that flooded the training room. Regulus shut his eyes reflexively. When he opened them, Orion had circled behind him, wand resting lightly against the back of his neck. You lose. Orion's voice was calm, breathing steady. Handling the current Regulus still cost him little effort. Regulus lowered his wand, face showing no frustration, only a trace of a smile. I see the gap. Orion withdrew his wand, voice brimming with feeling, you have genuinely surprised me. At 11 years old, to reach this level, many adult wizards would be no match for you. He surveyed the wrecked training room. Your magical control, combat awareness, and understanding of magic have all reached astonishing heights. This is nothing like what an 11-year-old should be. This is only half a year's progress. Regulus turned, pocketing his wand, breathing noticeably heavy. I haven't hit a ceiling yet. From here, it only grows. Orion inhaled deeply, then nodded and clapped Regulus hard on the shoulder. He didn't press him on how exactly he'd achieved all this. I have to admit, your performance at Hogwarts was indeed restrained. Then he added, very much so. Regulus broke into a genuine smile. The training room still hummed with residual magic. Rune wards on the stone walls pulsed with faint red light, the floor was pitted and strewn with debris. Regulus and Orion sat side by side on the ground, backs against the cold black stone, the air still thick with the post-collision scent of heat and damp. Regulus was steadying his breathing, recovering magic. After a moment, he spoke first. Sirius not coming home may not be a bad thing. Orion's hand stilled. His eyes darkened, but he said nothing, waiting. He's comfortable at Hogwarts. James Potter and the others treat him genuinely. Gryffindor's atmosphere suits him. Regulus's tone was measured, as though discussing someone unrelated to himself. His temperament is too fierce. The rules of the Black household, the politics of the pure-blood circle, he will never accept any of it. He turned to Orion. His choice, rebellious as it is actually the path best suited to him. Leaving Grimmauld Place, stepping away from the pure-blood wars, that's the only way he'll live freely. Orion sat in silence, his mind suddenly flooded with fragments. When Regulus was small, whenever Sirius had been scolded by Walburga, whenever Sirius complained of the family's choking strictures, Regulus would casually talk about choices, about paths, about leaving. Those details he had once overlooked now threaded together, and the realization hit with force. Had his younger son, long before any of this, been gradually guiding Sirius toward this very road? In the future, he will stand with Dumbledore. Regulus's tone was certain, as if he had seen the ending. This is the best arrangement. Orion glanced up, puzzlement in his eyes, but deeper still, appraisal. Why so sure? The situation demands it. Regulus's finger traced a simple power map on the floor. Voldemort's rise is, at its core, a pure-blood supremacy assault on the existing order. Dumbledore represents the force that maintains pluralistic balance. Sirius despises the hypocrisy and brutality of the pure-blood world. Naturally, he'll align with Dumbledore. Regulus's voice lifted slightly. Besides, he's someone who can only live in the sunlight. Dumbledore's side offers a righteous cause, comrades in arms, the justice he believes in, everything he wants. Letting him fight for what he truly believes in is far better than caging him inside the family, turning him into a resentful rebel. Orion observed his son's clear logic, heard the orderly analysis, and felt a swell beneath the surface. The equilibrium of the wizarding world broke a long time ago. Regulus pressed on, his fingers still moving. Pure-blood families hold the resources and legacies, yet they've stagnated, fixated on preserving tradition, which is really just clinging to privilege. Half-blood and muggle-born wizards are rising but lack a proportional voice. That's only temporary, they'll grow ever stronger, until they can no longer be suppressed. The Ministry appears to control everything, yet is in fact ineffectual. Voldemort's emergence simply dragged the contradiction into the open. The future won't be a clean black and white divide, it will be a tug-of-war over interests. Sirius standing on Dumbledore's side preserves a fallback for the House of Black. We maneuver on this side, guarding the family's foundations. Two paths, complementing each other. No matter which faction prevails, the Black family endures. Orion was quiet for a very long time. In the training room, only the sound of two steady breaths remained. He was forced to concede, in forecasting the future, he could not match his 11-year-old son. Regulus had not only mastered formidable power but possessed a lucid mind and a far-sighted vision. That mattered more for the long-term survival of the Blacks than raw magical force ever could. After much deliberation, Orion nodded slowly, a trace of relief in his voice. From now on, I won't interfere with his choices. He turned to Regulus, expression solemn, as though performing an act of entrustment, regarding Sirius. I'll leave it to you. Regulus said nothing. He simply looked at his father. Orion drew a deep breath, as though steeling himself for a painful decision, and spoke, voice low, Regulus, if it truly comes down to the worst, you take priority. Regulus understood the sentence. His father was saying, forced to choose between the family's survival and Sirius's safety, he had ultimately chosen the former, choosing the son better suited to carry the Black legacy forward. Something stirred in Regulus's chest. He offered no pretty words. He only reached out and clapped Orion's shoulder, the press of his palm steady and resolute. Orion regarded his son's composed profile and let the taut line of his mouth ease into a faint smile. Much of the heaviness in his eyes gave way to quiet satisfaction and trust. The conversation turned naturally to the upcoming Malfoy Christmas banquet. Orion said, every major family will attend. Then he asked outright, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Voldemort wants loyalty, we give him loyalty. He wants resources, we supply them. Regulus had his answer ready, but we can't go the Lestrange route, throwing everything in, hitching the entire family's fate to him. He elaborated on the framework he'd shared with Narcissa, we profess allegiance on the surface while preserving independence behind the scenes. He needs the black name and black power, so we use that as leverage to retain our own decision-making space within his sphere of influence. We don't provoke, we don't blindly obey. At critical junctures, we exercise our own judgment, never allowing ourselves to be fully absorbed. Orion listened, nodding faintly, fingers tapping his knee, your thinking aligns broadly with the family's existing plans. A shrewd edge entered his voice, Voldemort is certainly powerful, and charismatic besides, extraordinary even by historical standards. But not yet so overwhelming that every house should stake everything on him. He turned to Regulus, deciding to share more of the inside picture, some families are genuinely fanatical, all in with him. But the majority are watching. A few have even pushed their thickest-headed members to the front, urging them into total devotion, while actually using them as test subjects. Seeing what happens to those who bind themselves wholly to Voldemort. Something clicked for Regulus. He had assumed that his transmigrator's foreknowledge gave him something close to a god's-eye view of the board. He had forgotten that Orion was a patriarch who had helmed the Black family for years, weathering countless political storms, vastly more experienced than he in this particular arena. A 1,000-year family had never survived on brute courage. It survived on exactly this kind of step-by-step caution and cunning. He had been arrogant, underestimating the survival wisdom of these ancient houses. But then again, for all Orion's acumen, the predestined timeline still ended in ruin for the Blacks. Walburga's fanaticism. Sirius's rupture. Bella's madness. Voldemort's paranoia and cruelty. Craft alone couldn't neutralize all of those. In the end, only sufficient power could let one steer one's own fate in the storm. Orion, oblivious to his son's inner reflections, continued, positioning the Blacks as partners is a bold idea, and a risky one. Voldemort's need for control is extreme. If he catches on, it's tantamount to defiance. The consequences would be dangerous. His tone pivoted, but it's not impossible either. As long as we demonstrate enough value, make him feel the Black family is indispensable. While maintaining a low enough profile, neither stealing the spotlight nor crossing his red lines, we can quietly build our own influence right under his nose. He looked at Regulus. At the banquet, stay by my side. I'll handle everything. Make the right gestures, say the right words, don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Your strength is already enough to command respect, no need to show more. Regulus nodded, then raised the matter that had been nagging at him, Father, the family vault's legacy. I'd like to review it. Orion's expression hardened instantly. He refused without hesitation, no. Why? Regulus pressed. The family legacy is not an ordinary collection of spellbooks. Orion's tone turned grave. Our ancestors sealed their most powerful magic, their insights into magical energy, and their combat experience into memory crystals. Those memories contain not just the complete training sequences but also remnants of each ancestor's magic and spiritual will. He stressed each word, that magic is immense. The spiritual wills are extraordinarily potent. Access them carelessly and at best, an ancestor's will overpowers your own, warping your magical development. At worst, your mind collapses, consumed by the backlash, and you become nothing more than a vessel for the legacy, the self erased entirely. Regulus, his mind already working, pressed, specifically, what magic is stored in the legacy? There is Ancestor Cassandra's Shadow Trace Curse, the ability to meld with shadows, achieving true invisibility and instant displacement. Far more advanced than the disillusionment charm. There is Ancestor Eldrin's Nature Magic, channeling the magic of the natural world into oneself. From the faint life force in flowers and grasses to the vast energy of mountain forests and rivers, all can be harnessed. There is Ancestor Aurelius's Sky Volcano Curse, no physical terrain required. It condenses a molten core in a designated airspace. Upon detonation, a suspended volcano forms, its lava and fire streams can lock onto targets with precision. There is Ancestor Valerius's blood-bone binding curse. Guided by one's own blood, it establishes a forced blood bond with an enemy, enabling direct attacks through the bond or predicting the adversary's trajectory. There is Ancestor Sevia's soul-mending charm, capable of repairing soul damage. And the spatial anchoring charm, invisible anchor points can be set in the void, stabilizing spatial structure and blocking apparition incursions and space-warping magic. Orion listed them with an undercurrent of reverence for the ancestors. Each is extraordinarily powerful, and extraordinarily dangerous. Nature magic, in particular, the slightest slip means being torn apart by wild natural energy. Ancestor Eldrin himself died from over-siphoning. The sky volcano curse drains the spirit enormously, a moment's distraction and the caster is consumed by their own spell. Each legacy's memory impact is enough to give an adult wizard pause. Something stirred in Regulus's mind. Nature magic dovetailed neatly with his earlier daisy magic experiment. Perhaps the method for extracting mandrake death magic lay right here. I can handle it. He wanted all of them. Regulus's voice was resolute. What I showed earlier wasn't everything. My spirit is far more resilient than an ordinary person's and my soul stable enough to withstand an ancestor's memory impact. Orion's brow furrowed, disbelief written across his face. Your strength, your foresight, your intelligence, I concede all of that. But spiritual and soul fortitude aren't measured the same way. An ancestor's will has been nurtured and condensed over centuries, far more powerful than you imagine. Even I wouldn't dare claim I could fully resist it. He simply couldn't believe an 11-year-old child, on top of strength and wisdom, also possessed exceptionally formidable spirit and soul. It defied all reason. Regulus knew words alone wouldn't suffice. Meeting his father's eyes, he proposed, why not try the Imperius curse? He had his reasoning. In canon, Harry Potter had withstood Barty Crouch Jr.'s Imperius curse in his 4th year. How was he any less? Orion blinked, then understood. The Imperius curse struck directly at spirit and will, the most straightforward test of mental strength. Resisting it was the clearest proof of a powerful mind. His instinct was to refuse. There was good reason the Imperius was classified as unforgivable. But the look in Regulus's eyes was unyielding, and after everything else that should have been impossible, he decided to try. Very well. Orion rose, wand raised, tone grave, I'll control the intensity. Weak to strong. The instant something feels wrong, tell me. Regulus stood as well, stepping back to put distance between them. Imperio. Orion's curse shot forward, a dead-gray surge of magic rushing toward Regulus's mind. Regulus felt it instantly, an alien will attempting to breach his consciousness. Like someone whispering incessantly at his ear, cold and coercive, commanding him to move, raise a hand, turn around, set down the wand. The foreign will wanted to seize his limbs, twist his judgment. But Regulus's mental barrier held fast. The invading will struck the shield like surf against a reef, and disintegrated on contact. It didn't so much as graze his inner self. Orion saw Regulus's eyes go vacant and unfocused, believing the curse had taken hold, he murmured, raise your hand. Regulus did not react. He stood as before, posture straight, not a single sign of submission. Orion frowned, and increased the curse's power. More magic, more will poured in. The whispering multiplied, the pressure from the foreign consciousness intensified. It was now trying to pry open his mental barrier by force, even disrupting his magical flow in search of a crack. Regulus was unmoved. He even spoke, hold it a bit longer. I'd like to study the sensation. Orion froze, his wand hand loosened involuntarily, eyes wide with incredulity. Who in their right mind asked to feel more of the Imperius curse? This was one of the 3 unforgivable curses, a torment of spirit and will. An ordinary wizard facing the Imperius either fought with every ounce of strength or was controlled instantly. Who on earth could resist it completely and then request an extension? What baffled him further was Regulus's condition, no struggle, no magical turbulence, breathing perfectly steady. As though it were not an unforgivable curse at all, but a cheering charm. The essence of the Imperius was the forcible rewriting of will. Even someone who could resist it endured agonizing spiritual distortion. Yet Regulus's tone was as placid as if discussing the weather. Such composure, forget an 11-year-old, even an elite Aura might not manage it. Orion was, of course, capable of far more. He could make the curse vastly more insidious, could shred Regulus's mental barrier entirely, could inflict permanent soul damage. But this was his son. Obviously, there was no need to go that far. This degree of mental resilience was already more than sufficient for the family legacy. He withdrew his wand. Regulus's eyes were clear, free of any trace of control, his magical flow as tranquil as ever, as though the Imperius had never taken effect. Your spiritual strength. A note of excitement crept into Orion's voice. Is truly enough to withstand the ancestors' memories. He pocketed his wand and regarded Regulus with utmost seriousness. A long moment passed before he spoke, "Follow me." After turning away, Orion couldn't suppress a smile, his pace quickened noticeably. A beat later, he asked, striving for nonchalance, though a trace of hope bled through, "Is serious, like you as well?" Regulus, walking behind, felt mildly exasperated. "What exactly are you hoping for, Mr. Black?" He answered with slight hesitation, "He's healthy." Ahem. Orion cleared his throat, said no more, and continued toward the stone door at the back of the training room. Regulus followed close behind. Through several concealed corridors, they arrived at the family vault. Its door was hewn from a single slab of obsidian, covered in ancient runic inscriptions, radiating a weighty and primordial magical aura. Orion chanted an obscure incantation. The runes ignited in sequence, red light tracing line after line, and the door swung slowly inward, releasing a breath of air steeped in the weight of ages. The vault's interior was spacious and solemn. Magical sconces set into the walls illuminated a stone dais at the center. On the dais rested over a dozen fist-sized crystal spheres, their interiors shimmering with faint silver light, ghostly images flickering within. These are the family's legacies. Orion walked to the dais, eyes reverent. He turned to Regulus, voice solemn, "Remember, contact with a crystal immediately triggers the ancestor's memory. You must not resist, accept it, understand it, and ultimately make it your own. If you feel your mind cannot bear it, sever the link at once. Do not push beyond your limits." Regulus approached the dais. His gaze settled on the leftmost crystal sphere, Ancestor Eldrin's nature magic. He reached out. Fingertips contacted the crystal's surface. An icy touch, then, in the next instant, an enormous tide of magic and memory flooded his consciousness. He seemed to behold Ancestor Eldrin seated in silent meditation among mountain forests, and the insights born of forging a connection with all living things. His mind was engulfed by the massive wave. Regulus clenched his teeth, mental barriers fully unfurled, and opened himself to the legacy. Orion stood beside him, eyes locked on Regulus's expression, ready to intervene the moment he sensed a loss of control. He saw Regulus's body tremble faintly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet not a single sign of collapse. His astonishment deepened further. Regulus was immersed in the ancestral memory. Every insight Eldrin had ever gained about natural magic unfolded vividly within his awareness. But Ancestor Eldrin's nature magic was born of a unique innate gift, like Parseltongue. Regulus, plainly, did not possess that gift. After an indeterminate stretch of time, Regulus slowly withdrew his hand, fingertips leaving the crystal. "How was it?" Orion asked at once. The corners of Regulus's mouth turned faintly downward. "Manageable." The compression of apparition was more intense than Regulus had anticipated. Orion's magic enveloped him steadily, like hurtling through a tight rubber tube, organs momentarily squeezed, then in the next instant an abrupt release. When his feet touched ground, Malfoy Manor's castle already loomed before him. Moonlight draped the ivory stone, lending it a frigid luster. The spires stabbed into the night sky. The surrounding gardens were trimmed to perfection, enchanted lanterns kindled in sequence along the paths. The castle doors stood wide. Two immaculately turned-out house elves bowed in welcome, the Malfoy crest embroidered at their collars. The air was a blend of champagne, roasted chestnuts, and magical spices. From deeper inside came strings, low and sweeping, befitting the tenor of a pure-blood gala. Good turnout. Orion straightened his jet-black robe, brushing the family brooch at his chest. Stay with me. Speak little. Observe much. Regulus nodded. His eyes swept the guest register by the door, names stitched in gold thread. Lestrange, Carow, Knott, Yaxley, Cuthbert, Travers, Goyle, Crabbe. Every sacred 28 house that leaned toward Voldemort had sent representatives. A handful of neutral pure-blood families were also present, clearly here to gauge the winds. Inside the main hall, marble floors were polished to a mirror sheen, reflecting the enchanted reliefs carved into the flanking columns. The reliefs depicted successive Malfoy patriarchs forging pacts with dragons and hippogriffs, edges gilded. Every piece of furniture was dark walnut, armrests and chair backs carved in elaborate scroll-leaf patterns. Cushions of silver-green velvet, cool to the touch yet firm enough to keep posture precise. In one corner stood a life-sized silver statue of the first Malfoy patriarch, wand raised. The diamond embedded in its tip caught and refracted the light, casting slivers of radiance across the floor. The hall was already well populated. Robes ran to silver green, deep emerald, and dark crimson. Wizards exchanged murmurs over champagne, witches rustled past, skirts swaying, the occasional soft laugh ringing out. People kept stopping Orion along the way. Mr. Black, it's been too long. A wizard with a handlebar mustache raised his glass, the current head of the Yaxley family. Regulus? Yaxley. Orion inclined his head, then turned slightly. Regulus. Handsome young man. Yaxley's gaze lingered on Regulus, approval evident. Regulus offered a courteous nod. Mr. Yaxley. A few steps farther, a stout wizard intercepted them, Old Crabbe. Current head of the Crabbe family, an affable smile plastered over a face that hid shrewd little eyes. The eternal bandwagoner, always standing wherever the strong stood. Orion. Old Crabbe extended his hand, the grip calibrated precisely, neither too firm nor too soft, carrying all the practiced courtesy between pure-blood houses. Orion returned the faintest of nods, voice flat enough to betray nothing. Crabbe. He stepped aside, letting Regulus come forward, and lifted his chin. This is Regulus. Through the crowd they went until they reached Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa, standing at the center of the main hall receiving guests. Lucius wore a tailored silver-green robe, blonde hair combed without a strand out of place. He carried a sapphire-studded wand, a tight smile on his face, every line of his brow radiating the Malfoy family's current ascendancy. Narcissa stood beside him, white robe, golden hair swept into an elegant chignon, poised and dignified, already every inch the Malfoy matriarch. Uncle Orion. Regulus. Narcissa spoke first, voice soft. Her gaze rested on Regulus for a beat. Lucius. Narcissa. Orion extended a brief handshake to Lucius. How is your father? Father is resting inside. He'll be out shortly. Lucius's attention shifted to Regulus. Regulus. Mr. Malfoy. Regulus's bearing was faultless. Lucius clasped his hand, warmth at full display. Call me Lucius. Narcissa speaks of you constantly, the most outstanding black. Lucius. Regulus matched his ease, a smile in place, and glanced at Narcissa. Cousin Narcissa. Regulus. Lucius smiled and gestured them inward. After you. Champagne and canapés are ready. On a raised platform at one end of the hall, the string ensemble played on. Guests clustered in threes and fours, conversation circling the usual axes, ministry shake-ups, Voldemort's latest moves, the give-and-take between families. Regulus followed Orion to a quiet corner, accepted a flute from a house elf, and let his gaze sweep the room, filing away every expression and position. This was another of Orion's lessons: a social gathering is an intelligence field, truth hides in the details. Before long, a stir rippled through the crowd. Abraxas Malfoy had appeared on the platform. Considerably older than Orion, his hair silvering, yet his bearing was vigorous. His silver-green robe bore elaborate patterns, the wand in his hand, its core rumored to be phoenix feather, was reputed to be formidable. Conversation died away. Every gaze swung to Abraxas. "Thank you all for honoring Malfoy Manor with your presence tonight." Abraxas's voice, magically amplified, carried steady and commanding, an authority born of rank. The wizarding world stands at a crossroads. The old order is crumbling, a new power is rising. We, the pure-blood families, custodians of 1,000 years of magic and wealth, should rightly lead this transformation. His eyes swept the hall, as though weighing each person's worth. Some call this an age of upheaval. I call it an age of opportunity. The strong write the rules. The weak follow them. And we shall be the ones who write. Pure-blood glory was not conjured from thin air. Our ancestors paid for it with magic, wisdom, and blood. We are duty-bound to sustain that glory, and carry it higher still. The Ministry's weakness has let half-bloods and muggleborns run rampant, sullying the purity of wizardry. But now a great wizard is leading us, sweeping away the filth, rebuilding order. So long as we each contribute our strength, nothing can impede our march. Abraxas's words were not overtly radical, yet every sentence stoked sentiment, binding pure-blood interests to Voldemort's ascent, playing precisely to the room's collective pulse. Regulus observed Abraxas rallying the crowd and felt largely unimpressed. Abraxas was undeniably powerful, his political maneuvering masterful, the Malfoy family flourished under his hand. But he had overlooked Voldemort's insatiable need for control and the narrowness at his core. Dragon pox, striking Abraxas at the very apex of Malfoy power. Hard not to suspect Voldemort's fingerprints. An ally too strong and too difficult to leash was never what Voldemort wanted. The speech ended to applause. Abraxas offered a slight nod, stepped down from the platform, and was immediately surrounded. The open mingling began. Guests dispersed, resettling into fresh clusters. Regulus. A familiar voice. He turned. Avery's father, the head of the Cuthbert family, was approaching with Avery in tow. Avery wore dark green robes and looked stiffer than he ever did at school. Spotting Regulus, a flash of genuine warmth lit his eyes. "Mr. Black." "Regulus." The elder Cuthbert smiled broadly. "Avery owes you a great deal at school." "You're too kind, Mr. Cuthbert." Regulus returned. "See you at school, Regulus." Avery's tone was deliberately stiff, an obvious attempt to imitate the adults. Regulus smiled. "See you at school." Barely had Avery and his father moved on when an exuberant voice rang out, "Regulus." Bella swept toward him in a deep crimson robe, every step flamboyant. At her side walked Rodolphus Lestrange. Tall, stern-faced, yet with a fanatical glint mirroring Bella's own. The two were already engaged, soon to wed, Voldemort's most devoted followers both. "Cousin Bella." "Mr. Lestrange." Regulus inclined his head with measured reserve, warmth conspicuously absent. "Look at the pride of House Black." Bella seized his arm, grip stronger than necessary, eyes ablaze. Her voice rose, drawing several nearby glances. "The Dark Lord has taken notice of you, that is the highest honor. The Blacks should stand at the vanguard, serving the great cause." Chapter 57, Watching You Crash and Burn. Regulus looked into the undisguised fanaticism in Bella's eyes and felt nothing. With someone like Bella, familial bonds were meaningless. Only a shared goal and mutual interest could sustain a relationship. And that goal and interest was fealty to Voldemort. He went along with her words, "Cousin Bella is absolutely right. I'll devote myself to improving, I won't let the family or the Dark Lord down." Just enough positive reinforcement, no more, no less, exactly what would satisfy Bella. Sure enough, Bella's grin widened, "I knew you were the sensible one. 100 times better than that idiot Sirius. When you're a bit older, we'll serve the Dark Lord together, and show the world what the Blacks and the Lestranges can do." After a few more pleasantries with Bella and Rodolphus, Regulus slipped away. He could feel plenty of eyes resting on him. His performance at Hogwarts, coupled with the Black family's weight, had made him one of the evening's most sought-after prospects. Now add Voldemort's attention to that. Some gazes carried genuine admiration. Others were calculating appraisals. A few held veiled hostility. None of it surprised him. Regulus. Lucius's voice came from behind. Regulus turned. Lucius. A private word? Lucius tilted his head toward the west terrace of the main hall. Regulus nodded and followed. At some point Narcissa had materialized at Lucius's side, standing as witness to the conversation. The terrace breeze carried a chill, lifting the hem of Narcissa's white robe. In the moonlight the gardens lay hushed. Lucius leaned against the railing, idly turning his glass between his fingers. He glanced back toward the hall before drawling in the signature Malfoy cadence, "The champagne tonight is quite good. A French vintage, father had it specially sourced." Regulus stood opposite him, offering nothing. Waiting for the substance. Lucius didn't mind the silence. Then again, even the finest things need the right audience. Some people don't deserve them, forcing themselves into the picture only wastes what's good. His eyes grazed Regulus's face. Wouldn't you agree? Putting things to their best use, that's the principle. Regulus's reply was level, neither taking the bait nor rebuffing the gesture. Precisely. Lucius let out a low laugh, pace still unhurried. Unsettled times. There are always those who rush to show their hand, desperate for the world to know where they stand. The implication was transparent, a sideways jab at families like the Lestranges who had gone all in, and a simultaneous probe of the Blacks' bottom line. You must see the state of play. The Dark Lord's power is growing, plenty at the ministry have already declared. We pureblood families have a choice to make. The Malfoy family's choice is already plain enough. Regulus responded. He looked up and continued, everyone picks their own road. Some like shortcuts, others prefer going steady. True, but choices come in degrees of depth. Lucius met his eyes. Something clicked for Regulus. Was this the Malfoy family's actual position? It sounded consistent with Orion's own thinking, but the details remained unverifiable. Words alone wouldn't suffice. Still, the conversation could go no further. After all, they still had to earn their keep under Voldemort's watch. Regulus glanced back at the main hall. Orion and Abraxas were deep in discussion, a cluster of family heads gathered around them. The Black family's position, father is making it clear right now. Support the Dark Lord. Safeguard pure blood glory. Surface positions, anyone can mouth those. Lucius shook his head. Regulus looked at Lucius, then shifted his gaze to Narcissa. She was already watching him. He understood, Lucius seeking out an 11-year-old first year for this kind of talk could only be Narcissa's doing. But it was exactly what he wanted. Regulus suddenly broke into a smile and extended his hand to Lucius. Lucius blinked, then smiled back, with noticeably more sincerity this time. He stepped forward, gripping Regulus's hand firmly and shaking it. You're more mature than I imagined. Lucius regarded him, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. At 11, showing this kind of insight, that's rare. You're too kind. Regulus answered with a smile. He was smiling, but his mind had already drifted. He looked at Lucius standing before him in his prime and couldn't help picturing a scene 20-odd years hence. Malfoy Manor reduced to Voldemort's stronghold. Blood on the stone walls. The great hall heaped with Death Eater corpses. Wanton slaughter everywhere. Lucius stripped of his wand, kneeling abjectly before Voldemort, groveling to keep his family alive. Everything he possessed now, none of it would remain his. Fate is fickle. Between the pinnacle of power and the abyss, there often lies a single step. The Malfoys could be cultivated, but not yet. Abraxas was still alive, and the Malfoy family's decision-making power was still in his hands. Abraxas's death would be a watershed. It would mean not only a Malfoy succession but potentially a signal that Voldemort was purging dissenters and consolidating control. Only once Lucius truly held the reins and felt Voldemort's oppression firsthand would genuine, deep cooperation with the Blacks become possible. Lost in thought. Lucius noticed his distraction. Regulus snapped back and turned to Narcissa. I was thinking about what to send as a wedding gift for my cousin. Narcissa's smile bloomed like a white rose kissed by a warm breeze, a few degrees of genuine warmth opening at once. How thoughtful of you. She pressed a fingertip lightly against the corner of her lips, the smile touched with girlish shyness yet retaining every ounce of aristocratic poise. Lucius and I haven't set the date quite so soon. Lucius glanced at her sideways, a soft warmth passing through his eyes. Then his gaze circled between Narcissa and Regulus, and he nodded to the younger wizard, having the blacks here does us credit. Regulus didn't look at him, only at Narcissa, a degree gentler in tone, of course. Cousin and I have always been close. Lucius's fingers paused on the glass for a beat, then he gave a quiet chuckle. Narcissa caught the meaning and let her smile deepen. When the invitations are ready, I'll deliver yours to the old house personally. Back in the main hall, Regulus had effectively become the center of the social orbit. Cantankerous Knot approached with his son in tow. The elder Knot wore a deep black robe, a fine silver-gray crest at the collar, eyes sharp, authority innate. He was the reputed author of the Sacred 28 Registry, blood purity and obsession etched to the marrow. Young Knot bore Regulus a covert hostility, though he dared not show it. Regulus remembered him. During the Quidditch corridor standoff, this was the one who'd questioned his place. Cygnus Rosier arrived with his daughter, smile gentle, manner elegant. The subtle pattern on his robe was the Rosier family's signature thorn motif, understated opulence. Among these people, some sought friendship sincerely. Others extended gestures purely for family advantage. A few carried concealed malice. Regulus sensed it all with crystalline clarity. One wizard, smile warm, handshake gentle. Yet Regulus could feel the ill intent threaded through his magic, practically leaking, like poison that refused to stay bottled. That sort of person was either foolish or useless. A truly skilled wizard could mask their emotions and intentions flawlessly, smiling to your face while readying the knife behind your back. Someone who couldn't even contain their hostility would never amount to anything. Worth noting, not worth worrying about. Just then, a more conspicuous wave of malice hit him, yet entirely unthreatening. Regulus traced the sensation. Alger Travers stood a short distance away, champagne in hand, face ashen, glaring at him. Regulus met his stare, gaze calm, even carrying the faintest hint of provocation. Several of the people he'd been speaking with noticed the shift, followed his line of sight, and grasped the situation in an instant. The feud between Travers and Regulus was an open secret in pure blood circles. The elder Knot gave a discreet cough, tone clearly taking sides. That Travers boy, what is he doing standing there like that? A Yaxley Jr. snorted. Probably still hasn't recovered from what happened at Hogwarts. Every eye in the vicinity swung to Alger Travers, amused, mocking. Alger's face flushed scarlet. The hand holding his glass trembled. He wanted to erupt, but his father gripped his arm just in time. The elder Travers wore a pained expression. He managed a stiff nod in Regulus's direction, then forcibly marched Alger away. Watching Alger's humiliated retreat, Regulus found the whole thing mildly amusing. Christmas morning in Cokeworth. A thin mist clung to the glass, condensing into fine droplets. Inside the little house at 4, Privet Drive, everything was snug. Firewood crackled in the hearth, orange light licking the grate, warming the carpet in the sitting room. A typical Muggle home, not large, but full of warmth. The sofa covers were checkerboard cloth laundered to softness. Breakfast plates still sat on the coffee table, a smear of jam at the rim. In the corner stood a modest Christmas tree wound with colored streamers and twinkling fairy lights. Lily sat cross-legged on the carpet, an assortment of parcels heaped before her. She wore a red sweater, her red hair was tied back. The firelight had brought a flush to her cheeks, and her fingers were already brushing over one of the packages. Petunia sat on the sofa with her knees drawn up, eyes dark and heavy on the parcels beside Lily, lips pressed into a thin line. For as long as she could remember, she had noticed something different about Lily, and now it was more pronounced than ever. Her sister had stepped into a world she could never reach. Lily's parents sat on the facing sofa, mother knitting, father nursing a cup of hot tea, both watching their younger daughter. Take your time, Lily. Surprises are best savored. Mother smiled. Lily called out an answer and unwrapped her parents' gift first, a thick storybook and a knitted scarf, blue, a perfect match for her eyes. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. She beamed up at them, looped the scarf around her neck, and turned to share the moment with Petunia, only to find her sister looking away, pretending to study the view outside. The loneliness in her eyes was impossible to hide. Lily's smile faded a fraction. A pang of helplessness crossed her mind. She knew Petunia had always resented being unable to enter the magical world the way Lily did. That gap meant they would never recapture the effortless closeness of childhood. But there was nothing she could do. She wasn't the headmaster, after all. She said no more and turned to the rest. Mostly simple cards and sweets. The last parcel, however, immediately caught her eye. It was conspicuously different. The wrapping paper was a deep green, with intricate patterns traced in silver thread. The paper felt exquisite, the edges were trimmed with clinical neatness, even the ribbon was silk. Clearly expensive. Lily's heart beat a little faster. She didn't need to guess who had sent it. Petunia's gaze was pulled toward it too, curiosity and envy tangled in her eyes. Mother leaned in. Who sent this one? The wrapping is lovely. A friend from school. Lily answered vaguely. There was no name or mark, but she knew. It was Regulus. Even the wrapping exuded that mixture of aristocratic elegance and quiet restraint, every inch of it noble. Inside was a dainty crossbody bag. The body was pale violet, soft leather, exquisitely smooth to the touch, the style refined yet just cute enough to delight any girl. Beside the bag lay a folded note. Wow! Lily couldn't help the exclamation, pure delight flooding her voice. She picked up the bag and pulled open the flap, and discovered that the interior space was far larger than it appeared. She could easily fit her textbooks and wand inside while the bag stayed compact on the outside. What is this? Father leaned in, turning the bag in his hands. It looks so small. How can things fit in it? Lily unfolded the note. In neat handwriting, it explained that the bag carried an undetectable extension charm for convenient storage, complete with usage instructions, concise and clear. She read the contents aloud for her parents, emphasizing how rare the bag was. In the wizarding world, items with spatial charms are hard to come by, especially one crafted this beautifully. Most young witches and wizards could never get hold of one. Her parents stared, wide-eyed. Mother reached out and gently touched the bag, concern entering her voice. Isn't it too valuable? Your friend, why would they send something this fine? Lily held the bag, falling quiet for a beat. The extravagance of Regulus's gift caught her off guard, her own knitted scarf suddenly felt inadequate. But she could only say, he's a good friend. I'll accept this, and I'll make sure to help him in return. Once a gift was given and received, returning it was out of the question. She rallied. She was not the kind of girl to feel inferior over receiving something costly. She recalled Regulus mentioning that his family was researching ancient topical potion formulas. They needed potions ingredients capable of stably carrying and slowly releasing specific magical effects. She resolved, quietly, to put even more effort into that. In truth, Regulus hadn't considered the gift particularly precious. He had simply sent what he could spare and had invested rather more thought in selecting a style she'd like. Seeing her delight and conviction, her parents said nothing further, only reminding her to thank the sender properly. Lily nodded, then turned to share the joy with Petunia, only to find her sister already on her feet, walking wordlessly back to her room. Lily sighed softly and set the bag carefully beside her. Meanwhile, in a Parisian apartment, Andromeda opened the only Christmas gift she had received from the House of Black. The flat was tidy and bright, warmly arranged, with a view of the Parisian street. Christmas decorations were already up. Andromeda had been reading by the window when a faint sound came from the entryway. She looked up. Creature stood there, cradling a black velvet box, expression reverent. Miss Andromeda. Creature bowed and extended the box. The young master asked Creature to deliver this Christmas gift. Andromeda set down her book, surprise flickering across her face, and accepted the box. She hadn't yet been fully disowned, the blood link to the family still held, which was why Creature could appear directly at her side. She opened the box. Inside lay a small golden key engraved with the Gringotts seal, and a note listing the details of a Gringotts Paris vault. The young master says, "If no one asks, say nothing." Creature added, then vanished in an instant. In stark contrast to Cockworth's warmth and Paris's tranquility, Christmas at the Potter house was all noise and energy. James Potter wore a garish Christmas sweater, wand in hand, performing tricks in the living room, transfiguring an apple into a tiny singing bird. Cheers erupted around him. Sirius lounged on the sofa, grinning ear to ear, butterbeer in hand. He had settled completely into Potter family life. No black family strictures here, no mother's rebukes, only the company of friends and the open air of freedom. His smile was genuine to the core. The shadows that once lurked at the bottom of his eyes had long been scattered by the light, and the boy radiated an irrepressible, exuberant energy. Mr. and Mrs. Potter sat in the place of honor, watching the children roughhouse, contentment all over their faces. Sirius threw himself into the joy, playing alongside James. And in a cramped house on Spinner's End, Snape sat at a cold table, unwrapping the only Christmas present he'd received, other than lilies. It had arrived by owl. Plain packaging, no markings at all, just 2 slips of parchment. Snape's fingers were stiff as he peeled the wrapping away. Inside, a handwritten potions recipe and a separate sheet recording a foundational dark art spell. Snape's eyes lit up. He gripped the recipe and the parchment tightly. The note bore one more line, effort yields reward. Knowledge is built through accumulation. He recognized it at once, payment from Regulus, for the intelligence he'd passed along. Snape stared at the words, an unfamiliar sensation stirring inside him. He had volunteered information for Regulus, tidbits he himself considered trivial, hardly worth attention. He hadn't expected a return. He had assumed Regulus was like every other pure-blood aristocrat, proud, aloof. He hadn't anticipated this dimension of fairness. Snape concluded that Regulus viewed him as an equal collaborator, knowledge in exchange for service. Even though his service, by his own estimation, barely qualified as contribution. He tucked the recipe and parchment away with care, slipping them inside his most prized potions textbook. Then he picked up his wand, ready to practice the spell on the sheet. A beat later, as if remembering something, he set the wand back down. The trace. He couldn't practice. Damn. The moon hung high. The Malfoy banquet had finally wound down. Orion operated with Regulus back to 12, Grimmauld Place. The moment they stepped inside, Creature was at their side, bowing, "Master. Young Master. A late supper has been prepared." The parlor hearth still burned. Creature had already laid the table, steaming cream of mushroom soup, truffle gratinade escargot, and fresh fruit tarts. Regulus and Orion sat across from each other. A spoonful of the rich soup, and the cold melted instantly away. Banquet food was pretty but never filling. Ancestor Eldrin's nature magic legacy was branded directly into his consciousness. No list of spells, only patterns of magical flow, methods for resonating with nature, and the ancestors' accumulated insights into natural magic. Natural magic had attributes, trajectories, temperament. It was a living thing. Like wind curving around obstacles, like water following grooves, it needed resonance and guidance, not brute extraction. The ancestor's gift was an innate bridge, he could communicate with natural magic directly, could see it flowing. Those were eyes he was born with. Regulus didn't have those eyes, nor that fortune. But he could perceive a plant's emotions and state, a different sensory system entirely. Like a blind man mapping an elephant by touch, he couldn't see the whole picture, but he could trace the contours. That was enough. Eldrin's decades of exploring natural magic, every viable path, every dead end, every trap, every hidden treasure, lay open to him now. He only needed to walk the same road in his own way. He recalled the daisy experiment, guiding a healthy daisy's magic to mend a damaged companion. It had worked, but the efficiency was abysmal. Now he understood the problem. He'd merely been hauling magic, scooping water by the bucket. Eldrin's method was to dig channels. Still, the wizarding world had never produced anyone who reached the summit through inheritance alone. Otherwise, Grindelwald or Voldemort would have assembled an army of legacy bearers and swept the globe. Legacies bore the spirit and will of their creators. Among the House of Black's thousand-year history, barely a dozen such crystals existed, each the condensation of a lifetime's devotion. Nothing about them was easy to master. Regulus needed to digest, deconstruct, and make the ancestors' insights his own. "Creature, bring me several pots of dittany." Regulus sat at the wooden desk in his attic, voice soft. The house elf appeared instantly, nose nearly touching the floor, cradling 3 thriving dittany plants, leaves vivid green and thick, their edges lined with fine down. The very magical plant renowned for its healing properties. Pureblood families commonly cultivated it in their household greenhouses, useful in potions, its magic carrying an innate defensive healing quality resistant to dark arts contamination. "Young master, the dittany is freshly taken from the courtyard greenhouse." "The very freshest." Regulus nodded, indicating Creature should set the pots by the window. Sunlight fell through the glass onto the leaves. He extended his hand, palm hovering above, magic enveloping the dittany. Following the legacy's logic, he first perceived the dittany's magical pathways, flowing along leaf veins, pooling at the tips, carrying a mellow warmth. He let his own magic sway gently to the plant's rhythm, searching for the synchronization point. This step was far more precise than when he'd guided the daisies. The legacy's insights let him quickly locate the main channels of magical flow and avoid the plant's defensive nodes. A quarter of an hour passed. He finally felt a faint thread of warmth seep through his palm. That magic carried the freshness of growing things, utterly unlike his own. Gentle, yet resolute. Regulus's fingertip twitched, guiding the warm current to his fingertip and condensing it into a pale gold bead. Then, a thought, and a shallow cut split the skin beside the bead. Not deep, just enough to flush red. Regulus guided the golden bead over the wound. In an instant, the sting vanished. Half a minute later, the reddened skin began to close. A minute, and a scab formed. 3 minutes, and the scab fell away, leaving only a faint trace. The result fell far short of a potion brewed from dittany extract, but the logic and process were sound. He had bypassed harvesting, grinding, and compounding entirely, extracting the dittany's healing magic directly. He compared it mentally to a standard healing charm's forced tissue repair. This was more akin to the plant's own regenerative process, cell division, tissue regrowth. Slow, but natural. Regulus laid his palm over the dittany leaf once more. This time he accelerated, splitting his magic into 2 currents, one for synchronization, one for gentle guidance. Efficiency jumped by half. On the third extraction, Regulus felt the dittany's magical flow tangibly slow. He looked up at the pot. Leaves that had been vividly green had lost their luster, the edges were beginning to wilt. The outermost leaf had already started to yellow. He withdrew his magic at once, the residual warmth still lingering at his fingertips. The reason was obvious. Magic was a magical plant's foundation, as blood is to the body. Over-extraction would wither them, or even revert them to their ordinary, non-magical state. Regulus extended his hand again, threading small amounts of his own magic along the leaf veins in a gentle comb, simulating the plant's natural growth rhythms. 10 minutes later, the wilting dittany steadied. The leaves stopped yellowing, though they never fully recovered their sheen. The conclusion crystallized: the core of nature magic was symbiosis, not plunder. Extraction and nourishment had to balance. He spent the entire day practicing. At one point Orion came to the attic, stood in the doorway for a while, and left without disturbing him. Regulus's focused intensity reminded him of a passage from the ancestral notes, descriptions of true practitioners. Only a wizard who genuinely settled into the slow work of honing a skill could travel far in magic. Regulus was unaware of his father's visit. He was deep in a new discovery: different types of natural magic could coexist briefly. He blended dittany's gentle warmth with the sharp magic of thorn bloom in the right ratio, guided the mixture to a fingertip wound, and the healing was faster than either element alone. Moreover, the mended skin was smoother, no faint mark remained. This told him nature magic's potential wasn't limited to single attribute application. The real power lay in combinations. Then he began merging natural magic with his own spell work. While casting a shield charm, he infused a trace of magical mint's cooling energy. The barrier now blocked not only spell impact but also eased the mental shock of the shield's collapse. He tried combining flowing sapgrass's viscous magic with aguamenti, producing water that could extinguish flames and neutralize mild toxins at the same time. He tested it with a small amount of venomous tentacula sap, mixing flowing sap magic into the water stream and applying it to a fingertip scratched by the tentacula. The swelling and itch subsided quickly, proof the combination worked. Nature magic was a viable path. Regulus stayed in his room the full day. Orion, knowing his son was practicing the legacy magic, made sure no one disturbed him. By evening, Walburga knocked. Regulus, time for dinner. At the table, Walburga first praised his performance at the Malfoy banquet. Regulus, you were excellent at the Malfoys. She sliced into a lamb cutlet, pride dripping from every word. Composed and dignified, brought the House of Black nothing but honor. Regulus kept his head down, cutting vegetables, and said nothing. I've already arranged the next few days. Walburga set down her utensils and dabbed the corner of her mouth with a napkin. You're on holiday now, don't lock yourself in your room all day. Go out, mix with the heirs from the other houses. The Malfoys, the Knotts, the Yaxleys, these are people you'll be working alongside in the future. Her eyes brightened at the subject. The bonds between pureblood families must be forged early. They'll be each other's pillars later on, that's the bedrock of black glory. Regulus set down his fork, lifted his head, and fixed calm gray eyes on his mother. Mother, right now I'd rather practice magic. Walburga's brow twitched, clearly she hadn't expected pushback. Practice can wait. Socializing matters, too. She frowned. The Blacks can't stand on magic alone. Connections and relationships dash. Connections rest on a foundation of strength. Regulus cut in, voice firm. Without sufficient power, none of them would spare me a second glance. Walburga opened her mouth to argue, then found she couldn't, because Regulus was right. I'm 11 years old and already displaying enough strength to command their attention. If I grow stronger still, strong enough for them to look up dash. Regulus met his mother's eyes. Then it won't be my job to maintain relationships. It'll be theirs to figure out how to win the House of Black's favor. Pureblood glory isn't sustained over dinner parties. It's sustained by power too great to dismiss. You know this, Mother. What the Dark Lord values has never been who knows whom, it's who can deliver real value. Walburga's expression shifted, then settled into silence. The glory and standing of the House of Black were the one thing she cared about above all else. Fanatical about pureblood honor she might be, but she was not entirely without reason. She studied her son for several seconds, then nodded. You're right. Strength is fundamental. Her tone softened with a pivot, but don't be single-minded about training, either. Magic is important, yet you must look after your health as well. After dinner, Regulus returned to his room. He stood at the window, gazing at the London streets draped in thin snow. Car tires grooved the slushy pavement in uneven tracks. In the distance, Muggle lights blurred into hazy orbs behind the curtain of snow, forming a subtle borderline with the invisible magical barriers around Grimmauld Place. He thought of Walburga's expression at the dinner table. Maternal love was not absent, it simply ranked forever behind glory. Mother's eyes always burned with a particular light, something scorching and unyielding. She had praised his performance at the Malfoy banquet, said he brought honor to the House of Black, said every family now knew the Blacks had an air of limitless promise. Regulus's finger traced a smiley face on the cold glass. He actually understood Walburga, or, rather, he understood people like her. What she wanted was never a son who lived happily and at ease. What she wanted was a son who served as her most impressive medal in social circles. Family glory was the faith she lived by, and her children were the offerings she laid before that faith. The more dazzling the offering, the higher her standing in the faith's eyes. But a mother like that was not hard to manage. Listen when she spoke, say whatever she wanted to hear. The point was never how much truth his words contained, but whether they convinced her she was raising a son who could restore the House of Black to its zenith, and beyond. He only needed to give her enough material to boast about, and she would happily lose herself in the fantasy of glory she'd woven, ceasing to interfere with what he truly needed to do. Regulus turned from the window and sat down at his desk. Nature magic practice was on track. The magic in those plants did carry an innate tendency, as natural as water flowing downhill or fire climbing upward. Wizards converted those tendencies through brewing, blending, fermenting, and ritual into drinkable potions. He bypassed all of that and guided the magic itself. The direction was right, but the efficiency was laughable. One Dittany plant's entire magical reserve could heal a single small cut, and growing a Dittany took a full 3 months. Yet Ancestor Eldrin's memories told him the road looked very different further along. When one could harness the vitality of an entire forest, the surge of a whole river, even the primal power locked within storms and lightning, that was the direction truly worth pursuing. He was still at the starting line, holding only a few seeds. But at least he knew where to sow them. Regulus leaned back, letting his mind wander. His current magical system resembled something assembled from spare parts, star orbit meditation as the foundation, everything else stacked on top. He knew a bit of everything, but nothing deeply enough. Nothing yet constituted the absolute force that could change the course of a battle. A wizard whose power was still modest could indeed boost short-term combat ability by mastering a handful of potent spells. A disarming charm could still drop a crowd. A shield charm could block most attacks. But to climb higher, spells alone wouldn't cut it. It was like building a tower from sand, however tall it grew, a single wave could sweep it away. He thought of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Their greatness never lay in any single spell, it lay in their understanding of magic itself, complete systems, weaving different magic into a unified whole. Whether Voldemort counted was debatable. Dumbledore had explicitly said he traveled farther down the path of the dark arts than anyone, understood death more deeply than anyone. Yet Voldemort's opening move was invariably the killing curse, he rarely used anything else. Harry Potter's disarming charm for all occasions definitely didn't count. That simply defied reason. Regulus reined in his thoughts and continued to ponder. He was still in a phase of rapid growth. Talent ensured his ceiling was high. Aside from magic requiring specific innate gifts, he had no glaring weaknesses. So until he found his core path, broad development was the optimal strategy. Spatial magic was a promising direction. An apparition was the first step into that domain. In canon, apparition was a 6th-year course requiring a ministry exam for legal use. That was actually interesting. Spatial magic ought to be high-end power, yet it was taught to students. The reason, presumably, was that the underlying principle was relatively straightforward: wand out, target locked, will firm, intent clear, and one tore through space to complete the displacement. For him, every prerequisite was already met. Learning it would be no challenge. More importantly, apparition would offer his first real contact with the essence of space, a foundation for exploring more complex spatial magic later. He needed this skill. Not only for mobility, but for understanding the rules of space, just as nature magic had taught him the attributes of natural energy. He stood, straightened his cuffs, and left the room. Orion was in the study, working through a backlog of Wisengamot documents. His quill scratched softly across the parchment. At the knock, he said, "Come in," without looking up, his nib still marking a clause. Regulus entered and stood before the desk. Orion finished his last few words, set down the quill, and settled back into the high-backed chair, regarding his son. Waiting. "I want to learn apparition." Regulus stated his purpose directly: "I need you supervising." Splinching was a concern, though not an overwhelming one. The main issue was the anti-apparition ward on the house, which required Orion to lift it. Orion looked at him for 2 seconds, nodded, closed the file on the desk, and rose. Training room. The iron door to the family training room swung open. Orion crossed to the runic array in the corner and flicked his wand. Silver light flared. Anti-apparition ward is down. Effective within this room only, don't try jumping beyond it. The room had been restored. Regulus walked to the center and stood. His wand slid into his palm. For an instant he pictured what this old house would look like 20-odd years from now. The Weasley twins would commandeer this training room as their workshop, test detonating bizarre inventions, leaving walls and floor in worse shape than his duel with Orion had. By then, probably only the Fidelius charm, possibly cast later, would still function. The rest of the protective magic, including this very anti-apparition ward, would have long since failed. As if the house itself had died, leaving nothing but a husk, the magic that once thrummed within it would have perished alongside its master. Sirius, what a squanderer. Regulus shook off the reverie and focused on the present. Orion stood by the door, voice steady as he reviewed the essentials. 3 points you must remember: target clear, will firm, intent precise. Fail anyone and you risk splinching, at best a few hairs left behind, at worst, limbs going their separate ways. Regulus nodded. His eyes fixed on the stone dais in the far corner. That was the destination. He drew a slow breath. Wand level. Apparition. Compression slammed him from every direction. The rubber tube again, walls closing from all sides. Air was wrung violently from his lungs. His ribs creaked faintly under the pressure. Vision went dark, a shrill buzz filled his ears. The next instant, the pressure vanished entirely. He stood beside the stone dais, wand still in hand. Orion watched him, face impassive, but a glint of approval crossed his eyes. Success on the first attempt. As expected. Regulus stood still, carefully savoring every sensation from that split second. This was different from side-along apparition with Orion, where he'd been a passenger, passive, subjected to compression and release with zero control over the process. It was also different from Creature's spatial transit. The house elf's magic seemed to bypass the process entirely, one blink and you were somewhere else. This time, he was the one driving. He had felt space being forcibly pried open, a crack wrenched into existence, and he had squeezed through it, emerging from the other side. Brute force tearing through space, tunneling from one point to another. Effective, but crude, blunt, utterly inelegant. Orion walked over from the doorway. How does it feel? Like being stuffed into a tube. Regulus worked some stiffness from his body. And then having to force yourself out the other end. That's exactly what it is. A trace of a smile crossed Orion's face. Practice a few more times and you'll get used to it. Once you're used to it, the discomfort fades. Regulus didn't respond. He raised his left hand, fingertips tracing slowly through the air, as though mapping an invisible path. In that split second, he had seen something. Regulus's perception was an innate gift. Faint silver trails left by flowing magic. Ripple-like wrinkles when space was forcibly twisted. Pinpoints of magical light flickering at the edges of pried-open fissures. All these things, normally invisible, had surfaced in that brief instant. He knew, his perceptive ability had advanced. At first he could only sense the presence of magic. Then he grew able to read the emotions and states of plants. Now he could catch vague outlines of spatial distortion. Still hazy, he could make out rough shapes and directions of movement, but the faculty had undeniably appeared from nothing. That might mean a great deal. He could control magic with greater precision when casting. He could detect a spell's trajectory sooner when under attack. He could understand more deeply what magic actually changed, and how. I'll try again. Regulus said. Orion retreated to the door, crossed his arms, and gave a "be my guest" gesture. Then came the second attempt. The third. The fourth. Each cast felt a shade clearer than the last. The resistance as space was pried open. The trails left when magic tore through. The awkward crush and release of the body. He was gradually growing accustomed to this crude mode of travel. He could even adjust his breathing the instant compression set in, making the process slightly smoother. After the fifth apparition, Orion spoke, "Enough for today. Push beyond this and you'll invite trouble, Splinching is most likely when the mind is strained. Regulus stopped. His spirit was robust, he didn't yet feel fatigued. But he obliged, better to digest what he'd gained. Consecutive apparition is draining. Orion walked over and pressed a hand to his shoulder. Don't exceed 10 per day at first. Increase only as you adapt. Understood. Regulus's mind was on what he'd seen. Space was like an elastic membrane. Apparition was simply punching a hole through it and squeezing past. What if there were another way? Not punching a hole, but making the membrane sag on its own, forming a chute to slide along. Or going further still, making the membrane pass him from one side to the other of its own accord. Orion reactivated the training room's anti-apparition ward. This time Regulus could clearly feel the change around him. An invisible wall had closed in. He caught Orion before he could leave. Let me try once more. Orion raised an eyebrow, then nodded. The ward was back in place. Apparition wouldn't succeed. No risk. Regulus raised his wand. Target, the stone dais, as before. Apparition. Magic surged. The familiar compression appeared, but nothing followed. Space refused to open. That invisible wall blocked him utterly, hard as living rock. It was as though he were shoving a solid stone barrier, every ounce of strength expended, the wall immovable. Magic rebounded through the wand and back up his arm. Regulus stumbled half a step back and steadied himself. The recoil was considerable, his wrist tingled with numbness. But he had seen it clearly. The anti-apparition ward was like a tightly woven net of magic, sealed over the entire space. Apparition needed to tear through that net to pass. But the net's strength and resilience were too great, at his current level, he couldn't rip it. Which raised a question, how did house elves manage? Regulus recalled Christmas Day, creature transporting him from King's Cross to Grimmauld Place. No compression. No tearing. None of that suffocating tube feeling. It was as though space had voluntarily parted to make way, and they had simply walked through. Father. Regulus turned to Orion, pocketing his wand. House elf spatial magic, it's fundamentally different from apparition, isn't it? Orion looked visibly caught off guard. He had never considered the question. He frowned, thinking for several seconds, then answered with faint hesitation, elf magic, it is different, yes. They don't use wands. Much of their magic seems innate, no learning required. Apparition is a skill wizards must practice, but for elves it's probably as natural as walking. They can pass through anti-apparition wards. Regulus stated. Yes. Orion confirmed with a nod. Why? Regulus pressed. Orion fell silent for a longer stretch. He walked to the training room wall, fingers tracing the etched runes, and finally shook his head. No wizard has ever studied it. Elf magic, most wizards don't pay it much attention. Regulus knew that most effectively meant all. Wizards had long grown accustomed to house elves. Elves could do magic, clean, cook, mind children, how convenient, how useful. But no one asked how they did it. It worked, why bother with the theory? This was arrogance etched to the bone. For millennia, wizards had stood atop the magical food chain, looking down on every other species with an almost reflexive condescension. Goblins forged currency. Centaurs read the stars. Giants had brawn. But wizards had intellect, civilization, a magical system refined across generations. And house elves? A few household charms. Hardly worth mentioning. Yet Regulus knew perfectly well about the cave where Voldemort hid his Horcrux, a place not even Dumbledore could apparate into, a place one had to reach by boat across a lake of infery. But creature came and went freely. That was not something a bit of housekeeping magic could explain. Creature. Regulus called softly. Without a sound, the house elf appeared in the corner of the training room, still wearing that grimy tea towel, a rag in one hand, evidently in the middle of cleaning somewhere. The young master called Creature. Creature's eyes swiveled between Regulus and Orion. His ears twitched nervously. Take me through space. Regulus instructed. From here to the entrance hall, then bring me back. Creature looked to Orion, eyes seeking permission. Orion nodded. Do as he says. Only then did Creature extend a withered hand, skin wrinkled, a trace of dust under the nails. This time, Regulus poured every shred of attention into perception. He confirmed, no compression. No tearing. Not even a discernible magical surge. He felt only the faintest ripples emanate through the surrounding space, like water, forming a ring of soft, almost imperceptible distortion around him and Creature. Then they were standing in the entrance hall. The hearth blazed, crackling steadily. The wall portraits swiveled as one, some yawning, some frowning, a few huddled together whispering. Regulus stood motionless. He had seen it clearly. Space had folded itself, passing him from one end to the other. Like folding a sheet of paper, 2 points that were far apart on the flat page are brought together the moment the paper bends. No wonder it bypassed anti-apparition wards. The magical net guarded against tearing and penetration. It did not guard against folding. The net remained intact, undamaged, but the path no longer passed through it. It simply went under. Back. Regulus ordered. Creature returned him to the training room. Orion was still waiting. He eyed Regulus, sensed something completely different. Regulus said, sorting every detail in his mind. Apparition is brute force, can't open the door, so you smash through the wall. House elf magic is a detour, the wall's still there, but they've tunneled underneath. A detour? Orion frowned. How do you detour through space? Space can fold. Regulus tried to explain, but realized how difficult it was to render in words. Think of 2 cities on a map, far apart. Fold the map, and the 2 cities sit right on top of each other. Orion considered this seriously, fingers tapping the handle of his wand. After a long moment, he shook his head. I can't picture it. But since you can feel it, commit that sensation to memory. Magical perception is your gift, it will be a formidable advantage. Regulus nodded, aware that wizards lacked a framework for abstraction like this. His own thoughts, however, had already moved on. If he could learn to fold space the way elves did. He didn't even need to master it fully. House elf magic might be inseparable from their species' nature, a wizard might never replicate it completely. But as long as he understood the principle, even if he could imitate only the barest fraction. Over the next 3 days, Regulus didn't practice apparition. Once mastered, it was mastered. He spent his time holed up in his room. The desk was covered in miscellaneous items. Several quills. 2 inkwells. A roll of parchment. A few galleons and sickles. And the black family brooch he usually wore. Regulus picked up the brooch and set it on his palm. He closed his eyes. Perception spread outward. The spatial structure of the room revealed itself in his mind as something strange, an invisible net of countless nodes and connecting threads. Every object occupied a specific node. Density, strength, and vibration differed from node to node. The brooch's node sat in his palm, fine-grained and stable. He wanted the net to move on its own. The way Creature did it. Fold the net. Bring 2 nodes together. Pass the object from one to the other. The theory was simple. Execution was another matter entirely. Day 1, the brooch didn't budge. Day 2, the air around the brooch began to show faint distortions. The edges of objects nearby wavered slightly. But the brooch itself sat firmly in his palm, not 1 millimeter of movement. Day 3, afternoon. Regulus changed his approach. He stopped trying to fold all of space, that was simply too hard. Instead, he aimed at moving just a tiny patch of space around the brooch. Even a fraction would do. Total focus. Magic gathered in his palm. No incantation, pure will, perception, and magic working in concert. He watched the node where the brooch rested and imagined it like a buoy on water, gliding gently toward a neighboring vacant node, sliding along some invisible gradient of its own accord. The air around the brooch rippled violently. The spatial structure sent out rings of invisible undulation. The brooch, at the center of those rings, began to blur and turn transparent, and then it vanished. Regulus's eyes snapped open. The brooch was gone from his palm. Not on the desk. Not on the carpet. Not in any corner of the room. Not a trace left behind. 3 seconds. Time seemed to stretch, each second agonizingly slow. Then, a soft clink. The brooch dropped onto the edge of the desk, roughly 5 centimeters from its original position. The silver surface was warm to the touch. Success. Only 5 centimeters. He'd nearly lost the brooch to some unknown void. The magical cost was absurdly high. Yet it had undeniably worked. This he had figured out on his own, a rudimentary application built from his fledgling understanding of space. Regulus retrieved the still-warm brooch, thumb tracing the Sirius star motif. In wizard combat, mobility was one of the deadliest advantages. No matter how vicious your spells, how deep your magic, missed the target and it counted for nothing. Apparition was classified as essential magic precisely because it let a wizard appear without warning, vanish just as fast, strike and run, keeping the opponent off balance. But apparition had its limits: preparation time, no continuous use, distance caps, and total shutdown by anti-apparition wards. If he could someday master this spatial warping ability, it wouldn't have to be translocating his whole body, though that would be ideal. It could be the spell itself. A disarming charm fires, vanishes mid-flight, and reappears behind the enemy. Or a shield charm, cast from a distance, wrapping the opponent in a reversed cocoon that seals their own magic inside. Push the idea further still. If his spatial perception sharpened enough, could he see the internal structure of an enemy's body? Could he make a spell bypass every external defense and detonate directly inside the opponent's organs, or brain? Shield charms, protective enchantments, protego maxima, all of it rendered decorative. And with no distance to cross, the cast itself would be the hit. Practically a causal strike. Regulus set down the brooch and walked to the window. Outside, the sky had darkened. Snow was falling again, flake by flake settling on the glass, melting quickly into tiny droplets. London's lights blurred into hazy patches behind the curtain of snow, impossible to tell which lamps were Muggle, which were wizard. Grand ideas, but far too early. All of them were castles in the sky, the foundations weren't even laid. Spatial magic, barely a toe in the water. Nature magic, beginner level. Transfiguration, still building basics. None solid enough, each demanding time and rigorous polish. But at least the direction was set. A road no one else had walked, one carved from his own understanding of magic's essence. At dinner, Walburga brought up Sirius again. That wretch. She sawed at her steak as though hacking an enemy, knife and plate collided in a grating screech. Won't come home for Christmas. Hasn't written a single letter. What kind of bewitching potion has the Potter family fed him? He doesn't even want his own name anymore. Orion kept his head down, eating his roast potatoes in silence. Regulus quietly cut his lamb into uniform cubes and ate them one by one. They both knew Walburga wasn't looking for a discussion. She just needed to vent. Engage, and she'd ride the momentum into a 30-minute tirade. But ignore her, and she'd burn herself out. Quick to flare, quick to fade. Privately, Regulus reflected that this was only the beginning. Sirius hadn't come home this Christmas, Walburga had ranted for one evening. Next year, if he still didn't come, she'd rant for 3 days. Eventually, when he stopped coming back for good and moved in with the Potters, she'd dust off the same monologue every Christmas and perform it again. From wretch to traitor. From, doesn't want this family name to doesn't deserve this family name. Like a play on a fixed schedule, lines memorized, emotions rehearsed. Walburga railed for roughly 10 minutes, then stopped. She set down her utensils, lifted her wine glass, and took a deep gulp of red. The fury on her face hadn't entirely dissipated, her cheeks were flushed with agitation. Then she turned to Regulus. "Oh, by the way." Her tone softened abruptly, carrying a deliberately casual air, as if she'd just remembered some trifle. Several people have been praising you lately. Mrs. Malfoy, Mrs. Knott, Mrs. Yaxley, all hinting that you'll accomplish great things. She watched Regulus with eyes that mixed curiosity with the familiar, boast-tinged expectancy. That look, Regulus knew it by heart. He'd seen it since childhood. So how far along? Walburga leaned forward, voice dropping, as though prying a secret. Are you, exactly? They're being so mysterious about it, you'd think you were about to become Minister for Magic tomorrow. Regulus set down his fork, dabbed the corner of his mouth with a napkin, and looked toward Orion at the far end of the table. With Walburga, one could not tell the whole truth. She was no Orion. She wouldn't coolly weigh pros and cons, she wouldn't jealously guard a secret. If she knew, it was tantamount to every lady in her tea party circle knowing. Tell her today, and by tomorrow the entire pureblood world would be buzzing about just how extraordinary the Black's younger son had become. But telling her nothing at all wouldn't work either. She needed solid material for boasting, proof that her son outshone everyone else's. Give her nothing to flaunt and she'd keep pressing, or worse, guess wildly. And who knew what outlandish conclusions she'd reach on her own? Orion caught his son's glance and set down his glass. Regulus does have a certain gift. His voice was as level as a Wisengamot briefing. The first-year Hogwarts curriculum, he's essentially mastered it. Some higher-year material, he's been studying on his own. Walburga's eyes lit up at once. Such as apparition. Orion said truthfully. I supervised his practice the other day. He succeeded on the first attempt. Really? Walburga's voice jumped an octave, face alight with astonishment. He's only 11. Yes. Orion nodded and continued listing. In potions, Professor Slughorn says his level already surpasses 5th years. In transfiguration, Professor McGonagall personally mentors him, she even gave him one of her own research notebooks. In charms, Professor Flitwick regularly awards him extra marks and says his proficiency is far beyond his classmates. With every item, Walburga's smile broadened another degree, the light in her eyes another shade brighter. By the end, her whole being seemed to radiate. The joy and pride swelling from her core were practically overflowing. I knew it. Undisguised satisfaction rang through her voice. My Regulus, extraordinary from the very start. What are those other ladies' sons? This one plays Quidditch well, that one brews decent potions, our Regulus excels at everything. Walburga launched into yet another round of comparisons, measuring Regulus against every pureblood heir she could name. The verdict, inevitably, was that her Regulus came out on top. Regulus lowered his head and returned to the lamb cutlet that had gone slightly cold. Orion, too, picked up his knife and fork and sliced off another piece of roast potato. Neither breathed a word about the deeper matters. The nature magic research. The spatial warping experiments. The star orbit meditation's progress. The dark arts texts from the restricted section. The strategy for navigating Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Walburga didn't need to know any of it, and mustn't. That was not her world, nor a realm she should set foot in. But what Orion had just told her was more than enough to fuel her boasting through half a year of tea parties, banquets, and social gatherings. She would become the envy of every pure-blood wife. More families would seek alliances and marriage ties with the Blacks. More resources, spurred by confidence in Regulus's future, would tilt toward the House of Black. That was all they needed. And, after graduation? Walburga asked, longing and anticipation lacing every word. How far can he go? The Ministry? The Wisengamot? Or perhaps like Dumbledore dash? Regulus was mildly exasperated. You certainly dream big, Mother. Dumbledore? Even I wouldn't presume that far. But, someday, perhaps. Orion was silent for several seconds, thrown by Walburga's ambition. That was, after all, the greatest wizard of the century. If Dumbledore lived to see the next. At that thought, Orion's gaze slid to Regulus. If Dumbledore survived into the next century, it honestly wasn't certain which of them would be the greater. At his current trajectory, he met Walburga's eyes, voice carefully deliberate. By graduation, he could be at elite Auror level. That was the most conservative possible estimate, even assuming Regulus somehow lost every spark of brilliance. Privately, Orion thought, if Regulus maintained this rate of growth, the bar would be crossed long before graduation. By the end of third year, he'd likely surpass most active-duty Aurors. At 17, when he came of age, Orion hardly dared imagine. Perhaps truly comparable to a young Dumbledore, or a young Grindelwald. But those words must never reach Walburga. She'd leap from her chair and dance, then tomorrow inform every acquaintance that her son could run the Auror office by second year. That would thrust Regulus into the spotlight, inviting endless unwanted scrutiny, jealousy, even hostility. Worse, it might draw a more direct and forceful approach from Voldemort himself. A personal overture. Now that would be real trouble. Elite Auror. Walburga repeated the words, face beaming as if she'd just drained an entire bottle of Felix Felicis. Good, good. The House of Black is finally producing a truly great figure. Let's see who dares say we have no worthy successor. She plunged into fantasies of the future, Regulus entering the ministry, rising to minister for magic. The House of Black reclaiming its place at the head of the sacred 28. The doorstep of 12, Grimmauld Place thronged with every pureblood family clamoring for favor. Regulus listened in silence, offering the occasional nod, but his mind had already drifted elsewhere. Nature magic, which plant to try tomorrow? Mandrake was too dangerous for now, but venomous tentacula or devil's snare might be viable. Spatial warping's magical cost was absurd, he needed to find ways to cut consumption, or it'd be useless in real combat. The Star Orbit Acclimancy Labyrinth was nearly finished, but the defensive architecture needed a few more stress tests. And those restricted section texts on passive magic, he had to carve out time to scan a few more. The road was long. There was so much left to learn. A single dinner wasn't enough to think through everything that needed planning and preparation. But one thing was certain, he was walking this road step by step, and every step landed solid. Outside the window, snow continued to fall, flake upon flake blanketing London streets and rooftops, burying the Muggle noise, hiding the wizard secrets. Inside 12, Grimmauld Place, the hearth burned strong. Firelight danced across the dining room walls. A family sat together at the long table. Mother, lost in visions of the family's glory, immersed in a future she'd woven herself. Father, weighing reality's trade-offs, calculating risk and return in every move. Son, plotting his own course, thinking of how to grow stronger, how to reach farther. A warm evening in the House of Black. A few days before the holiday ended, Orion set aside his copy of the Daily Prophet at the breakfast table. Come with me today. He sliced into a fried egg and looked at Regulus. Time you saw the family holdings. Regulus looked up, mid-spread, butter knife in hand over a piece of bread, a flicker of interest, though he said nothing. He watched his father, waiting. Orion sipped his coffee before continuing, you'll be taking over the House of Black one day. You can't spend your whole life between Hogwarts and Grimmauld Place. There are things you ought to see. Regulus nodded, placed the buttered bread in his mouth, chewed, swallowed. Then, all right. This was far from a waste of time. The Black estates would, in the end, all be his. Familiarizing himself now was simply getting a head start on what already belonged to him. Besides, traveling with Orion meant seeing parts of the wizarding world beyond the usual scenery. After breakfast, Regulus changed into a dark robe, slipped his wand into the inner pocket, and pinned the Black family brooch at his chest. When he came downstairs, Orion was already waiting in the entrance hall, a roll of parchment in hand covered in dense writing. Diagon Alley shops first. Orion glanced at the parchment. Then the potions workshop in the Scottish Highlands, the alchemy atelier in Wales, the herbology garden in Cornwall, the magical beast farm in Ireland, and finally Knockturn Alley. Listening to his father recite the itinerary, Regulus knew this trip would span half the British Isles. Portkeys for the distant sites. Orion rolled up the parchment. You can't apparate anywhere you haven't been. They walked to the center of the entrance hall. Orion extended his left hand, Regulus placed his on top. The familiar compression. Seconds later, they stood in a quiet back alley off Diagon Alley, the grimy wall marking the nocturne alley entrance behind them. The Black family kept 3 shops in Diagon Alley. The first was a potions shop in the midsection. Silvermoon Apothecary read the sign. Modestly sized but superbly located. The display window was lined with bottles of strangely colored potions, labels affixed to each. Skill Grow, Pepper Up Potion. Baruffio's Brain Elixir. Draft of Living Death. Elixir to Induce Euphoria. All standard fare. Regulus suspected the family also ran a potions outlet in Nocturne Alley, selling what Diagon Alley wouldn't allow. A tall, thin wizard was organizing stock behind the counter. The instant Orion walked in, he straightened. Mr. Black. His voice carried deference. And young Mr. Black. Marcus. Orion offered a measured nod. I've reviewed this month's ledger. Revenue is up 7% over last month. Yes, sir. The wizard called Marcus broke into a smile. The new sleep aid potion is selling well. Quite a few students' parents have been buying. Orion made a circuit of the shop, checking expiry labels on several shelves and asking supply chain questions. Marcus answered every one, clearly, concisely, evidently well versed in the business. Regulus followed his father in silence, studying the layout, the merchandise arrangement, the pace of customer traffic. He noted that despite its compact size, the shop stocked a comprehensive range, from basic boil remedy potions all the way up to pricey Felix Felicis, and every label was neatly affixed, every bottle wiped spotless. Marcus's grandfather worked in the Black family shops. After they left, Orion told Regulus, his father managed the herbology garden in Wales. Now it's Marcus's turn. There are many like him. The second shop was an alchemical goods store in the northern stretch of Diagon Alley. Its sign depicted a cauldron and a wand crossed over each other. The inventory was eclectic: self-stirring cauldrons, constant temperature potion racks, hourglasses with chiming functions, wand accessories that amplified spell power. The shopkeeper was a stout witch, hair combed to perfection. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw Orion. Orion, you're finally here. Her voice was bright. That last batch of self-stirring cauldrons had an issue. The stirring rods stop after 3 rotations. They need reworking. Orion frowned. Which workshop? The one in Wales. I've told them 3 times, each time they promise to fix it, and each time the next shipment arrives exactly the same. Hands on hips, she didn't mince words. You need to sort this out. Any more of this and we'll ruin our reputation. Orion pulled a small notebook from his pocket and jotted a few lines. I'm heading to Wales this afternoon. I'll see to it personally. Regulus wandered through the shop and picked up a cauldron fitted with a temperature gauge. Clever design, temperature sensing rune script on the inner wall, with corresponding readouts on the outer surface showing the current heat, no more guessing by experience when brewing potions. Like it? Take one. The witch noticed his interest and winked. Your father won't charge you. Regulus set the cauldron down, voice tinged with regret. School doesn't allow it. Hogwarts and its rules. The witch shook her head disapprovingly. My grandson goes there too, writes home complaining every other day. The third shop was a general store stocking all manner of magical household goods. Self-sweeping brooms. Boxes that kept food fresh. Weather forecasting crystal balls. Quills that wrote on their own. This was the largest and busiest of the 3, 5 or 6 customers queued at the till. The shopkeeper, a balding wizard, was ringing up an elderly witch. He spotted Orion and Regulus and gave a quick nod, hands never stopping. Orion didn't interrupt. He walked Regulus through the store, checked product dates on several shelves, and glanced at the ledger by the register. Only when the shopkeeper had cleared the rush did Orion approach. John, business is brisk. All thanks to you, sir. The wizard called John mopped his brow. Christmas just passed, everyone's been in for gifts. This is Regulus. Orion stepped aside. My son. John studied Regulus for a moment, then smiled. Takes after you, and a touch of Mrs. Walburga. When the time comes for him to take over the shops, look after us old-timers. Regulus nodded politely. Good to meet you. Leaving Diagon Alley, Orion led Regulus into a narrower side alley. He fished two battered-looking teapot lids from his pocket and handed one to Regulus. Port key. Orion said. Grip tight. Activates in 5 seconds. Regulus closed his fingers around the cold, rusty lid. 5 seconds later, a tremendous force surged from it, as though a hook had latched behind his navel and yanked. The world spun. Color and sound mashed together. Nothing like apparition's compression, more like being flung into a washing machine on spin cycle. The industrial kind, not the gentle tumbler. When it stopped, they stood on a barren highland. Wind howled across the moor, snapping their robes. In the distance, rolling gray-green hills, nearby, a cluster of squat stone buildings, white smoke curling from chimneys. The air was thick with herbs, undercut by earth and rain. Scottish Highlands. The potions workshop. Orion pocketed the port key and headed for the stone buildings. The workshop foreman was an old wizard with deep-carved wrinkles. He wore a leather apron stained with every potion imaginable, a long-handled stirring rod in his grip. At the sight of Orion, he gave a curt nod, expression dead serious. Ingredients are up. That was his opening line. Acromantula venom from Africa is 30% dearer than last year. Mooncalf horn powder from South America, 20%. Noted. Orion's response was clipped. Let me see inside first. The workshop interior was far more spacious than the exterior suggested, extension charms at work. A dozen large cauldrons sat over magical flames, bubbling steadily. Wizards in matching aprons manned the stations, stirring rods in hand, periodically adding ingredients. Recipes and safety notices papered the walls. Shelves held hundreds of glass bottles filled with powders and liquids in every conceivable color. The old wizard walked them through, explaining what each cauldron was brewing, the progress, the estimated delivery date. Orion listened attentively, asking the occasional question. Regulus trailed behind, watching the workers handle materials, control heat, and adjust formulas with practiced ease. Their movements were deft, their focus total, clearly veterans. A younger wizard was brewing an elixir to induce euphoria, golden bubbles rose from the liquid, releasing a sweet fragrance. This batch yields 30 vials, the foreman explained. Bottled tomorrow, delivered to Diagon Alley the day after. Keep the quality tight. Orion cautioned. A customer complained last time, said the effect only lasted 3 hours. That was an ingredient issue. The foreman frowned. Current billywig stings aren't what they used to be. I'll look into alternatives. After the potions workshop, 2 more portkey jumps took them to the alchemy atelier in Wales and the herbology garden in Cornwall. The Welsh atelier was built inside a cavern, the interior sweltering like a steam room. Dozens of anvils lined 2 rows, goblins and wizards worked side by side, the clang of hammers relentless. Regulus surveyed the scene and decided this was less an alchemy laboratory and more a smithy, the technical sophistication was modest. A far cry from the alchemical lab in his imagination. But on reflection, the goods produced here targeted the budget end of the market, volume over finesse, so the lower complexity made sense. The Cornwall herbology garden sprawled across tens of acres, shielded by magical barriers, and was planted wall to wall with magical flora. Moon petal flowers closed their silver petals during the day. Venomous tentacula writhed restlessly under glass domes. Mandrakes grew in soundproofed greenhouses, signs reading danger, keep out hung outside. The head gardener was a tanned, stocky witch with thick fingers, dirt packed beneath every nail. Good weather this year, harvest up 20% over last. She was still loosening soil around a Didney plant as she talked. Gnomes keep causing trouble, though. Set traps, caught a dozen or so. Handle them the usual way. Orion instructed. Pelts to Nocturne Alley. Meat to the animals in Ireland. The final stop was the Magical Beast Farm in Ireland. Larger by far than any of the earlier sites, the boundaries lost in the distance. Separate enclosures, divided by magical fences, housed all manner of creatures. A pond teemed with grindylows. A wood sheltered bowtruckles. A cave held a few urkling. An erumpent ambled across a rocky, sparsely vegetated slope. A tall wooden structure revealed the glint of alchemy plumage. The farm manager was a ruddy-faced giant of a man with a booming voice. "Everything's fine." He thumped his chest. "Only complaint, feeds up again. Dragon liver's 40% costlier than last year. If it goes up, it goes up." Orion's tone was offhand. "Don't stint on these animals. Raise them poorly and you can't sell them for top price." Regulus leaned against the fence, watching a bowtruckle poke its head from a tree hollow and study him with curiosity. The tiny creature was palm-sized, eyes jet black, fingers slender. It stared for a moment, then lobbed an acorn that bounced at Regulus's feet, and ducked back into the hollow, emitting a rustling giggle. "It likes you." The farm manager laughed heartily. Bowtruckles usually ignore people. 3 days at Orion's side, and Regulus had only managed to tour the major holdings. And this was still the cursory version, a brisk overview, nothing more. Only now did he grasp that the black fortune extended far beyond the old townhouse at 12, Grimald Place and those 3 Diagon Alley shops. From the Scottish Highlands to the Irish coast, from the Welsh valleys to the Cornish plains, black land, workshops, plantations, and farms were everywhere. And this was just the domestic portfolio. What about abroad? One evening, lodging at an Irish inn, Regulus asked Orion. "Vineyards in France, magical wine." Orion sat by the hearth, ledger in hand. "An ore quarry in Germany, rare metals. A spice plantation in India. A magical creature reserve in North Africa. But you're heading back to school soon, those can wait." Regulus sat on the opposite bed, processing. He'd always known the blacks were wealthy. He'd never known where the wealth came from. Now he did. Potions, alchemy, herbology, magical creatures, the wizarding world's essential industries, the black family had a stake in every one. Not a monopoly, but far from a minor share. And they'd been at it for centuries. The entire supply chain was integrated, from growing and breeding raw materials, through processing and manufacturing, to retail sales. The whole pipeline sat in black hands. What surprised him most was the people. Every manager, every craftsman in the workshops, every gardener, every beast keeper. They didn't all bear the black name, but every one was tied to the family by a web of threads. Some came from lines that had worked for the blacks for generations. Some were distant branches of the family tree. Some belonged to minor families surviving under the black umbrella. It was a vast, complete ecosystem. The blacks at the apex. Below them, layer upon layer of enterprises and dependents, like a great tree. The trunk was the name black. The branches were the industries. The roots were the countless people who earned their living under that name. This was the true worth of an ancient pure-blood house. Regulus came away with a sharper understanding of this ancient surname, one that tangibly shaped people's lives. A stray thought surfaced: have I been too frugal? At Hogwarts he never spent a canute beyond necessities, books and ingredients, nothing more. But looking at it now, the black fortune was inexhaustible. He could toss away 100 galleons a day for 10 years and barely dent it. How could muggleborns and half-bloods possibly compete? Even some pure-blood houses struggled, families that pinched every sickle to afford a decent wand, while behind Regulus stood a dynasty commanding an entire supply chain of wizarding industry. The gap was beyond personal talent to bridge. This was structural advantage, compounded over centuries, rooted bone deep. Then another question occurred to him: in the original timeline, who had all this wealth gone to? Could Sirius, profligate as he was, really have squandered every last holding? 12, Grimald Place, what was one townhouse worth? Measured against an enterprise spanning the British Isles, a single building was nothing. In the original story, the black holdings had probably been carved up after Walburga and Orion died. The Malfoys likely claimed a share. The Lestranges another. Other pureblood families, the scraps. Sirius inherited the empty shell without ever knowing the real wealth had long been swallowed. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was that every asset still sat in black hands. What mattered was that every last bit of it would be his, and nobody was going to take it. Then he remembered, Voldemort, too, was a half-blood, born with none of this. But unlike others, he could simply seize it. And he would. Regulus narrowed his eyes, thumb running along his wand, replaying everything he'd seen over the past 3 days. Even Voldemort will not take what's mine. Late on the third afternoon, they stood on a cliff along Ireland's west coast. Below, black rock plunged dozens of meters. Waves hammered the stone, erupting into white foam. On the distant horizon where sea met sky, the sun was sinking slowly beneath the water, painting the heavens in gold and crimson. A salt-sharp wind swept over them, lifting Regulus's robe behind him. He stood at the cliff's edge and took in the vista. In 11 years of life, Regulus had spent most of his time inside the old house at 12, Grimmauld Place. Then Hogwarts, but that was only a castle and its surrounding grounds. He had never seen the truly vast world. Never laid eyes on a great mountain or a great ocean, a wilderness or an open plain. Over these 3 days, trailing Orion, he had crossed half the British Isles. He had seen the Scottish Highlands, barren, magnificent hills. The mist-wreathed forests of the Welsh valleys. The sun-drenched, teeming herbology garden in Cornwall. Ireland's tempestuous sea crashing against the coast. The world was this big. The wizarding world, this rich and varied. Not merely Hogwarts classrooms and corridors, Diagon Alley shops and cobblestones, wearying rounds of pureblood banquets and intrigue, and the stars overhead. There was also this, boundless land, stunning scenery, vivid life. Regulus drew a deep breath of salt-tinged air. Something inside him was loosening. He had been living like a precision instrument, every step premeditated, every decision weighed for advantage, every action vetted for consequence. He had wrapped himself in a shell of composure and reason, allowing almost no emotion, no turbulence, afraid it would cloud his judgment, derail his plans. But now, standing on this cliff, watching the sunset melt into the sea, hearing waves pound the rock, he thought, maybe I don't have to live wounds so tight. Magic was his road. Power was his goal. But on that road, he was also allowed to stop and look at the view. What was the point of growing stronger? Wasn't it precisely so he could live freely, go wherever he wished, see whatever he wished to see? Orion stood beside him, saying nothing. The patriarch of the House of Black watched his son's profile, watched those grey eyes catch the sunset's gold. He noticed Regulus's expression was different from usual, not the preternatural calm and gravity that outstripped his years, but something closer to what an 11-year-old ought to show, pure absorption, genuine curiosity. Orion quietly exhaled in relief. He had always worried this son carried too heavy a mind. Never crying, never fussing, never making a scene, always the little adult. In a pureblood family that was, of course, praiseworthy. What parent didn't want a mature, self-possessed child? He took pride in it. He was grateful for it. But as a father, Orion also hoped Regulus could experience things that were simply beautiful, feel the joy of being alive, look at the world with the wonder and longing a real child should have. Now, at last, he was seeing a hint of that. Regulus was unaware of his father's gaze. Every fiber of attention was on the panorama before him. The wind rose. It tousled his hair. He stretched out a hand and let the gust slip through his fingers, feeling the invisible force. Then he closed his eyes and let magic flow through his body naturally. Something extraordinary happened. His magic stirred to life, as though some invisible tether had snapped free, coursing through him with a lightness and buoyancy he had never known. It was answering his emotions. And in that moment, Regulus understood something. Magic was not merely a calculable, controllable, harvestable energy. It, too, was alive. It had a vitality of its own, shifting with the wizard's mood and state. When he was coolly calculating, magic ran precise and stable. When wonder moved him, magic leapt and sang. Perhaps the two were not contradictory at all. Magic could be rigorous science, demanding computation, logic, careful inference, and disciplined practice. But magic could also be vivid and warm, brimming with boundless possibility. Like this ocean. He could calculate its tides and wave mechanics with physics and mathematics, or he could simply stand here and feel its grandeur and beauty. And what was magic, at its core? A wizard using will and power to shape the world. The wizard was the subject. Magic was the tool. The world was the canvas. If the wizard lived like a machine, the magic he produced would be nothing but cold incantation. But if the wizard was truly alive, with feelings, with awe, with aspiration, might the magic become something different? Regulus opened his eyes. Half the sun had sunk. The sea seemed to burn, trembling with gold and crimson light. A seabird launched from below the cliff, spread its wings, and rode the updraft in a soaring spiral. The conviction he'd held so rigidly began, quietly, to give. Perhaps he didn't have to choose between rational calculation and emotional experience. Perhaps he could have both. Rationality to chart the path. Feeling to live the journey. Calculation to govern magic. Heart to receive it. That might be better. The instant the thought formed, his wand was in his hand. He followed the impulse erupting from within, something that had been mounting in his chest like a volcano, building far too long. The yearning for freedom. The hunger for a vast world. The hope of shattering every constraint. And, in this very moment before this magnificent scene, the purest, most direct feeling of wonder. A wonder that surpassed anything he had felt before. Greater than the satisfaction of mastering a new spell. Greater than the control of defeating an opponent. Greater than the fulfillment of acquiring knowledge. Something deeper, as though rising from the very depths of his soul. It is good to be alive. The world is beautiful. I want to see more, experience more, become more. Magic boiled inside him, shattering the calm orbit of star path meditation, rushing like a joyous brook, every mode of power singing the same emotion. Elation. Aspiration. Freedom. Desire. Regulus raised his wand. Orion turned at the movement. Gratification gave way to puzzlement. He didn't know what Regulus intended. The place, the hour, the setting, none of it looked like a training exercise. Regulus was past noticing his father. He breathed deep, filled his lungs with salt wind, his eyes with sunset gold, his ears with the thunder of waves, and let the surging emotion crest. Then, facing the wind, bathed in the dying light, he spoke the incantation, Expecto Patronum. Silver-white brilliance erupted from the tip of his wand, a torrent, a breached dam, instantly illuminating the cliff's edge and engulfing Regulus in radiance. The light was fierce yet not blinding, warm as a winter hearth, pure as highland snow. The silver glow began to coalesce. The silver-white radiance contracted sharply into a blurred sphere of light, then gradually elongated, unfolded, took shape. Wings spread from either side, every feather wrought of silver light, their edges dusted with star-like motes. The body condensed into a streamlined form brimming with latent power. The head rose, the beak was keen. Two brighter points of silver burned where eyes should be. Last, the tail feathers fanned out, trailing like a comet. A silver-white bird hovered before Regulus. Its frame fell between a hawk and a kite. Plumage composed of countless fine slivers of silver that flickered and pulsed like stars with each subtle beat of its wings. The feather tips were purest silver white, refracting the dying sunlight into rainbow halos. Its eyes were a luminous silver gray, uncannily close to Regulus's own, sharp and profoundly deep. It spread its wings. Without a single flap, it hung motionless in the air, as though gravity had simply let go. Stardust sifted from its wing edges. Where the motes landed, shadows lightened for several meters around, as if darkness itself had been swept aside. Regulus stared at it, an uncanny feeling rising, like looking into a mirror. A thought surfaced, sudden and certain, this was not something he had manufactured. Not a product of incantation and magic. This had grown from within him. It was the embodiment of his innermost desires, a projection of something in his very soul. The Patronus answered the truest longing of one's heart. What do I long for? Regulus searched himself. He longed for genuine freedom, but unlike the narrow-minded, he did not crave anarchic license. He longed for the freedom to choose his own path, unbound by any chain. He longed for the boundless sky of stars. Longed to break the borders of the physical world. Longed to explore the places others declared unreachable. He longed for power, so he could protect what he chose to protect, realize what he wished to realize, become what he aspired to become. Every one of those desires was now concentrated in this silver bird. In the sweep of its wings lay the resolve to shatter every obstacle. In its effortless hover, the unshackled freedom. In the starlight of its eyes, the yearning for a vaster world. It was Regulus, or rather, the truest, purest part of him. Regulus didn't know what kind of Patronus this was. He had never seen a bird like it, nor found one in any book. But he could feel the perfect alignment between it and himself. Orion stood 3 paces back, frozen solid. He was staring at the silver bird, eyes wide, lips parted, wand nearly slipping from his fingers. This man, habitually composed, unfailingly cool, had shock and disbelief written across his face. Several seconds passed before he recovered his voice, and it trembled, a starry sky kite. Regulus turned. A what? A starry sky kite. Orion repeated, eyes still locked on the bird. A legendary magical creature. I thought they were long extinct, or purely fictional. He took 2 steps closer, wanting a better look, then hesitated, afraid of startling it. The starry sky kite turned its head. Silver-gray eyes regarded Orion, calm, without hostility, yet offering no warmth either. Only the most fragmentary records exist. Orion's voice was steadying, though he spoke faster than usual. The starry sky kite appears solely where magic is utterly pure. They feed on starlight. They can pierce through space. In flight, they need not beat their wings, they let space itself carry them. Their feathers can dispel dark magic. Their eyes can see through illusions. With every sentence, the resonance in Regulus's chest deepened. Fed on starlight, just as he practiced star-orbit meditation, guided by the heavens, aspiring to the stars. Piercing space, and he was studying spatial magic, striving to understand folding and warping. Flight without wing beats, his own pursuit was to understand rules, flow with rules, exploit rules. Dispelling dark magic, as he believed, power itself knew no good or evil, what mattered was how and why it was used. Seeing through illusions, he had always looked past the surface for the substance, refusing to be deceived by false glory or idle threats. This creature was simply the animal form of himself, or rather, the magical projection of his inner self. Regulus listened to his father's explanation, and something clicked. He tried an experiment, a thought flashing through his mind, go over there and look. The starry sky kite understood. Its form flickered, and it vanished from the spot. Regulus couldn't even sense where it had gone. The spatial ripple was too faint, too natural, leaving no trace at all. In the next instant, the kite appeared 100 meters away, above the open sea. There it hovered, the sinking sun behind it, its silver-white figure crisply outlined against the gold. Then it vanished again. When it reappeared, it was perched on a jutting rock at the far end of the cliff, gazing down at the waves battering the stone. Another thought, come back. The starry sky kite materialized before him, as though it had never left. It lifted its head. Silver-gray eyes met Regulus's own. In those eyes lay a depth bordering on sentience, as if it truly understood him, truly shared his mind. Orion watched, breathing quickening. He fought to maintain his outward composure, but his fingers were trembling and his cheeks flushed with excitement. This patriarch, the man who never flinched under the heaviest pressure at the Wiesengemot, looked, in this moment, like a child seeing magic for the first time. Dumbledore. He murmured. Dumbledore's Patronus is a phoenix. Regulus glanced at his father. The phoenix is a legendary tier magical creature. Orion continued, excitement barely suppressed. Reborn through fire. Tears that heal. A song that grants courage. Dumbledore's Patronus is a phoenix, everyone said it was a sign he would become a great wizard. He looked at Regulus, eyes ablaze with a brilliance his son had never witnessed. The starry sky kite, in lore, it stands on the same tier as the phoenix, perhaps rarer still. At least people have seen a phoenix. The starry sky kite exists only in the most ancient texts. Regulus, you. He was too overcome to finish, but the meaning was unmistakable. Regulus, too, would become a great wizard, great in the truest sense, the kind whose name endures in the annals of magical history. Orion was already thinking further ahead. When the day came for Regulus to step onto the public stage and display his power, should the Black family crest be redesigned? The twin stars and Sirius emblem had a long history, but it was rather ordinary. The starry sky kite would suit perfectly, carrying the weight of ancient legend and matching Regulus's essence. The thought was fleeting, far too early for that. Even so, he desperately wanted to see that day arrive. Regulus listened, pondering. The starry sky kite could traverse space the way a phoenix could, and might be even more adept at spatial magic. But for now he had only managed an initial corporeal Patronus, sustain its form, basic communication. That was all. Advanced applications of a Patronus were many. Message relay. Dementor dispersal. Reconnaissance. Combat support. Each required systematic practice. And since the starry sky kite possessed spatial abilities, perhaps even more specialized uses could be developed. Using it to train spatial magic. Sending it through otherwise impassable barriers for intelligence gathering. Having it appear behind an enemy mid-battle. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to speak with Dumbledore. When it came to the Patronus charm, Dumbledore ranked among the wizarding world's very best. He had surely developed extraordinary applications grounded in the Phoenix's nature. But the chance had to come naturally. Regulus was not Harry Potter, he would not be welcomed so readily. This was different from consulting a professor on a point of knowledge. He couldn't simply knock on the door uninvited. Still, opportunities would come. Orion took several deep breaths, forcing himself to cool down. Excitement was one thing, reality demanded consideration. He moved to Regulus's side, eyes on the still hovering kite, and lowered his voice. This Patronus, it would be best to keep it hidden for a couple of years. Regulus looked at his father, waiting for the reasoning, though he already had a fair idea. The Patronus charm is genuinely advanced, genuinely positive white magic. Orion explained. If you reveal it now, it may clash with the image Voldemort's side expects. They won't say it outright, but they'll think it, a black who excels at the Patronus charm is not one of us. Regulus nodded. Indeed, everything beautiful was fundamentally at odds with Voldemort. The Death Eaters and Voldemort exalted power, dominion, and fear. The Patronus charm stood for guardianship, hope, and positive emotion. The two were ideologically irreconcilable. He still needed to maneuver within Voldemort's sphere. Exposing this incompatibility too soon would be unwise. Regulus's mind jumped to Snape, his Patronus must have been kept hidden too. Otherwise he would never have used it to guide Harry Potter to the Sword of Gryffindor. That act was carried out to destroy one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Had Snape's Patronus been known, a single captured member of the hero's party would have been Snape's death sentence. Orion shifted tone and continued, of course, if you genuinely need it, use it. Don't court danger for the sake of concealment. Just one thing, when you do use it, disguise the extraordinary features. He pointed at the starry sky kite. Make it look like an ordinary hawk, the build is similar. Wings swept tighter, starlight dimmed, eye color deepened. A hawk is fine, it symbolizes wisdom and power, suits you well. Most people won't tell the difference. Regulus tested it and found it was indeed possible. A Patronus's basic form was fixed, but certain details could be adjusted, brightness, intensity. Making the starry sky kite pass for a silver-white hawk was entirely feasible. Understood. Regulus nodded earnestly. Orion relaxed. He trusted his son's judgment. Regulus turned his attention back to the kite. Another thought crossed his mind, he was probably destined to forego the animagus transformation. An animagus's animal form typically mirrored, or closely resembled, the wizard's Patronus. His was the starry sky kite. A legendary magical creature, obviously impossible to transform into. That meant future attempts at animagus training would either fail or produce something else entirely. On reflection, though, it wasn't much of a loss. The animagus transformation was useful but never indispensable. With the Patronus at his disposal, many of the same functions could be replicated. Moreover, a Patronus was a condensation of pure positive energy, it carried none of the risk of animal instincts bleeding through, the way an animagus form could. And the animagus process itself demanded enormous time, was laden with uncertainty, depended too heavily on the weather and on luck. One misstep, and it was back to square one. Besides, what was the appeal of turning into an animal? If he wanted an animal body, he could just use human transfiguration. The animagus, better off without it. Regulus flicked his wand gently. The starry sky kite dissolved into silver motes and vanished, though the air seemed to hold a lingering trace of warmth, like residual starlight. He committed today's feelings to memory. The awe at the cliff's edge as the sun went down. The elation of magic flowing in answer to his emotions. The soul-deep resonance of summoning the Patronus. None of it would alter his path. He would remain rational, calculating, meticulous, power was still the root pursuit. But something had changed. Magic was not merely a tool. It was part of his life. The world was worth admiring and experiencing. And he was a living person. Capable of wonder, of longing, of delight in beautiful things. That was fine. They portkeyed back to 12, Grimmauld Place. The battered teapot lid whirled them through spinning color and sound, depositing them in the entrance hall. Creature was already waiting, hot towel in one hand, steaming tea in the other. Welcome home, master. Young master. Orion took the towel, wiped his face, and told Regulus, tomorrow's the last day. Nocturne Alley to collect accounts. Rest early tonight. Regulus nodded, went upstairs, and returned to his room. He stood at the window gazing at London's nightscape. Compared to the grandeur of the Irish coast, the view here was thoroughly ordinary, streets, houses, lampposts, the occasional passing car. Today's experience had injected a first stroke of color into a world that until now had been black, white, and gray. Only a faint brush, but enough to teach him that the world was vast, and beautiful, and worth seeing. And he had time enough, and resolve enough, to climb high enough to see all the views he wished. The last day of Christmas break. The festive atmosphere had all but faded. Orion brought Regulus to the entrance of Nocturne Alley. Unlike Diagon Alley's tidy brick archway, the passage into Nocturne Alley squeezed between two leaning buildings. Its walls were stained an ugly brown by unidentifiable filth. The air carried a blend of mold, rot, and something sharp and chemical. Regulus followed his father in. The light died instantly. Alley walls were slick with damp, even without touching them, you felt the greasiness. Overhead hung a few battered oil lamps, flames jittering sickly green behind cracked glass, throwing jagged shadows. The ground was uneven. Puddles lay at staggered depths, their surfaces covered in an oily, iridescent film. About 20 paces in, the passage opened out. Nocturne Alley spread before them. An entirely different world from Diagon Alley, as though stepping from civilization into chaos. Buildings on both sides leaned against each other at crooked angles, walls carpeted in dark moss. Most windows were boarded up. The few with glass showed only heavy black curtains, revealing nothing of the interiors. The alley was narrow, barely room for 2 carriages abreast, its surface strewn with refuse. Splintered crates. Scattered burlap sacks. Rusted iron drums. Even a few skeletons of indeterminate animals. Foot traffic was sparse. Everyone wore dark robes, hoods pulled low, steps quick, keeping to the walls, avoiding eye contact. Regulus's perceptive gift sharpened acutely in this environment. He could feel the magical fluctuations radiating from the shops and passers-by. Most were turbid, disordered, flecked with the detritus of negative emotion. He felt a pang of absurdity. You had to stand in this alley in person to truly grasp the wizarding world's dark underbelly. Every description he'd read of black market dark arts trading in illicit goods fell short. Here, every brick, every measure of air, every corner was saturated with the essence of chaos and decay. The only rule was power. Whoever was strongest spoke, whoever was weakest disappeared. A person died here, and the body was likely dragged away and put to thorough use within moments. No one asked. No one cared. Like a rabbit eaten by a fox in the woods, natural law, nothing more. But what truly struck Regulus as absurd was this: every bit of it was illegal under British magical law. Everyone knew Nocturne Alley operated outside the law. The Ministry knew. The Wisengamot knew. Even Muggle families with a young witch or wizard probably heard from their children that there was a frightening place next to Diagon Alley. Yet Nocturne Alley endured. Centuries old, always here. The Ministry, or rather the wizarding establishment as a whole, tacitly accepted its existence. Proclaiming law supreme, order sacred, on one hand, while leaving this vast lawless zone beside the busiest commercial district on the other. Statutes spelled out clearly what was allowed and what wasn't, yet Nocturne Alley sat there like an open secret, a lie everyone recognized but nobody punctured. Brazen. Unashamed. A thought flashed through Regulus's mind: this is probably what politics looks like. The law's purpose seemed limited to a declaration: nothing here is legal. And that was that. Declaration in one column, enforcement in another. Regulus understood perfectly well why Nocturne Alley existed: it served a purpose. Pureblood families needed it to handle business that couldn't see the light. Dark wizards needed it for resources and intelligence. The Ministry needed a place to concentrate the hard-to-manage people, things, and affairs. Pack them all into Nocturne Alley, out of sight, out of mind. Britain being Britain, one might say. None of this troubled Regulus personally. As a wizard, as heir to the House of Black, he, too, would need Nocturne Alley to exist. Everyone needed it. Purebloods needed it. Half-bloods needed it. The Ministry needed it. Even the white wizards who championed justice probably needed it. There always had to be somewhere to handle the inconvenient things. This was the wizarding world's other ecology, the reverse side of order. Light and dark were never neatly separated. More often they coexisted, interpenetrated. Nocturne Alley was Diagon Alley's shadow. Without the shadow, the light's existence lost its meaning. In short, if it exists, it has its reasons. At that point Orion halted and murmured to Regulus: in here, use only your eyes. Don't speak. Above all, don't touch anything. Every item you see may carry a curse. Every patch of ground may conceal a trap. Every person you meet may harbor ill intent. His voice was level as he stressed: Nocturne Alley is the back face of order. There's only one rule here: survive. Everything else is noise. Regulus nodded. The first shop they entered had no sign, only a string of dried bats hanging from the door frame. Their eye sockets had been replaced with some sort of luminous red gem that, in the dim light, looked like dripping, bloodshot eyeballs. Inside was darker still. Most objects on the shelves were reduced to vague outlines, the shadows of bottles and jars barely discernible. Behind the counter stood a wizard so thin he might have been a skeleton, deep-set sockets, pallid skin, fingers elongated like bird talons. Seeing Orion, he split into a grin. Yellow-black teeth. Mr. Black. His voice was sandpaper on raw wood. This month's shipment is ready. The usual. He dragged a black leather case from beneath the counter and cracked it open. Regulus glimpsed dozens of glass jars packed inside in neat rows, each holding a preserved organ. Eyes. Hearts. Fingers. One jar even contained an entire fetal embryo, curled in murky liquid, skin so white it was translucent, veins clearly visible. Orion didn't touch the case. He handed over a coin bag heavy with galleons. The wizard took it, bounced it once, and nodded with satisfaction. Let me know in advance if you need something special next time. He sealed the case. Supplies tight these days, werewolves causing trouble, Ministry cracking down. Noted. Orion's reply was curt. He turned and left. Regulus followed, taking everything in, expression unchanged. The second shop sold dark arts artifacts. A few items gleamed in the display window. A wand carved from human bone, its shaft engraved with dense curse runes. A mirror that reflected the viewer's deepest fears, its frame assembled from infant skulls. A set of ritual daggers, blades crusted with dried blood, hilts inlaid with extracted memories of agony. The shopkeeper was a witch in black robes, face hidden behind a blank white mask. Only 2 eye holes, behind them, something glinted like twin wisps of ghost fire. She spotted Orion and extended a black-gloved hand, pointing at a pile of items in the corner draped in dark cloth. Orion walked over, lifted a corner, inspected it, nodded, and handed over another bag of galleons. The third shop was more concealed still, tucked at the dead end of a cul-de-sac. Again no sign, only a twisted symbol painted on the wall in blood. Orion stopped before the symbol and traced a reverse design in the air with his wand. The door slid open soundlessly. Inside, a small room. Chains and shackles covered the walls. Something half-human, half-beast was curled in the corner, possibly a hybrid of some creature and a person, or a failed transfiguration experiment. It saw the newcomers and let out a threatening growl, but the chains held it fast. A hunchbacked old wizard shuffled from an inner room, a thick ledger in his hands. "Mr. Black, this month's accounts." His voice was rough gravel. "There's been a hitch on the smuggling line, Aurors intercepted 2 shipments. Losses have to be factored in." Orion took the ledger, flipped through it, frowned. Why was it intercepted? Inside leak. The old wizard spat. "Already dealt with, but the cargo's gone. Don't let it happen again." Orion signed the book. "Next time, the losses come out of your end." As they left, Regulus noticed the half-beast creature in the corner staring fixedly at him, eyes tangled with hatred, pain, and something close to despairing plea. He looked away and followed his father out. Shop after shop. Regulus saw many things he'd previously encountered only in the dangerous volumes of the restricted section. Instruments for extracting souls. Candles rendered from infant fat. Pelts stripped from living magical creatures, still writhing. Crystal balls storing the tortured memories of strangers. Stacks of experimental records and results that violated every basic ethical standard. None of the Black family's Nocturne Alley contacts looked remotely respectable. The skeletal wizard in the first shop exuded a dense aura of death, the joints of his fingers showed corrosion from long exposure to preservation fluids. The masked witch in the second shop radiated chaotic, warped magical fluctuations, as though multiple strains of dark arts had been forcibly fused together. The hunchbacked old wizard in the third had cloudy yellow eyes, slit-thin pupils like a serpent's, and a gaze that perpetually appraised everyone as merchandise. Regulus understood, his father's purpose in bringing him to Nocturne Alley went far beyond inspecting family property. Orion wanted him to encounter the real wizarding world. Beyond Hogwarts classrooms and Diagon Alley shop fronts, there existed this, a brutal, dark, bloody, chaotic underbelly hidden behind the light. He wanted Regulus to know that wizard society was not only Quidditch and banquets but also smuggling rings, dark wizards, werewolves, illegal experiments, human trafficking, organ trades. All of it lay completely outside mainstream discourse, yet all of it was real. Some zones were gray, light and dark bleeding into each other, the line between legal and illegal blurred. Diagon Alley shops might quietly stock goods of dubious provenance. Nocturne Alley's dark wizards might operate under ministry umbrellas. But Regulus was no true child. He understood how societies worked. The Muggle world had slums, black markets, underground trades. The wizarding world had Nocturne Alley. Fundamentally, no difference. Both were the shadow beneath the light, the chaos beyond order. Even without prior exposure to this side of the wizarding world, the logic was universal: demand breeds supply, prohibition breeds black markets, law breeds loopholes. So he remained calm. No shock, no fear, and certainly no moral discomfort. He simply watched, observed with care, as though studying an unfamiliar ecosystem. Orion had been watching his son's reactions the whole time. From the moment they entered Nocturne Alley, he'd been tracking every flicker on Regulus's face. At the sight of organs floating in jars, the bone wand and the skull frame mirror, the chained half-beast in the corner, Regulus's expression had not shifted once. No discomfort. No revulsion. He simply looked. Orion felt relief, and, alongside it, a complex swirl of emotions. Of course he hoped his son's spirit was unyielding, unmoved by externals. In a place like Nocturne Alley, the faintest hint of softness or hesitation could become a fatal crack. Regulus's performance was flawless, calm, rational, focused. Exactly the bearing a black heir should possess. And yet, seeing his son face such darkness with such equanimity, Orion couldn't suppress a twinge of something deeper. An 11-year-old should still harbor innocent illusions about the world, should still believe in clear-cut good and evil, in the inevitability of justice. But Regulus had never been that way, not even as a small child. He saw too clearly. He thought too deeply. Long ago he'd grasped the world's complexity and reality's cruelty. It reminded Orion of yesterday's Patronus. The starry sky kite. A legendary creature symbolizing freedom, exploration, and the breaking of every barrier. It represented the brightest, most hopeful, most positive desires in the depths of Regulus's heart. Yet simultaneously, he could face Nocturne Alley's darkest, filthiest corners without a flicker, walking past jars of preserved organs, artifacts fashioned from human bone, as though strolling through a museum. Light and dark seemed to coexist within this child. Orion didn't know whether that was good or bad. But he was certain of one thing: Regulus would become a very, very exceptional wizard. Exceptional enough, perhaps, to surpass every ancestor the House of Black had ever produced. Exceptional enough, perhaps, for greatness. His estimation of his son rose yet again. Outstanding no longer sufficed. Emerging from the seventh shop, Regulus sensed something wrong. The alley was the same alley, dim, filthy, sparsely trafficked. But the air now carried several lines of sight, radiating undisguised malice. Those gazes came from different directions, sweeping back and forth across him and Orion. Regulus didn't immediately turn to look. He maintained his normal pace and posture, half a step behind his father, and let his magical perception radiate outward. In moments he'd pinpointed several positions. 10 meters ahead and to the left, behind a pile of abandoned crates, 2 magical signatures concealed there, faint and turbid. They'd used disillusionment charms, but the casting was shoddy. Their body outlines were still visible in the low light, edges showing distortion ripples detectable by the naked eye. When they moved, their footprints showed in the dust. Farther off, at the mouth of the alley, 2 more figures stood in the shadowed portico of a leaning building. One of them broadcast erratic, unstable magical waves, feral, bestial. Almost certainly a werewolf, and likely close to transformation. The other's magic ran colder. 4 people. Clearly a single team. 2 tailing at close range, 2 holding the far exit. A classic ambush formation. Regulus moved closer to Orion without betraying a thing and said quietly, "We're being followed." 4. 2 under disillusionment charms ahead and left. 2 at the alley mouth, one's likely a werewolf. Orion didn't break stride, didn't even turn his head, just gave the faintest nod. He'd known since they entered this side alley. Those gazes had stuck to them like flies. With decades of experience navigating the wizarding world, this caliber of surveillance was laughable, blatant, riddled with holes, failing even the most basic standards of concealment. Bottom feeders. Orion made his assessment. Almost certainly Nocturne Alley's lowest-rung dark wizards. Unable to land respectable work, unable to afford decent materials, reduced to lurking in backwater alleys, hoping a stray fat sheep would wander past. They probably couldn't even recognize him. Anyone with a shred of eye or experience would see the black family crest on his robe, see the face that appeared regularly in the Daily Prophet's Weisengamot section, and know this was not someone to cross. But since they couldn't tell, all the better. Waste not. They'd finished the last shop, an underground clinic trafficking in smuggled magical creature organs. The proprietor was a former St. Mungo's healer, expelled for illegal experimentation, now continuing his research in Nocturne Alley. As the shopkeeper saw them to the door, he dropped his voice, there are a few people outside who don't look right. They've been tailing you for 3 blocks. Want me to take care of it?" He turned a small blade between his fingers as he spoke, edge thin as cicada wings, glinting a watery blue in the faint light. "Clearly poisoned." Orion shook his head. "No need." He turned to Regulus. "You handle it." Regulus looked at his father, waiting. "This is a live combat opportunity. Rare." Orion's tone was as flat as if he were assigning homework. "Clueless bottom dwellers like this don't come along often. Even in Nocturne Alley, anyone with half a brain knows the head of House Black. Since these lot don't, they'll make perfect practice targets for you." He added, "Show restraint. Don't make too much noise. Nobody polices this place, but Aurors do patrol occasionally, getting spotted would be a nuisance." Regulus nodded. Privately, he'd been itching to try. Sparring with Orion, he always held something back, not from fear of hurting his father. At Orion's level, he probably couldn't manage that yet. Rather, some techniques were simply unsightly, unsuitable for use in a father and son practice bout. The dark spells he'd learned from the restricted section, for instance, those leaning toward torment and control. Or the transfiguration applications born from his understanding of material essence, bordering on insidious. But on Nocturne Alley dregs, they fit perfectly. The moment they stepped outside, the 4 stalkers visibly tensed. The 2 disillusioned shapes ahead left shrank deeper into shadow. At the far end of the alley, the werewolf's throat let out a low, guttural whine, the cold magic figure's fingers tightened on a wand. Regulus scanned his surroundings. This side alley was remote, secluded even by Nocturne Alley standards. Most buildings on either side were derelict, windows nailed shut, walls blanketed in dark moss, ground pitted with reeking puddles. No other pedestrians in sight. A few rats rummaged through a rubbish heap. A perfect arena. Regulus walked out alone, 10 paces from the shop, and stopped in the middle of the alley. He turned to face the corner piled with abandoned crates, voice level, "Come out. Your disillusionment charms are that bad, don't bother hiding." The 2 figures in the corner froze. 2 seconds later, the charms dropped. 2 wizards emerged from the shadows in tattered robes, faces wrapped in black cloth, only eyes showing. Wands already in hand, tips trained on Regulus. "Smart kid." The tall one on the left spoke, voice like gravel. "Hand over the money and everything valuable. Then scram." The stocky one on the right added, "Your old man too." "All of it." Regulus had no patience for talk. He raised his right hand, wand sliding into his palm, and attacked immediately. A spell drove into the ground at their feet. Blasting curse. Silent, yet the magic pouring from his wand tip was savage. The waterlogged craters in the pavement detonated, hurling filthy water and stone fragments at the 2 wizards like shrapnel rain. Instinct drove their arms up to shield themselves. Regulus shifted half a step left, toe tapping the ground, his entire body gliding as though weightless. His wand traced 3 arcs in the air, 3 spells launched almost simultaneously, each on a distinct trajectory. The first, a binding curse. Magic condensed mid-air into translucent rope studded with barbed thorns. Once coiled around a target, every struggle drove the barbs deeper, they also drained blood continuously. The ropes lunged at the tall wizard. The second, a severing curse. Magic compressed into a blade thin as paper, its edge vibrating at ultra-high frequency, emitting a near-inaudible shriek. This variant didn't merely cut flesh, it severed magical flow, making wounds virtually impossible to heal. The spinning blade shot toward the stocky wizard's wand hand. The third was the most covert. It struck the wall behind the pair. On impact, the stone surface rippled like water, the entire wall began to melt and reshape. Its surface transformed into mirror-smooth glass reflecting the 2 wizards' backs. The tall wizard saw the rope flying at him and dodged backward on instinct, slamming into the wall that had become a mirror. The instant he touched the surface, it seized his body, enveloping him. No matter how he thrashed, the glass merely rippled, it would not release. In that split second, the rope coiled around his left leg. Barbs sank into flesh and began drawing blood. The tall wizard screamed, tried to sever the rope with his wand, but the stocky wizard was already in worse shape. The severing blade was blindingly fast. The stocky wizard barely managed to raise his wand. The shield charm incantation was only half formed when the blade sliced across his right wrist. Just a hair-thin red line. But the stocky wizard's entire right hand went dead. His wand clattered to the ground. The red line at the wrist began seeping fine beads of blood. My hand. The stocky wizard clutched his wrist, voice soaked in terror, and let out a piercing howl, "Aff." At the far end of the alley, the werewolf and the cold magic wizard saw their companions crushed in an instant and charged. The werewolf dropped to all fours, speed explosive, the whine in its throat swelling into a bestial snarl. It couldn't manage a full transformation, but its teeth were already lengthening, nails extending and blackening, eyes flooding with red. The cold wizard circled to the flank, wand sweeping through a long, gnarled incantation. A dozen black ice spikes crystallized in the air, tips aimed at Regulus. With a flick of the wizard's wand, they fired in volley. Regulus didn't even look at them. His left hand swept out to the side. An invisible barrier unfolded in the air. The ice spikes slammed into it, and their trajectories wrenched sideways, every one skimming past his flank and burying into the far wall, detonating into bursts of black frost. Simultaneously, his right hand pointed his wand at the charging werewolf. Transfiguration, target, the air the creature was breathing. When the werewolf was still 10 meters out, the faintest silver glow flickered at Regulus's wand tip. The werewolf opened wide and sucked in a huge lungful for its final charge. Chest expanding. Waiting for oxygen to enter the bloodstream. Nothing happened. The inhaled air might as well have been void, incapable of any reaction with lung tissue. Oxygen deprivation widened its eyes, veins webbing the whites. Its sprint faltered, limbs began to buckle. But a werewolf's magic resistance genuinely outclassed an ordinary wizard's. Even untransformed, the body's resilience held. On feral instinct alone, it pushed on, right claw extended, lunging for Regulus's throat. Regulus stood his ground. His left hand traced a line before him. Clang! A sharp ring of metal on metal exploded. Silver-white light flared across the air in front of Regulus. Of 5 blackened nails, the longest snapped at the root. The remaining 4 cracked, their tips shattering off, spinning as dark streaks through the air before clattering onto the flagstones. The werewolf's entire right paw wrenched backward, a clean crack of breaking bones sounded from the wrist. It screamed and lurched away, cradling the ruined paw. Thick, dark red blood dripped from the fingertips, each drop spattering the flagstones into tiny scarlet flowers. Agony compounded by the prior oxygen debt, it could no longer stay upright. The werewolf collapsed to its knees, both hands braced on the ground, mouth gaping for air. But every breath was still useless. Violent exertion had burned through its oxygen reserves. The body convulsed uncontrollably. Its face shifted red to blue to purple, eyeballs bulged, the throat produced a rattling, death-like rasp. Regulus watched quietly, then flicked his wand again. The werewolf suddenly found it could breathe. It gulped air greedily, lungs expanding, oxygen flooding the bloodstream, the dizziness receding. It lay face down, gasping like a drowning man hauled from the water, each inhale driven to its absolute limit, each exhale trembling with the aftershock of survival. But the werewolf didn't notice. The air it was drawing in, after completing gas exchange, after the carbon dioxide was expelled, left behind residual waste in the alveoli that had begun to change. The material was transitioning from gas to solid, from formless to physical. Into tiny crystalline particles, edges sharp, hardness approaching quartz. Essentially the same debris from the ground moments earlier, only finer, with keener edges. The first wave of stabbing pain arrived on the 10th breath. The werewolf coughed violently, trying to expel the foreign bodies, but the crystals had already embedded in the alveolar walls. Every cough drove them deeper. It felt as though its lungs had been packed with crushed glass, every breath accompanied by a tearing agony. Regulus released his transfiguration hold. The werewolf kept coughing. Fresh air was normal again, but the crystals already inside remained, and would stay. Unless removed by magic or surgery, but a nocturne alley werewolf could obviously afford neither. It lay prone, spitting blood-streaked saliva, the pain curling its body into a ball, both hands clawing at its chest, nails gouging into skin. Regulus observed calmly, satisfied. This was the point of live combat, to validate theory. The cold wizard saw the werewolf go down and blanched. He whipped his wand, summoning a dozen black shadow tentacles from the ground. They crawled from the darkness, surfaces covered in suckers, each sucker lined with tiny teeth. The tentacles converged on Regulus from every angle, cutting off every evasion route. They moved with startling speed, reaching him in a blink. Regulus stood where he was. Left hand swept casually, the gesture as simple as brushing dust from his eyes. Magic surged from within. His entire body became a source of light, silver-white radiance seeping through his skin, forming a gentle yet absolutely impenetrable barrier before him. The shadow tentacles struck the barrier and sizzled. Every portion that touched the silver-white glow began to disintegrate, from solid to shade, from shade to nothing at all. One after another, all dozen tentacles dissolved in under 2 seconds, without leaving a trace. The cold wizard's eyes went wide. Terror, for the first time. He tried to retreat, but his legs were locked to the ground. "That's impossible." His words died unfinished. Regulus apparat and materialized directly in front of him. He stowed his wand. Right index finger extended, its tip condensing a point of searing scarlet light, vivid in the dim alley. The Cruciatus Curse. Regulus would never cast it with his own wand, certainly not at a living person. Not yet, at any rate. His fingertip reached toward the cold wizard's forehead. The scarlet light flowed from the tip, burrowed through skin and skull, and sank straight into the brain. The cold wizard's body seized rigid. Eyes bulged to their limits, almost out of the sockets, pupils contracted to pinpoints, irises laced with livid veins. Every muscle in his face convulsed. Mouth wrenched sideways, left eyelid twitching wildly. Under the skin, something like tiny waves rippled, as though countless insects crawled between flesh and bone. He tried to scream. The vocal cords seemed utterly locked, not a sound emerged, only a faint clicking deep in the throat. Saliva spilled from the corner of his mouth, running down his chin, darkening the front of his black robe with wet stains. Regulus held the posture for 3 seconds. 3 seconds during which the full tidal agony of the Cruciatus flooded through the cold wizard's body, every nerve shrieking, every bone being ground, every cell burning. Then Regulus withdrew his finger. The scarlet glow faded from the tip. The cold wizard collapsed. His body jerked in spasms, limbs convulsing irregularly, fingers curling into claw-like rictus. Drool, mucus, and tears smeared across his face. His eyes had lost focus, staring blankly at the leaden sky, pupils dilated, consciousness shattered. Regulus looked down at his right hand. No mark on the fingertip. Skin smooth, nails neatly trimmed. The scarlet light might as well have been a hallucination. A textbook Cruciatus. Excellent results. The Cruciatus was unforgivable, certainly, but not hard to cast. Harry Potter had managed it on Bella in 5th year, how was he any less capable? Regulus scanned the battlefield in a quick sweep. For hostiles, all combat ineffective. Start to finish, the fight had lasted under 2 minutes. Regulus stood in the center of the alley. Breathing even. Robe immaculate. Not a hair out of place. Orion stood in the shop doorway, hands clasped behind his back, watching in silence. From the moment Regulus stepped out alone to the moment all 4 went down, he'd seen every detail. He was satisfied. Regulus's combat performance exceeded expectations. Magical technique polished, spell application versatile, environmental exploitation sharp, timing impeccable, and a cold-hearted decisiveness well beyond what he'd anticipated. Yet Orion hadn't relaxed his guard. He kept his attention locked on the 4 downed figures, especially the cold wizard who'd taken the Cruciatus. The Cruciatus inflicted agony, but it didn't necessarily annihilate fighting capacity. Some wizards, with specialized training, could even counterattack while enduring it. Complacency leading to capsize happened everywhere, especially in Nocturne Alley. Regulus stood in the middle of the alley, studying his handiwork. The tall wizard still struggling feebly, movements growing weaker as the barbed rope drained the bulk of his blood. The stocky wizard cradling his severed wrist, eyes glazed, mouth muttering incoherently. The werewolf on its knees, every breath racked by violent coughing, spittle threaded with blood. The cold wizard splayed on the ground, body twitching at intervals, eyes aimed skyward, pupils blown. He waited about 10 seconds, then looked toward the shop doorway, toward Orion. His father stood exactly as before, hands behind his back, no approach, no word. Just watching. Regulus understood the message. Combat was not the entire objective. His father also wanted to see how he handled downed enemies. How he dealt with prisoners. How he assessed remaining threat. How he reached a verdict. These, too, were part of live combat, arguably the more important part. Fair enough. Regulus raised his wand again, tip aimed at the nearest body, the cruciatus shattered cold wizard. He drew a deep breath and, in a clear, steady, emotionless voice, spoke the incantation, Avada Kedavra. Green light gathered at the wand tip. But the instant before it could fire, with a soft crack of displaced air, Orion appeared at Regulus's side. His right hand rose, catching Regulus's wand wrist, and pressed down. The green bolt went wide, skimming the cold wizard's shoulder, striking the wall behind. The point of impact turned ash-gray on contact, then blew apart. Orion held the wrist. He turned to look at his son, eyes full of bewilderment and barely disguised shock. Is there something wrong with this child? The killing curse? He didn't care where the boy had learned it, books abounded, and so did the books. What baffled him was how Regulus could be so decisive. Then he saw Regulus's expression. Something faintly teasing, almost amused. Those gray eyes glinted. The corner of his mouth curved in nearly imperceptible arc. Orion blinked, then understood. He'd been played. Regulus had never intended to kill with the killing curse. Much less with his own wand. The casting motion, the spoken incantation, the gathering green light, all real. But performed strictly for his father's benefit. No deeper motive. Just fun. The killing curse, after all, so long as it wasn't aimed at a person, a bit of practice never hurt. Orion released his grip. His face returned to its usual blank state, though inside he was, just a little, pleased. His son had actually pranked him. In 11 years, this was the first time. Regulus was too mature, too composed, too unlike a child. A fleeting glimpse of age-appropriate mischief, even expressed this way, felt, to Orion, just right. The killing curse isn't meant to be used like that. Orion kept his voice deliberately neutral. I know. Regulus pocketed his wand, thought a moment, then offered an explanation. The family library has records. So does the Hogwarts restricted section. If you want to learn it, you can. Besides, the spell itself isn't hard. The hard part is having the resolve to kill. Orion didn't argue. The killing curse was, in truth, not especially esoteric magic. Its power depended more on the caster's magical strength and intent to kill. A hesitant heart would blunt the effect dramatically, at most producing a nosebleed. He was merely curious, or rather, perplexed. If I hadn't intervened, would you really have killed him? Regulus looked at the still twitching cold wizard on the ground. A few seconds of silence. On this question, he decided to tell his father the truth. I have no qualms about killing. But I wouldn't use the killing curse for it. Not right now, at least. The killing curse draws too much attention. Regulus held up his wand and examined it. Especially with one's own wand. Too much hassle. He went on, besides, there are far too many ways to kill. Without magic, physical means, snap the neck, puncture the heart, sever the artery. With magic but no dark arts, transfigure the air in his lungs into poison gas. Turn the blood in his veins to mercury. A well-placed impact spell. A fall from a great height. The environment works just as well, detonate an explosive, engineer a collapse. You don't even need to lift a finger, just leave him here. Someone always needs experimental material. With each method listed, Orion's eyes narrowed another fraction. He was studying the thinking pattern behind his son's words: cold, rational, pragmatic, no consideration of morality, only efficiency and risk. Classic pure-blood wizard reasoning, yet more lucid than most. Certain pure-blood houses like to claim the mantle of righteousness, as though their status and Wisengamot seats had been won through love and peace. Then if I hadn't appeared, Orion pressed, how would you have handled these four? Regulus turned to his father and answered with a question: does our family deal in human-related trade? Orion regarded him steadily. A long pause before he spoke: yes. Nocturne Alley has 3 clinics and 2 alchemical labs under us. They need materials on a regular basis. Primarily dark wizards, werewolves, vampires, types unprotected by law. Seeing no change in Regulus's expression, Orion added, occasionally muggles. Regulus nodded. He said nothing more, but the implication was crystal clear. Orion didn't press further. He wasn't surprised by his son's attitude. He himself had no qualms about killing. As patriarch of the House of Black, as a man who had navigated the wizarding elite for decades, his hands could not possibly be clean. The Nocturne Alley enterprises, some he tacitly permitted, some he directly controlled, some he had set up from the ground. He simply didn't want Regulus to take a life with his own hands so young. Not a question of morality, a question of psychology. Killing was different the first time. Different the 100th time. Different again the 1000th. The first left a mark, something carved into the soul. Orion had hoped Regulus would grow a little more, wait until his inner framework was sturdier, more settled, before crossing that line. But it appeared Regulus might already have crossed it. That crossing didn't necessarily require an actual killing. It sprang from cognition. Perhaps, in Regulus's mind, killing wasn't sacred or taboo, merely an option, a means, a method of solving a problem. Like using a knife on vegetables, fire to boil water. Natural. Ordinary. Not worth investing with excess meaning. Whether that was good or bad, hard to say. But Regulus could summon a Patronus. That meant there was nothing to worry about. Orion gave the 4 bodies one last look, then flicked his wand. For precise stunning spells struck their foreheads, knocking them completely unconscious. Another flick, the 4 floated off the ground and drifted along behind him. Come on. He gestured to Regulus. Time to go home. They left the side alley and returned to Nocturne Alley's main street. Foot traffic was still sparse, everyone head down, hustling. Nobody spared a thought for the 4 unconscious bodies floating in their wake. The odd passerby glanced, spotted the black crest on Orion's robe, and immediately looked away, pretending to have seen nothing. Such was Nocturne Alley's law: mind your own business if you want to live long. They deposited the 4 bodies at a shop, then walked toward the darkened passage at Nocturne Alley's exit. Orion paused and said, today's events, don't mention them to your mother. Regulus shot him a mildly puzzled look, then nodded after a beat. Of course. One more thing. Orion thought a moment. We visit Nocturne Alley several times a year. From now on, come along. Watch. Learn. But don't act rashly. Some things, knowing is enough. You don't have to do them yourself. Understood. They emerged from the passage and stood before the clean brick wall of Diagon Alley. Sunlight poured down, warm, bright. The air was fresh and clean, children's laughter drifted from nearby. Compared to Nocturne Alley's dim, squalid underworld, this place was paradise. By the time they returned from Nocturne Alley to 12, Grimmauld Place, dusk had settled. The hearth blazed in welcome. Creature took Orion's robe, then unfastened the clasp of Regulus's cloak, quick, practiced movements. Dinner was served in the dining room. The long table was laden with dishes Walburga had personally overseen. Lamb cutlets browned to gold. Snails in cream sauce gratined to perfection. A mound of mashed potato. And Regulus's favorite, pumpkin pie. Candlelight danced beneath the crystal chandelier, silver cutlery cast soft reflections. Walburga sat at the head of the table, eyes never leaving Regulus. She watched him cut his lamb, sip his soup, eat his pie, pride and worry mingling on her face almost to overflowing. Back to school tomorrow. Walburga sliced her own cutlet, the cutlery clinking crisply against porcelain. Everything packed. All packed. Regulus swallowed a bite and looked up at his mother. Take care of yourself at school. Don't just bury yourself in studying. Concern warmed her voice. You're still growing, eat when you should eat, sleep when you should sleep. The coursework isn't hard for you, no need to push yourself. Her tone shifted. That said, fight for what needs fighting. A black cannot fall behind. If anyone gets out of line, put them in their place. Show them what our family is made of. Regulus listened quietly, nodding here and there. He was long accustomed to his mother's contradictory exhortations, one breath urging rest or the body, the next demanding he uphold the family honor without easing up. After dinner, Orion went to his study to handle paperwork. Regulus followed. When he knocked and entered, Orion was standing at the window, gazing at the street outside. Hearing the door, he turned. Seeing Regulus, he pointed to the chair facing the desk. Sit. Regulus sat and organized his thoughts. Father. He was direct. About the Malfoy situation, I'd like to share a few observations. Orion returned to his desk chair, hands clasped on the surface, and waited. Abraxas Malfoy, how is his health? Regulus asked. Saw him at a gathering not long ago. Seemed in good spirits. Orion said. Getting on in years, though, the usual minor ailments. Why do you ask? Just a thought. Regulus's tone was even. If old Malfoy were to meet with some misfortune, illness, injury, or worse, what happens to the Malfoy family? Orion's eyes narrowed. Have you heard something? No rumors. Regulus shook his head. Merely conjecture. Among the pureblood families, the Malfoys are riding highest right now. Old Malfoy is a shrewd operator, he's built the house to its zenith. But perhaps, that isn't necessarily a good thing. Regulus watched his father's expression, and seeing no intervention, continued. Especially under current conditions. Voldemort needs loyal followers, not hard-to-control allies. A family that is too powerful and too independently minded may not suit his purposes. Orion leaned forward slightly. What are you implying? I'm not implying, I'm speculating. Regulus shook his head. Let's assume it happens. If old Malfoy truly met with an accident, who benefits most? Lucius would take over the family, but he's too young, too inexperienced, and far less deft than his father. At that point, what does the Malfoy family become? A house with wealth but insufficient strength and judgment, a tool far easier to control and exploit. He looked at Orion. Which Malfoy would Voldemort prefer? The elder, shrewd but not fully within his grasp. Or Lucius, far more pliable? The study fell silent. Orion's fingers tapped softly on the desk. He was thinking. That's a dangerous speculation, and a bold one. Abraxas has been Voldemort's public supporter, the two have worked together for years. There's no reason to dash. No reason. Regulus cut in and offered an argument. Principal contradictions and secondary contradictions transform into each other. The principal and secondary aspects of a contradiction likewise shift. Right now the principal contradiction may be pure blood versus mixed blood. But once that stage is reached, internal consolidation of power will become the new principal contradiction. Orion's head snapped up. He stared at Regulus. In those eyes, shock, doubt, and a complex tangle of emotions impossible to name. His lips moved, about to speak, then he swallowed the words. A long pause before he finally replied, voice low even in privacy, where did you read that book? This time it was Regulus who was caught off guard. He hadn't expected Orion to recognize the reference. He'd quoted it unconsciously, feeling the theory was the most concise way to articulate his logic, but never imagining his father would understand. Just something I picked up. Regulus said vaguely. Political philosophy. Some interesting perspectives. Orion studied him for a long time, then shook his head, an expression on his face very close to awe. His works are incisive, indeed. His tone softened, touched with reminiscence. I stumbled on them in a Muggle bookshop when I was young. At the time they simply seemed novel. But after years of experience, revisiting those ideas, I finally understood why certain people could accomplish great things. An odd feeling surged through Regulus. He hadn't expected that in this magical world, in a pure-blood supremacist house of black, his father had read those books, and grasped their value. The thought passed in a flash. Orion steered back to the subject. Your conjecture, what probability? I don't know. Regulus said honestly. Perhaps 30%. Perhaps 50%. But with something like this, even a 1% chance should be treated as a certainty. If Abraxas truly meets with misfortune, it means the wind has changed. The wind. Orion's eyes narrowed as he repeated the word. From cooperation to control. Regulus said. From courting allies to purging dissent. Old Malfoy's death, if it truly happens that way, will be a signal. Telling every pure-blood house, submit completely, or be eliminated. No middle ground. Orion was silent for a long while. He walked to the bookshelf, pulled out a heavy genealogy, and turned to the pages recording modern family ties. His finger traced the Malfoy entry, then paused at the Black family's position. If it really goes the way you describe, he asked, voice low and measured, what should we do? Wait. Regulus's tone was resolute. Wait for it to happen. Wait for Lucius to inherit. Wait for him to feel the pressure. Wait for him to realize that money alone isn't enough, that he needs genuine allies. Then we make our move. He added, Narcissa is my cousin. That tie makes the Malfoys and the Blacks natural allies. It's just that while old Malfoy was in charge, the two houses dealt as equals. Under Lucius, we can offer what he needs. What, exactly? Orion asked, though he already understood his son's intent. Wisdom. Experience. Strength. Connections. Regulus said. And most importantly, how to preserve a family through the storm. These are things Lucius doesn't have now, and likely never will on his own. We do. Orion closed the genealogy and returned it to the shelf. He walked back behind his desk and looked at Regulus, a faint gleam of pride in his eyes. Lucius, as a person, Orion began slowly, is sharp, socially adept. But as you say, he lacks his father's depth of foresight. He tends to pursue immediate benefit over long-term positioning. From a family standpoint, he hasn't done anything too egregious, at least not publicly. But, he continued, last year the ministry proposed a magical creature protection bill. It would have passed. Lucius spent 10,000 galleons lobbying it down. The reason? Several families were smuggling those creatures and offered him a cut. There was also a Muggle-born ministry employee up for promotion. Lucius sabotaged it behind the scenes. The person was eventually forced to resign. No real reason, just felt that a Muggle-born shouldn't climb that high. Orion shook his head. These things are neither huge nor trivial. In pure-blood circles they'd even be praised as looking after one's own. But stack enough of them up, and eventually they plant a hazard somewhere. Regulus nodded. Which is exactly why he needs allies. One person's mistakes carry consequences, a group's mistakes spread the cost. You understand a great deal. Orion had no idea how his son had acquired this kind of thinking. Magical education certainly didn't foster it. This was pure intellect, nothing to do with magic. The conversation had gone deep enough. Orion indicated he would keep an eye on the Malfoy situation and begin appropriate preparations. He told Regulus, go rest. School starts tomorrow. Right. Regulus left the study. Back in his room, Regulus felt unexpectedly stirred. The conversation had resonated. A rare ripple in his composure. He sat at his desk, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness descend into the deepest reaches of his mind. Star orbit meditation engaged, the vast celestial imagery smoothed away the clutter of thought. Once his equilibrium was fully restored, he opened his eyes and turned to practical matters. Everything that could be said about the Malfoys had been said. His father would handle it. What demanded his attention now was something more concrete, advancing his strength. Half a day remained of the holiday. Enough for one task, obtaining his second legacy. The first, nature magic, had opened a new direction but lacked immediate combat utility. He needed something effective in live combat right away. Spatial magic fit perfectly, and the family legacies happened to contain just such a discipline. The spatial anchoring charm. Regulus rose and headed for the family vault. By now he had access to most of the household's restricted areas. He met no obstacles. He pushed open the black obsidian door and entered the spacious, solemn chamber. On the stone dais, a dozen odd memory orbs glimmered faintly silver under the magical torchlight. His fingers touched the cold sphere. A torrent of memory and magic flooded into his consciousness. The ancestor who left this legacy had lived in the 14th century, an era when spatial magic research reached a pinnacle. Her spatial anchoring charm was not, at its core, an offensive or defensive spell. It was stabilization magic for spatial structures. The principle, plant invisible magical anchor points in the void, fixing the surrounding space's framework. Two effects. First, resist apparition ambushes, unlike the modern anti-apparition ward. Within anchor range, space became extraordinarily viscous. Forcing an apparition in was like leaping into setting concrete, movement drastically slowed, often failing outright. Second, stabilize spatial structure, countering spells that tried to twist, tear, expand, or fold space, severely blunting their effect. In the memories, Regulus watched his ancestors' combat footage. Facing a dark wizard who specialized in apparition ambushes, she first laid 3 spatial anchors around herself. When the enemy attempted to apparate behind her, his body materialized only to jam in mid-air, trapped as though mired in invisible quicksand. A single severing curse from her finished the fight. In another scene, an adversary tried to use spatial distortion magic to rend her apart. But the anchors held the surrounding framework firm, the distortion occurred only beyond anchor range. She stood at the center, unscathed. The legacy memory immersion lasted roughly half an hour. When Regulus withdrew his fingers, fine beads of sweat dotted his brow. Absorbing 2 legacies in quick succession taxed the mind heavily. He could feel a dull throbbing deep in his consciousness, as though too much had been crammed in, needing time to settle and integrate. But he already understood the core principle of spatial anchoring. Drive a knot of magic into the spatial fabric, making that region of space stable, rigid, nearly immovable. Anchor placement was freely chosen. Quantities could be stacked. Coverage could be adjusted. In theory, with enough anchors laid densely enough, one could create a zone in which spatial magic was entirely forbidden. House elves and port keys would both falter. Whether a phoenix could still slip through, unknown. But the starry sky kite would struggle. Regulus left the vault and returned to his room. He sat on the edge of his bed, letting the knowledge settle. Too much content, it needed time to organize. Outside the window, London's night skyline lay tranquil. In the distance, Big Ben tolled 10 o'clock, the chimes filtering through the magical barrier, muffled and lingering. Regulus lay back and closed his eyes. The past days replayed in his mind. Nocturne Alley's darkness. The crucible of live combat. The conversation with his father. The acquisition of the second legacy. Every experience had pushed him forward. Everyone had sharpened his edge. The holiday was over. Tomorrow, back to Hogwarts. Sleep. The Hogwarts Express pulled into the station at 4 in the afternoon. Regulus carried his trunk off the train. The platform was packed with returning students, the din rose like a tide. He walked with Avery and Alex toward the carriage stand. The carriages appeared to move on their own, nothing visible between the shafts. But Regulus knew Thestrals were there. He couldn't see them. Only those who had witnessed death could see a Thestral. Regulus had never watched anyone die. So all he saw were empty harness poles and carriages rolling forward on their own, wheels crunching over gravel. He found that somewhat regrettable. Thestrals held special significance in magical literature. They could fly. They could pierce storms and darkness, breach magical barriers, and, by some accounts, even shift briefly through space. More importantly, they carried symbolic weight. Only those who had confronted death, who had accepted the truth of mortality, could perceive them. Perhaps the symbolism itself was a metaphor: break through the shackles of perception, attain a deeper understanding, and you would see what others could not. In the wizarding world, symbol and image were sometimes magic itself. Regulus climbed into a carriage. Several Slytherin students were already seated. Avery started talking the moment he sat down, voice pitched deliberately loud so everyone in the compartment could hear. "You have no idea what the Malfoy gathering was like over the holidays." He wore an expression that screamed, "I know a secret but I can't quite say it outright," eyes bright. So many families attended. The scale, incredible. Lucius Malfoy received guests personally. Old Mr. Malfoy was there too, though he only made a brief appearance. Every word implied, I was at an important event. He glanced at Regulus periodically, seeking validation, flaunting that he belonged to the same circle. Regulus listened quietly, nodding now and then. Hermes sat in the corner, silent. He was more withdrawn than before the holiday, face pale, faint blue-black smudges under his eyes. His whole person radiated, "Stay away." Alex sat beside Regulus, listening to Avery, his face growing pallid. He hadn't attended the gathering, just a minor branch of the Rosier family, but he had a vague sense of what it represented. Pure blood alignment. Voldemort's forces mustering. Hearing Avery lay out the details, he felt afraid. Regulus noticed several senior students eyeing Avery with barely concealed contempt. They said nothing, simply looked away, pretending to watch the scenery. Regulus understood, it wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but that age had taught them to keep things to themselves. In private, they likely gossiped far more enthusiastically than Avery. The carriages passed through the Hogwarts gates, rolled down the long drive, and halted before the castle. Students filed out and streamed into the brightly lit Great Hall. The start-of-term feast was underway. The long tables were laden with food. The ceiling had been enchanted into a starry sky, candles drifted overhead, shedding warm light. Dumbledore sat in the center of the staff table, his silver beard gleaming in the candlelight. Once every student was seated, Dumbledore rose. "Welcome back." His voice, warm and resonant, filled the hall. "Did you enjoy your holiday? I hope you all got adequate rest, because we have a great deal of work ahead." His gaze swept the 4 house tables, wherever it traveled, noise dipped. "Learning magic is not merely mastering incantations," Dumbledore said. "It is understanding our relationship with this world. Why do we use magic? For what purpose? In whose interest? These are questions I hope you will consider alongside your studies." He raised his goblet. "To the new term. To the pursuit of knowledge. To the things that make us better people, cheers." A chorus of cheers echoed through the hall. Regulus lifted his pumpkin juice goblet and took a sip. Dumbledore's words were not especially veiled. The message was plain, he was reminding students that magic had a higher calling, beyond rivalry, beyond family prestige. He was planting the seeds of kindness, justice, and responsibility. Regulus ate his roast chicken in silence. He understood Dumbledore's stance and respected the conviction behind it. But he had his own path to walk, one that might not entirely match Dumbledore's expectations. That was all right. Everyone had to answer for their own choices. After the feast, students returned to their respective common rooms. In the Slytherin common room, silver-green decorations glinted coldly in the firelight. Narcissa stood by the hearth chatting with a few 7th-year girls. Seeing Regulus enter, she gave him a nod. Regulus walked over. "Cousin." "Regulus." Narcissa smiled. "How was your holiday?" "Good." Regulus said. "Met a lot of people. Learned a few new things." They exchanged a few brief pleasantries, surface-level courtesies. Then Lucretius Borgin approached. The Slytherin prefect wore crisply pressed robes and a polished smile. He inclined his head slightly to Narcissa. "Forgive the intrusion, Narcissa, might I borrow Regulus for a moment?" Narcissa nodded. "Of course." Then she turned and glided gracefully away. Lucretius led Regulus to a quieter corner of the common room. "I saw you in Nocturne Alley during the holiday." Lucretius came straight to the point, voice deliberately lowered, as though sharing a confidence. "With your father. Inspecting the shops." Regulus nodded. Said nothing. They hadn't been hiding, being noticed was perfectly normal. "Next time you go, stop by our shop." Lucretius extended the invitation. "Borgin and Burke's, 13B Nocturne Alley. We have a few things you might find interesting." Regulus understood. The Borgin family was extending goodwill, not angling for recruitment but, in keeping with old Borgin style, cultivating a friendly connection. Besides, Borgin and Burke's was one of Nocturne Alley's largest dark artifact dealers. The shop was bound to hold plenty of treasures. "I'll visit during the holiday." No hesitation, a definite yes. Lucretius smiled, patted his shoulder, and left. Regulus stood where he was, a thought flashing through his mind. Was the vanishing cabinet already in old Borgin's shop? That pair of cabinets linking Hogwarts and Nocturne Alley would become an important piece down the line. But it was still early. Draco Malfoy hadn't even been born. No rush. By the time he reached the dormitory, it was nearly 11. Avery was still regaling Alex with holiday exploits, though Alex clearly wanted no part of it. Hermes had already drawn his bed curtains. Faint, unsteady magical fluctuations leaked through, dark arts, but not deeply dark. Regulus didn't join the conversation. He washed up and lay straight down. Eyes closed, consciousness descending inward. Star orbit meditation engaged. The 4 stars of Orion kindled in his mind, silver-white light tracing the constellation's outline, magic circulating along the stars' orbital paths. Tonight felt different. A dull throb pulsed in the depths of his consciousness, as though his mind had been packed too full, not yet fully digested. 2 legacies absorbed in quick succession, the mental strain was greater than he'd anticipated. Nature magic involved understanding the essence of life. The spatial anchoring charm involved mastery of spatial structure. Both were advanced magic, demanding vast knowledge reserves and fine-tuned magical control. The information had rushed into his consciousness like floodwater, needing time to be slowly absorbed, understood, integrated. Regulus could feel it, attempting a 3rd legacy right now would almost certainly fail. His mind was approaching saturation. Forcing more ancestral memories in would, at best, result in cognitive confusion and incomprehension, at worst, mental damage and scrambled memory. Rest intervals were essential. The ancestors had sealed a lifetime's knowledge into crystals not for descendants to gulp down all at once. That would be like eating an entire year's food in a single meal, death by overfilling was the only outcome. Legacies needed digestion. Needed practice. Needed the conversion of someone else's experience into one's own understanding. That process could not be rushed. Regulus adjusted the meditation's rhythm, letting his magic flow more gently. He no longer chased rapid advancement, instead focusing on consolidating existing foundations. The 4-star model needed greater stability. The magical cycle, smoother flow. The mental barrier, greater resilience. Once his mind had fully recovered, once nature magic and the spatial anchoring charm were properly digested, he'd attempt to ignite the 5th star of the star orbit meditation. That would be a new breakthrough. But it was a matter for later. Right now, he needed rest. Regulus lay in the dark, letting consciousness sink into the orbit of stars. The new term had begun. At breakfast, Avery was still rattling on about the holiday. He waved his fork around describing the Malfoy Manor ballroom's dimensions, the enchanted ceiling murals that shifted patterns, and the exquisitely named confections that house elves carried in on silver trays. Alex sat beside him, head lowered, listening, occasionally chiming in to ask for details. Hermes just ate, head down, knife and fork clicking quietly against porcelain. Regulus chewed his toast slowly, mind uncharacteristically adrift. The holiday days felt shrouded behind a thin veil, vivid yet remote. The Malfoy banquet. The pure blood gathering. Those loaded exchanges with Lucius on the terrace. Touring the family holdings, place by place. That brief, sharp skirmish in the dim alleys of Nocturne Alley. All compressed into a single break, dense and rich. He'd done those things in an adult capacity, pondered adult questions, navigated adult relationships. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was back at Hogwarts, attending lessons as a first year. Over at the Gryffindor table, James Potter was loudly recounting a holiday broomstick race with Sirius, while Peter Pettigrew peppered him with awestruck questions. A few Ravenclaw girls debated the colors of hair ribbons they'd bought over break. Some Hufflepuff boys complained about nearly not finishing their homework. On the Slytherin side, apart from Avery's show-off narration, others were swapping holiday stories too. Who'd bought a new broomstick, who'd vacationed in France and tried such and such delicacy, who'd picked up a fun trinket in Nocturne Alley. Trivial. Ordinary. Tinged with childish excitement and grumbling. Regulus suddenly found it all rather charming. That unfiltered attention to life's small details. The curiosity about new things. The pursuit of simple pleasures. It had been so long since he'd experienced that feeling, so long he'd nearly forgotten he was, in fact, only 11. The first class of the new term was Charms. Professor Flitwick stood atop his stack of books and shrilly announced the day's content, Rictus Empra. A fun little charm that forces the target's mouth into an uncontrollable grin, sustained laughter. The charm itself is harmless, but used well, it can effectively disrupt an opponent's spellcasting. After all, casting while laughing is rather difficult. He demonstrated the wand movement and pronunciation. A flick, a pink flash struck a training dummy on the dais. The dummy's wooden face immediately split into a wide, silent grin. Now, pair up and practice. Regulus teamed with Avery. It was indeed a minor charm, many first years had already learned it before the term. Nothing challenging. Avery succeeded on his first try, coaxing the dummy's mouth into a grin, though the amplitude was small, more like a forced, slightly eerie smile on the wooden face. Regulus's wand fired a pink flash, and the dummy's mouth stretched ear to ear instantly, the entire face contorting into a comically exaggerated laugh. Perfect. Professor Flitwick bounced on his cushions. Precise casting, stable effect, 5 points to Slytherin. Regulus nodded politely in thanks, but felt no real stir inside. He'd known this charm for ages, picked it up somewhere, some book or some student's practice session, it had simply stuck. Basic charm. Low magic cost. Direct effect. A textbook entry-level prank spell. But since they were in class, and the professor had taught it, he practiced diligently. Wand flick. Flash fired. Dummy grinned. Cancel. Repeat. Smooth. Effortless. Halfway through, his mind began to wander. Then a thought surfaced, abrupt and sharp. Regulus lowered his wand and waited until Professor Flitwick's patrol brought him near their table, then raised his hand. Several Slytherin and Ravenclaw students nearby perked up. Regulus Black was asking a question, the first of the term. Professor, Regulus's voice was courteous, carrying a touch of deference, regarding Rictus Empra, I have a question. Flitwick walked over and peered up, curious. Go ahead, Mr. Black. Does this charm only work on humans? It works on most living things. Flitwick replied. Mammals, birds, even some reptiles. Certain magical creatures with strong magic resistance might shrug off such a minor charm, of course. Then again, it depends, if the caster is a powerful, skilled wizard, the charm's potency could be sufficient for most organisms. He assumed the question ended there. But Regulus didn't stop. What if the target has no mouth? Regulus pressed. Or the mouth and excretory opening are the same orifice, like in cnidarians. Jellyfish, sea anemones, coral polyps, and the like. How does the charm take effect? The classroom went quiet. What kind of question was that? Why would any creature share a single opening? Students exchanged baffled looks. A few Ravenclaws furrowed their brows, earnestly mulling it over. Several Slytherins wore peculiar expressions, wanting to laugh but not quite daring. Flitwick was visibly taken aback. He pushed his spectacles up his nose, thought carefully, then answered with measured caution, "That is, a very creative question. To my knowledge, no one has ever cast this charm on a Nidarian. Theoretically, without a defined mouth structure, the charm might fail to find a target zone, or the effect would be drastically diminished, perhaps entirely null." "What about earthworms?" Regulus continued. "They have both a mouth and an anus, but both are small openings on the same body segment. Or slugs, mouth on the ventral surface, quite small. Or certain deep-sea fish, mouths in bizarre locations, or arguably lacking a conventional mouth altogether." "Mr. Black." Flitwick interrupted gently, tone kind but pointed. "The examples you raise are, indeed, rarely studied. Charm scholarship primarily concerns effects on humans and common magical creatures. As for those, structurally unusual organisms, one would probably need to modify the charm specifically." Regulus nodded. "Understood, Professor Flitwick. Thank you for the explanation." Flitwick gave him a meaningful look. "You're welcome, Mr. Black. Questions are always welcome in my classroom." Regulus, of course, had no genuine interest in which end of a Nidarian was mouth and which was wastegate. That sort of trivia had novelty value and nothing else. What the small charm had sparked was a sudden realization. Rictusempra, from the day it was invented, was designed for one thing: force the target's mouth open, prevent closure. Its creator hadn't considered Nidarians. Hadn't considered earthworms or slugs. Probably hadn't considered any organism beyond humans. One purpose. One effect. That was the entirety of the charm's conception. No underlying principle in between. No complex analysis of magical energy architecture. No deep study of the target's physiology. No scientific explanation of the neuromuscular control behind a grin. Someone simply thought, "I want to make another person laugh." And through some process, intuition, inspiration, maybe countless rounds of trial and error, found the method of channeling magic that made the thought real. Then the charm was handed down, written into textbooks, taught generation after generation. Charms textbooks recorded the gesture, the pronunciation, the precautions, even variants and advanced applications. But they didn't record why this gesture paired with this syllable produced this effect. Because nobody knew. Or the few who did were so rare that the knowledge became arcana, or was simply lost to history. Through this trivial charm, Regulus suddenly grasped, magic couldn't always be understood or deconstructed. He had been trying to approach magic through science, reason, and logic. Magic was energy. Incantations were code. Gestures were routing. Effects were output. Like a precision program. That framework had let him rapidly master a vast array of spells, and even improve, optimize, and create new applications. But some magic might simply not work that way. The Patronus charm demanded positive emotion, the truest longing of the innermost self. A Patronus didn't materialize because he understood the neuroscience of happiness or the philosophical definition of guardianship. It came because he genuinely felt joy, genuinely wanted to protect something. That was the power of the heart. The projection of will. Something more fundamental, more direct, more idealist. Rictusempra, trivial as it was, might work on a similar basis. Its creator hadn't overthought it, just wanted to make someone laugh, and did. The student learning it didn't need to overthink it either, memorized the gesture and pronunciation, practiced the magic control, and it worked. When the bell rang, Professor Flitwick called Regulus back. "Mr. Black, a moment please." Students filed out. Avery caught Regulus's eye and mouthed, "I'll wait outside," then left with the rest. Soon only Flitwick and Regulus remained. Flitwick hopped down from his stack of books and walked over to Regulus. He had to crane his neck to look up at the student who towered over him. The usual buoyant cheer was gone, replaced by something serious and earnest. Your question just now, Flitwick said, reminded me of the question you asked in your very first class, about the essence of the levitation charm, about magical distribution and gravitational lift. Regulus inclined slightly, listening. Back then, you were after the principle, the why. Flitwick continued. Today you were asking why as well, but from a different angle. You weren't asking how this charm works. You were asking what this charm doesn't work on. That represents a deepening of thought, a maturing of understanding. He gazed up at Regulus, light glinting behind the spectacle lenses. Magic is simply there, Mr. Black. Flitwick's voice turned soft, as though imparting an ancient secret. It has always existed, since the very beginning, like air, like water, like the earth. Every person understands magic differently. The same school, the same professor, the same book can produce students who go in entirely different directions. Some excel in combat magic. Some in healing. Some in transfiguration. Some in alchemy. These directions are not better or worse, only different choices. His bright eyes held Regulus's. But one thing is universal, you must believe. Believe in magic's existence. Believe in your own understanding. Believe in the power of the heart. Because magic sometimes blossoms at the most unexpected moment, and responds when you need it most. That response isn't always rational. It doesn't always follow logic. But it exists. Regulus stood there. The faint fog of confusion that had clung to him began to lift. Flitwick had seen it. This diminutive professor, master of charms, had drawn on decades of research and teaching to spot the subtle shift in Regulus. From pure rational analysis, to beginning to accept magic's irrational dimension. From attempting to explain everything through scientific thinking, to beginning to understand that some things might simply defy explanation. So he offered these words. No specific instruction. No definitive answer. Something more fundamental, an attitude toward magic itself. Regulus had indeed started as a purely rational thinker. He was accustomed to the scientific method, observe, summarize, analyze patterns, build models. Even confronting magic, he instinctively tried to force it into a comprehensible, deconstructible framework. Everything had cause and effect. Everything could be explained. Then, as his exposure to magic widened and the worlds he saw grew vaster, he began to realize, magic could follow patterns, yes, but it could also brim with surprise and miracle. Transfiguration involved altering the essence of matter. Soul magic touched the core mystery of existence. The Patronus charm pointed straight to the deepest desires of the heart. None of these were simply energy conversions to be decoded. Yet he'd remained partial to rationality, always hunting the logic behind, always trying to build a unified framework, always trying to slot even the seemingly idealist into a comprehensible category. Until the Patronus. The starry sky kite. In that instant, through the most direct experience, standing on the Irish cliff, watching the sun dissolve into the sea, feeling that surge of yearning for freedom, for a vast world, for infinite possibility. The Patronus appeared. As naturally as though it had grown from his soul. For the first time, he had truly touched the power of the heart. He'd resolved to walk a path where feeling and reason coexisted, reason to chart the direction, feeling to experience the journey, calculation to govern magic, heart to receive it. Now Flitwick's words felt like the final piece of the puzzle. Magic is simply there. No matter what lens he used to view it, which road he chose to approach it, whether he tried to understand it or to feel it, magic was simply there. Unchanged by his comprehension. Neither increased nor diminished by his path. It existed, as self-evidently as the world existed. He could study it with scientific method. Feel it with the heart's power. Grasp it through intuition. Master it through experience. These approaches didn't contradict or conflict. They were merely different paths, converging on the same destination. What mattered was believing in the road he walked, and treating magic with sincerity. Regulus drew a deep breath, then gave Flitwick a genuine, respectful bow. Thank you, Professor. His voice was sincere. Those words mean a great deal to me. Flitwick beamed. The lively spark returned to his small face. "It's my pleasure to help, Mr. Black," he said brightly. "You're very talented and very thoughtful. Keep questioning. Keep curious. But at the same time, stay open. The wizarding world is vast, a great many things are waiting for you to discover." Regulus thanked him again and left the classroom. Avery and Alex were waiting in the corridor. Seeing him emerge, Avery leaned in at once. What did the professor want? "Something about understanding magic," Regulus said. "Oh." Avery nodded vaguely and didn't press. The three walked together toward the next class. Regulus moved in the center, stride steady, expression calm, but inside, the rigid insistence on framing everything in rational terms had truly begun to loosen. He was grateful to Professor Flitwick. Not only for the insight in those words, but because this professor could see a student's struggle, could understand the confusion, and was willing to share his own wisdom and experience. That attentiveness and generosity, that love and respect for the act of teaching itself, made Flitwick a truly admirable person. Raw power, magical mastery, all important. But a heart willing to guide students, unstinting in its sharing, that was equally important. The next class was History of Magic. Professor Binns drifted at the lectern, droning in his flat monotone about medieval European wizard councils. Most students were drowsing, a few had smuggled extracurricular reading under their textbooks. Regulus sat by the window, quill in hand, idly sketching meaningless lines on parchment. Flitwick's words still echoed in his mind. Magic is simply there. Every person understands magic differently. Believe in the power of the heart. The words were inspiring, but not determinative. Regulus wouldn't overhaul his path based on one professor's single speech. He wouldn't wholesale adopt someone else's view as his own truth. His road was his to walk. Every accomplished wizard had their own understanding, their own path. Dumbledore. Grindelwald. Newt. Voldemort. Professor McGonagall. Professor Slughorn. Professor Flitwick. Their paths differed, even clashed, yet each had carried its traveler to considerable heights. Textbooks alone produced no distinction. One had to have one's own thinking, one's own comprehension, even one's own creation. Borrowing others' experience was fine. Referencing others' methods, permitted. But wholesale copying was not, because that was their road, not his. Flitwick's words, rather than pointing a direction, had provided something closer to confirmation. Confirmation that his current line of thinking was correct. That welcoming the irrational face of magic alongside the rational wasn't regression, it was progress. That made him more resolute. When the bell rang, Regulus packed his books and rose. He declined Avery and the others' invitation to lunch in the great hall and turned instead toward the library. First day of term, the library was nearly deserted. Most students were still riding the holiday's afterglow, preferring to stroll the castle grounds, chat with friends, or swap stories in the common room. Regulus moved through the stacks and found the charms section. No particular objective. He simply drifted along the shelves, fingers trailing over spines, eyes scanning titles old and new. Common charms and their variants. Advanced techniques in magical control. Ancient runescript and modern spell correlations. Finally he drew out a volume titled On the Nature of Magic, by an author he'd never heard of. Regulus opened the book. Whatever path one walked, it still came down to putting one foot in front of the other. However much thought, however deep the understanding, in the end it had to translate into concrete knowledge acquisition, magical practice, and tangible strength. Flitwick's words were directional guidance. But how to walk, how fast, and how to solve obstacles along the way, that was all on him. He sank into the pages. Time flew. About half an hour later, the chair across from him scraped back, and someone sat down. Regulus looked up. Lily Evans. She was cradling a few books, hair pulled into a ponytail, face lit with a lively smile. Regulus gave a small nod in greeting, then went back to reading. Lily seemed accustomed to his manner by now. She sat down quietly, pulled quill and parchment from her bag, and began to write. No conversation between them, only the sounds of turning pages and a quill tip tracing parchment. That silence held until lunch drew near. Regulus closed his book, about to stand and head for the great hall. Lily began packing up at the same moment. She hesitated, then produced a parcel from the little crossbody bag Regulus had given her, the one enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. The parcel was wrapped simply in brown paper, tied with a dark green ribbon. "For you." Lily pushed it across the table. Her voice was quiet, a touch self-conscious. "A late Christmas present. Hope you don't mind." Regulus took it. The moment his hands made contact, he knew, knitted fabric, soft and substantial. A scarf or gloves, probably. The wrapping was plain. No ornate shop decorations. But the ribbon was tied neatly, corners folded with meticulous care. He could picture Lily at home in Cokeworth, sitting by the fireplace, knitting stitch by stitch. Probably dodging Petunia's curious, or jealous, glances, avoiding her parents' questions, working under lamplight after homework was done, slowly completing it night by night. The object wasn't precious. Ordinary wool. Basic stitching. Any shop on the street sold finer-looking wares. But woven into it was intention, and time, and a girl's sincere good wishes for a friend. Regulus received the parcel with due gravity. He looked into Lily's eyes. "Thank you." Lily's face broke into an instant smile, the nervousness and self-consciousness dissolving into pure happiness. "As long as you like it," she said cheerfully. "I didn't have much to do at home over the holiday. Couldn't practice magic, so I thought I'd knit something." They walked out of the library together toward the great hall, chatting about holiday life along the way. Regulus obviously wasn't about to share his real holiday with Lily, the Malfoy banquet, the Nocturne Alley tour, the fight with dark wizards. None of that was suitable. He said only that he'd practiced magic at home, attended some social events. Very ordinary. Very unremarkable. Lily listened, a touch envious. "You can actually practice magic at home." "I don't dare keep my wand within arm's reach, afraid I'll accidentally cast something. Once, while helping my mum wash dishes, I spotted a stubborn stain on a plate and the scouring charm popped into my head before I could stop it. I rushed the wand into the deepest drawer and locked it away. The trace only pinpoints underage wizards who aren't near an adult witch or wizard." Regulus replied casually. "If you ever genuinely need to practice during the holiday, find a good friend, someone with an adult wizard at home, and stay with them for a few days. Near an adult wizard, the trace won't trigger." "Really?" Lily's eyes lit up. "There's a way around it. The ministry's monitoring system isn't all that precise." Regulus explained. "It mainly targets Muggle-born young witches and wizards, to prevent them from exposing magic in front of Muggles. If an adult wizard is nearby, the system assumes the adult is casting and won't trace it back to the child." Lily filed the information away carefully, then hesitated before asking, "Why did you give me such an expensive present?" "That bag. I've seen similar items in Diagon Alley. The prices are frightening." Regulus was quiet for a beat. He could hardly say, "It only seems expensive to you, to me it was quite cheap." Value is relative. To me, that bag is just a practical, convenient tool. The undetectable extension charm used to make it isn't all that advanced. The ministry forbids private use, true, but as long as you're discreet, not doing anything illegal, quietly using one is no problem." He added, "If you're interested, the library has a book called Fundamentals and Applications of Spatial Magic. It covers the extension charm in detail, with practice methods. In theory, if your magical control precision is sufficient and you understand the principle of spatial expansion, you could make one yourself." Lily's eyes widened. "Make one myself?" "Of course." Regulus nodded firmly. "Magic is learned. If you're willing to put in the time and effort, many things that seem extraordinarily advanced really aren't that difficult." In the original story, Hermione Granger had produced a beaded bag with an undetectable extension charm in 7th year, using it to carry everything needed for the adventure. If Hermione could do it, there was no reason Lily couldn't, neither was necessarily the cleverer. Even if Lily was younger right now, that was fine. Regulus could provide the critical guidance. They entered the great hall and parted toward their respective house tables. As Regulus sat down, Avery leaned over and whispered, "You and that Evans, close?" "Academic exchange." Regulus answered simply. Avery pulled a face but said nothing more. In his view, a young wizard from a pure-blood house, getting too friendly with a Muggleborn wasn't a good look. But he wouldn't dare tell Regulus what to do. One reminder, and he considered his comradely duty discharged. Regulus paid it no mind. Most pure-blood-born young wizards didn't measure up to Lily. Wednesday afternoon. Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the class, expression stern as always. Today she wore deep green robes, a Gryffindor and Hogwarts double badge pinned at the collar, silver hair swept back without a strand out of place. Today's lesson, handkerchief to rabbit. McGonagall's voice was crisp and carried. This is a key topic for the term. It will be on the final exam. The standard is straightforward: the transformed rabbit must maintain its form for 10 minutes without reverting. She picked up a white handkerchief and tapped it with her wand. The handkerchief began to writhe, swelling, stretching, its surface developing the texture of fur, edges sprouting the shape of ears. A few seconds later, a living white rabbit stood on the dais, pink nose twitching, long ears erect, hind legs softly drumming the table. Transfiguration relies not only on magical power but on concentration. McGonagall stressed. You must vividly imagine every detail of the target form, the texture of the fur, the distribution of muscle, the structure of the skeleton, even the color and luster of the eyes. The clearer the image, the more stable the transformation, the longer it holds. Another tap, the rabbit became a handkerchief once more. Now, begin. Regulus picked up the handkerchief before him. Cotton, the Hogwarts crest embroidered along the hem, soft and substantial to the touch. He closed his eyes and built the image of a rabbit in his mind. Rapidly he assembled the full anatomy, specific, detailed, inside and out. Skeletal system, skull, spine, ribs, limb bones, shapes and articulations. Muscular system, which muscles powered the leap, which worked the jaw, which rotated the ears. Organs, heart placement, lung lobe dimensions, intestinal length. External features, fur length and density, corneal clarity and reflectance, vascular mapping of the ears, whisker sensitivity. For Regulus, none of this took effort. Effortless. But other young wizards weren't like him, some probably didn't even know whether rabbits had tails. Visualization complete, Regulus raised his wand and tapped. Vera Verto. The handkerchief began to change. Unlike McGonagall's demonstration, fluid, instinctive, Regulus's transformation was more precise, more layered. It started from the interior. Cotton fibers rearranged into skeletal scaffolding. Then muscle tissue formed, wrapping around bone. Next, internal organs materialized, finding their correct positions within thoracic and abdominal cavities. Only last came the outer hide, white fur sprouting from the skin surface, blanketing the whole body. The process took roughly 5 seconds. A white rabbit stood on the desk, near identical to McGonagall's. But a close look revealed differences. This rabbit's eyes were brighter, its gaze more alert. The chest rose and fell in a more natural breathing rhythm. When the ears swiveled, you could hear the faint rasp of cartilage. Regulus studied it a moment, then tapped his wand at the rabbit a second time, continuing the transfiguration. The skin along the rabbit's back began to swell. Subcutaneous tissue reorganized, bone extended, muscles anchored. A pair of wings grew from the scapulae, bat-like membrane wings. The wing bones were slender, joints agile, membranes thin yet tough, laced with a fine capillary network. The thoracic structure shifted, ribs expanded outward, making room for the new flight muscles. Heart position adjusted slightly, pumping efficiency increased. Lung lobes enlarged, gas exchange capacity enhanced. Hind limb musculature recalibrated for launching and landing. Outwardly it was still a rabbit. White fur. Pink eyes. Long ears. But internally, an entirely different creature. Gasps erupted around the room. Black's made a magical creature, a Hufflepuff boy exclaimed. Is that a rabbit? Rabbits have wings. Must be a magical creature, only magical creatures look like that. This class was Slytherin Hufflepuff shared, so students from both houses crowded around to watch. Avery sat beside Regulus, face beaming with vicarious pride. Alex was stunned and admiring, eyes wide. Hermes curled his lip, but his gaze kept sliding over. Several Hufflepuff students wore complicated expressions, envy, curiosity, and something approaching covetousness. Professor McGonagall walked over. A single glance told her everything. This is not a magical creature. McGonagall spoke with weight, addressing all the young wizards. Transfiguring a magical creature involves the deepest level of transformation, a step beyond standard transfiguration. That is a profoundly advanced domain, well beyond your current abilities. She studied the winged rabbit, a flicker of approval in her gaze. Mr. Black has simply altered this rabbit's existing physiology. McGonagall continued. Added flight organs, adjusted the relevant musculature and bone structure. The transfiguration itself isn't particularly advanced, but it requires very thorough knowledge of the target form. Knowing the rabbit's normal anatomy. Knowing how to modify it without breaking overall balance. Knowing how to sustain biological function after the modification. She looked at Regulus. An excellent piece of transfiguration. Precise control, sound structure, full of imagination. 10 points to Slytherin, for creative transfiguration. Thank you, Professor. Regulus replied politely. McGonagall nodded and turned to guide other students. But in the instant she turned, a fleeting expression crossed her face, something close to puzzlement. She had the vague sense that this black boy had become livelier. Not in temperament, McGonagall thought. Perhaps liveliness of mind. Last term, his questions had concerned serious matters of material transformation. Those 2 diamonds and the graphite had left a deep impression. It was a direction even she had never pursued. This term, on day 1, he'd first asked that bizarre question about Nidarians. She still vividly recalled Phileas's expression when he relayed it. Now this winged rabbit. Technically impeccable, yet suffused with a sense of play. McGonagall wasn't sure whether that was good or bad. But she was sure of one thing: over the holiday, something had changed in Black. Perhaps an experience. Perhaps a spell. She could only hope it was for the good. Regulus had no idea McGonagall was thinking so much. He was simply enacting his philosophy in practice, rational analysis and creative intuition side by side. Rational analysis of the rabbit's physiology. Creative intuition to conceive the fun idea of a flying rabbit. Then the 2 combined to produce the transfiguration. The result was satisfying. He planned to ask an advanced question once McGonagall's notes had been fully digested, to extract more high-level transfiguration knowledge. The graphite to diamond discussion last term had been enormously rewarding. Next time, something deeper. For instance, where did the limits of living body transfiguration lie? Where was the boundary between transfiguration and the creation of life? These inquiries kept deepening his grasp of transfiguration. And kept his strength on a steady climb. The bell rang. Students packed up and filed out. Regulus reverted the winged rabbit into a handkerchief, folded it, set it on the desk, then followed Avery and the others toward the Slytherin common room. The corridors bustled. First years rushed about in search of their next classroom, upperclassmen clustered in 2s and 3s, chatting. Portraits dozed or gossiped within their frames. Suits of armor stood motionless in their niches. At the second-floor staircase landing, Regulus sensed something. A subtle perception, a spatial shift. Roughly 10 meters behind him, the air produced the faintest ripple, almost imperceptible. Soft. Natural. A spatial fluctuation like a droplet merging into still water. He identified it instantly, a house elf. Hogwarts had over 100 house elves, working in the kitchens, cleaning dormitories, performing chores throughout the castle. They came and went freely, using their unique spatial magic to apparate at will. Perfectly normal. But as Regulus walked on, the spatial ripple followed. maintaining roughly 10 meters distance. When he turned a corner, it turned a corner. When he climbed stairs, it climbed stairs. When he stopped to pretend to tie a shoe, it halted too. He understood. Surveillance. But why surveil him? Possibilities flickered through Regulus's mind. Had the Nocturne Alley incident leaked? The Cruciatus curse? Unlikely. A few deaths in Nocturne Alley drew no attention, and his father had cleaned up thoroughly. Talk at the Malfoy banquet? Those conversations had been veiled, devoid of substance, hardly enough to warrant surveillance. What else have I done? Then another possibility hit him: this surveillance might have been in place since last term. Last term he'd been conspicuously outstanding, head of house, outperforming fifth years, debating advanced topics with professors. All of which could have attracted notice. And at Hogwarts, who was most likely, and most justified, to keep tabs on a talented student? Dumbledore, without question. Recalling Dumbledore's history with Voldemort, the early attention he'd paid Tom Riddle, the later confrontation. It made perfect sense that the headmaster would maintain observation of a young wizard displaying exceptional gifts. Not out of malice. More a form of precaution, a preemptive strategy. Regulus was unbothered. This might even be advantageous. Let him watch. Regulus had never intended to hide too much, at least not in public. In the classroom, an outstanding student, diligent, inquisitive, thoughtful. Before professors, courteous, deferential, eager to learn. Among peers, disciplining companions, preventing conflicts, maintaining internal Slytherin order. All of that withstood scrutiny. Besides, surveillance was perhaps too strong a word, observation fit better. Dumbledore wanted to see what kind of person he was, what path he'd walk, what choices he'd make. Then let him see. See Regulus attending class diligently, studying magic, maintaining basic social relationships. See a normal, talented young wizard, one who might someday influence the wizarding world's balance, and how he grew. All of that was fine. But the dormitory was off limits. Regulus trusted Dumbledore wouldn't push surveillance that far. The headmaster had lines. He wouldn't violate a student's most basic privacy. And the dormitory held too many things that must not be seen: star orbit meditation practice, legacy digestion, dangerous knowledge from the restricted section, his own notes and reflections. None of those could reach Dumbledore's eyes. Roommates glimpsing something was harmless, they wouldn't understand. Then another place came to mind, the room of requirement. He'd known about the room for a long time but had never gone. First, no pressing need. Second, he hadn't wanted to engage with those secrets too early. Now, though, the time was right. On Halloween night, the Bloody Baron had mentioned that Hogwarts concealed a place only someone who truly understood the essence of magic could find. Clues left by the Lady Ravenclaw, concerning wisdom, the soul, the possibility of transcending life and death. If it related to Ravenclaw's lady, the room of requirement was very likely one of the entrances. But Regulus had no rush to chase those clues. His understanding of soul magic was still too shallow, let alone transcending mortality. And the room held other things: Voldemort's Horcrux, Ravenclaw's diadem. He didn't want to touch that. Not yet. For now, the room of requirement served one simple need: an absolutely private space, undisturbed by anyone, for practice. Regulus didn't want to hide anything. Didn't want to find anything. He just needed space. That would be enough. It wouldn't disturb the Horcrux, just an ordinary room for practicing magic. His mind was made up. Tonight. Reaching the Slytherin common room entrance, the spatial ripple vanished. The house elf had presumably completed this phase of observation and gone to report to Dumbledore. Regulus entered the common room. The hearth crackled. A few seventh years conferred in low tones in a corner. Seeing the newcomers, they nodded in greeting. Narcissa wasn't there, probably in class or on prefect patrol. He returned to the dormitory and set down his books. Hermes was already back, sitting on his bed reading a battered volume with no title on the cover. Spotting Regulus, he looked up briefly, then returned to his reading. Regulus noticed the book in Hermes's hands gave off a faint but distinctive magic. Curse-like. And the material, possibly human skin. He didn't ask. Everyone had secrets. As long as Hermes's secrets didn't affect him, he didn't care. He stayed in the dormitory for about half an hour, confirmed the house elf hadn't reappeared, then went to the great hall for dinner. After eating, the library for some reading. Around curfew, the room of requirement. After dinner, Regulus walked into the library. Madame Pants sat behind the desk at the entrance, polishing her spectacles with a velvet cloth. Seeing him enter, she lifted an eyelid but said nothing. The library was still sparsely populated. A few seventh years dug through references in a corner. 2 Ravenclaw girls huddled together whispering. A handful of Hufflepuffs were catching up on homework. Regulus headed for the charms section and pulled out common charms and their variants. An old copy, cover edges worn white, pages yellowed, yet clean and uncreased. He found a window seat, open to where he'd left off, the spell analysis of the knockback jinx. Simple spell. He'd known it for ages. But other perspectives could still spark insight. The text described a combined application of the knockback jinx with the impediment jinx that could send a target flying a considerable distance. Outside, the sky darkened by degrees. The castle's lamps kindled one by one. Regulus turned a page, mind suddenly drifting elsewhere. Last term he'd infiltrated the restricted section multiple times, wrapped in his improved disillusionment charm, blocking light, heat, and most magical fluctuation. At the time he'd thought it foolproof, capable of slipping past Madame Pants entirely. Looking back now, perhaps too naive. If Dumbledore really had been observing him since last term, then his late-night forays into the restricted section were, in all likelihood, known. But on reflection, if no one had stopped him, that amounted to tacit permission. A light but pointed cough cut through the library, Madame Pants's warning signal. Regulus looked up. Barely a student remained. He closed the book, returned it to the shelf, and filed out with the last stragglers. The corridor was dimly lit. Most portraits were asleep, a few still awake yawned or straightened their collars inside their frames. Regulus didn't head straight for the Slytherin common room. He stopped at the second-floor landing, glanced left and right, confirmed he was alone, and gave a gentle flick of his wand. An icy tingle spread over his body. The disillusionment charm took hold. His outline blurred, edges melded with the environment. This was his improved version, not just visual camouflage, but footsteps, breathing sounds, scent, body heat, and magical fluctuation all suppressed to a minimum. But now that he thought about it, even this wasn't enough. The disillusionment charm's principle was bending light with magic, creating a visual illusion. The charm itself emitted magical waves. A skilled wizard could sense them. The Potter family's ancestral invisibility cloak, legendarily a gift from death, one of the Deathly Hallows, even that caliber of artifact couldn't fool Dumbledore. In the original story, Harry wandered the castle under the cloak, yet Dumbledore could always call out his name with unerring accuracy. Even Snape might detect something, adult Snape, that is, the young Snape wasn't there yet. Regulus moved through the empty corridor, footsteps silent. He needed a more thorough method of concealment. Bending light wasn't sufficient, he wanted light to pass directly through. Muffling sound wasn't sufficient, he wanted sound to simply not be generated. Even body heat should match the surrounding environment exactly. That would likely involve altering one's state of existence itself. But he couldn't do it yet. Insufficient knowledge, insufficient magical precision. Reaching the 8th floor, Regulus halted. Here, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by trolls. The blank stretch of stone wall looked especially austere in the low light. He focused and silently recited. I need a place to practice magic. Absolutely private. Where no one will disturb me. 3 repetitions. The wall remained bare. As expected, just standing still didn't work. He'd wanted to test whether a different approach might succeed, even wondered whether the 3-pass walk was merely formality, the real mechanism being the perception of intense need. But clearly, the walk was necessary. Regulus paced 3 times before the stretch of wall opposite the tapestry. The next moment, a door appeared. Oak. Fine wood grain across the surface. Polished brass handle. It simply materialized, no sound, no light, no spatial warp or ripple, as though it had always been there, simply unseen until now. Regulus opened every sense wide. Magic radiated outward, scouring the air for the slightest anomaly. But, nothing. The door's appearance had triggered no change. Ambient magic was stable. Spatial structure seamless and continuous. Even the air currents flowed around the door as though it were part of the original architecture. Regulus stood rooted, staring at the door, and sank into thought. The room of requirement answered a wizard's need. But how? If it were transfiguration, wall becoming door, room behind it, there would be magical fluctuation. If it were spatial magic, an opening cut into the wall, spatial structure would shift. If it were illusion, his perception wouldn't return a total blank. But there was nothing. A notion bubbled up from somewhere deep, groundless, irrational, a bubble surfacing from the subconscious. Perhaps the room of requirement was always here, existing in a superposition of is and is not. When a wizard formed a definite need, the need was observed by some mechanism, and the state collapsed into definite existence. The thought caught his breath. If this were true, if the Lady Ravenclaw, in designing this room, had employed a concept touching the deepest layer rules of the world, then her magical attainment far surpassed all later records, reaching a tier that bordered on myth. Regulus tamped down his astonishment. He couldn't verify the conjecture. He couldn't even grasp the room of requirement's basic principles, let alone its deeper design logic. Some things in the wizarding world just were. They existed, they worked, and no one knew why. He didn't understand it, but he was profoundly shaken. Since he couldn't understand it, he'd set it aside for now. Regulus gripped the handle and pushed the door open. Inside, a training hall. The room was large, more than 20 meters on each side, ceiling roughly 10 meters high. Ample space for most forms of magical practice. Dark hardwood flooring with a slight give underfoot, cushioning a fall. All 4 walls were smooth stone, surfaces inscribed with magic-absorbing runes to prevent spells from ricocheting or damaging the walls. In one corner, several training dummies encased in heavy leather. In another, a wooden table bearing a few books and practice implements. Clearly, this place saw regular use. Regulus scanned the room. No trace of other people, but the training dummies bore scorch marks from spell impacts, the floorboards showed wear, the table edges were polished smooth from long handling. The room of requirement was secret, but not unknown. In the original story, Harry Potter used it for DA meetings. Draco Malfoy used it to repair the vanishing cabinet. Dumbledore used it to find a bathroom. And there were the various students who stumbled in by chance. Over centuries, the room had surely been discovered many times. He couldn't treat it as an exclusively private space. Regulus walked to the center of the room and sat cross-legged. Today's visit was only meant to confirm the location and familiarize himself with the environment. But since he was here, he might as well practice a bit. There were spells he needed to test, ones unsuitable for the common room or dormitory. This was the right place. Regulus fished a gold galleon from his pocket. It lay in his palm, a dark gold sheen, edged serrations crisp, the Gringotts goblin portrait on the front, a serial number on the reverse. He set the galleon on the floor before him and stepped back 3 paces. Spatial warping. He'd been practicing this continuously since Christmas, since that first success, shifting a brooch 5 centimeters. Every day, time was carved out for an attempt. Progress was glacial, so slow it barely registered, but he had patience. Magic was never built in a day. Regulus closed his eyes. Perception fanned outward. The galleon's position. The spatial nodes, fine, stable. Within 3 meters, the entire spatial structure rendered itself in his mind as a 3-dimensional map, every node's position, every connection's strength. The theory was simple: let space fold itself, bring 2 nodes together, then pass the object across. Regulus concentrated. Magic surged from within, acting directly on space itself. He watched the node where the galleon lay and imagined it as a buoy on water, sliding down an invisible gradient toward a neighboring empty node. Magic touched the spatial fabric. The node trembled faintly. The air around the galleon rippled, invisible to the naked eye. Regulus calibrated his output, following the spatial structure's natural tendency, finding the path of least resistance. Intention locked on the galleon. Magic extended along the structure's natural grain, will and magic in pure tandem. The galleon vanished from its spot. No in-between. One instant it was there, the next, it appeared on the floor 2 meters away. Positional error, not the intended target point. Nearly half a meter off. The galleon lay face up, the Gringotts goblin glinting under the training hall lights. Regulus walked over and picked it up. The metal surface was faintly warm, residual friction from the spatial transit. Evidence of vast room for improvement. The spatial warp consumed roughly as much magic as a single disarming charm. Manageable. But Regulus felt a dull weariness radiating from the depths of his mind, a lingering aftereffect of the legacy knowledge not yet fully digested. Mental load ran higher than normal. Progress existed, yet it wasn't enough. Practical combat application was still a long way off. To send a spell through folded space required precise control of the warp trajectory and landing point, the smaller the error, the better, and it would certainly be harder than transporting an object. To deploy a shield charm at range meant completing the warp instantaneously, ideally with zero time cost. If battle required such techniques, a delay of even a millisecond could be fatal. To attack a target's internal organs directly meant penetrating multiple layers of defense on the wizard's body, magical barrier, physical tissue, even soul-level protection. Each of these demands called for countless hours of practice, deeper spatial comprehension, stronger magical control, and a tougher mind. But he had patience. A visible road, just walk it. Regulus pocketed the galleon, stood, and headed back. He stepped out of the room of requirement. The door shut silently behind him, the wall returned to its original state, showing not a trace. He wrapped himself in the disillusionment charm and retraced his route to the Slytherin dormitory. No one along the way. Portraits all asleep. Suits of armor motionless in their niches. The castle as quiet as the ocean floor. Back in the dormitory, it was nearly 1 in the morning. Avery and Alex had long since turned in, steady breathing filtered through bed curtains. Hermes's bed was empty, curtains drawn tight, but no one inside. Regulus washed up and lay down. Eyes closed. Star orbit meditation engaged automatically. For silver stars rotated slowly in the depths of his mind, the circulating magic smoothed away the mental fatigue. But the deeper strain, the overload from too much legacy knowledge flooding in, would need longer rest to ease. He decided to scale back high-intensity practice over the coming days and prioritize digesting the nature magic and spatial anchoring charm knowledge. Sleep. January at Hogwarts was bone-chillingly cold. Snow drifted from a sullen sky. Outside the castle, deep snow banked along the forbidden forest's edge, a thin sheet of ice-glazed black lake, dull gray-white under the overcast. Inside was little better. Corridor stonework was frigid to the touch, window glass beaded with condensation. Even with warming charms, students kept their robes pulled tight. Herbology was held in Greenhouse 3. Regulus stepped inside, into air noticeably warmer than outdoors. Temperature held steady by magic. The air was moist, carrying scents of earth and greenery. The greenhouse was packed with magical plants, from common devil's snare to rare venomous tentacula, each in its designated zone. Professor Sprout stood at the center, wearing her perennially mud-stained apron, a small trowel in hand. Today we'll be loosening the soil and repotting mandrake seedlings. Her voice was warm and clear, reaching every corner. Pairs. Each pair takes 1 seedling pot. Remember the steps, earmuffs and dragonhide gloves on first, then touch the plant. Students queued for earmuffs and tools. Avery paired with Regulus voluntarily, and they collected a seedling pot. The seedling sat in a black clay pot, only palm-sized, leaves a tender green, a tiny purple flower blossoming at the tip. It looked perfectly harmless. But a mature specimen was devastating. An adult mandrake's cry was lethal, acting directly on body and spirit. In the original story, during a herbology lesson, Neville Longbottom forgot his earmuffs out of sheer nerves and briefly fainted on hearing a juvenile mandrake's wail. A mature specimen's shriek could kill on the spot. But a seedling was different. Its magic hadn't fully developed, the lethal capacity was not yet formed. Regulus put on the earmuffs. The world went instantly silent, only his own breathing and heartbeat audible. He looked at the seedling and let his perception spread, lightly brushing the leaves, the root stem, the soil. He perceived the magical flow inside the plant, slender silver rivulets cycling slowly through the tissue. That flow carried a certain quality. Having mastered nature magic, he could see it more clearly now. What might be called plant emotion was better described as magical attribute or tendency. Some plants had a gentle magical attribute, suited to healing, like dittany. Some had a violent attribute, suited to offense, like the venomous tentacula. The mandrake's magical attribute was distinctive. Regulus carefully threaded a wisp of nature magic toward the seedling, establishing a connection. The seedling's magic fed back, an innately chaotic, as yet unformed keening, a vibration at the magical level, carrying a sensation that unsettled the soul. Amplified 1,000-fold, with sound as the carrier and amplifier, it would become the fatal scream. But it was still weak. Regulus cut the connection after 3 seconds. Even with just a seedling, even after only 3 seconds, he felt a mild nausea, like the queasy aftermath of a long, jolting carriage ride. A faint dizziness pulsed from deep in his brain. It faded quickly, but that was proof enough of the plant's danger. And he couldn't study it openly. This mandrake seedling was Hogwarts property, valuable and rare. Every specimen was logged. A single one going missing would be a serious issue. Professor Sprout would not allow him to extract magic at will, even in small doses. However, the Black family's herb garden in Cornwall also cultivated mandrakes, strictly managed and inventoried, being family property. But he was the Black heir. Using a bit of what belonged to his own house was hardly an issue. Regulus reined in his thoughts and began loosening the soil for the seedling. He worked carefully, using the small trowel to gently shift the surface layer, exposing the fine root network beneath. The mandrake's root was pale yellow, ginseng-like, profusely branched, dotted with tiny motes of magical light. Avery helped alongside him, passing tools, bracing the pot. Their teamwork was reasonably smooth. Avery's technique wasn't the sharpest, occasionally nearly nicking a root, but nothing went badly wrong. Others weren't so fortunate. A Hufflepuff boy dug too hard and severed a rootlet, earning an immediate 5-point deduction from Professor Sprout. The class passed quickly. By the bell, most students had finished repotting, transferring seedlings to larger clay pots, filling with fresh soil, and watering with a specialty nutrient potion. The mandrake looked perkier in its new earth, leaves gently swaying, the purple flower opening a fraction wider. Regulus was about to stand when Professor Sprout called him back. "Mr. Black, stay a moment." Students drifted out. Avery gave Regulus a questioning look. "Want me to wait?" Regulus shook his head. Avery left with the crowd. Only Regulus and Sprout remained in the greenhouse. The professor removed her gloves, wiped her hands on her apron, and walked over to face him. She was short, somewhat stout, but stood straight, skin bearing the permanent tan of years spent outdoors, eyes a gentle brown. "Last term we talked about magical plant emotions and magic." Professor Sprout began, tone warm. "I recall you asked whether a bubotuber feels pain when it secretes pus." Regulus nodded. "Yes, Professor. I said at the time that many magical plants do have simple emotions." Sprout continued. "Now I'd like to amend that. Emotion isn't quite the right word, at least not for magical plants." She moved to a dittany plant and lightly touched a leaf. "They grow. They react. They possess magic. They have sensation. But when we speak of pain, joy, anger, those are all wizard standards projected onto them." Regulus listened in silence, an inkling stirring. Had the professor noticed something? But it is accurate to say magical plants magic has attributes. Sprout turned to face him. Some attributes are gentle, beneficial to wizards, those we call good. Some are violent, harmful, those we call bad. But magic itself is neither good nor bad. Only attributes differ. She regarded him. As I also said last term, the Mandrake's cry carries powerful psychic impact magic. That magic directly disrupts the listener's soul stability, leading to consciousness collapse, lethality at the mental level. The mental collapse then triggers a physical chain reaction. So the final cause of death is the dual collapse of body and spirit. Regulus nodded earnestly. The professor's guidance had been exactly that, he remembered it vividly. Then Sprout pivoted, but the more fundamental reason is that its magical attribute includes a tendency toward disintegration. That tendency propagates through sound, acting on the living target's body and soul, causing structural breakdown. Regulus's heart jumped. Tendency. He had only just sensed this himself, and the professor stated it outright. Had she really detected something? Regulus stood rooted, fingers absently rubbing against one another. He was thinking. Professor Sprout's words echoed. Emotion isn't accurate. What's accurate is attribute. Magic itself carries tendency. He suddenly realized something. After obtaining the nature magic legacy over the holiday, guiding Dibny's magic to heal a wound, observing a plant's withering process, he had indeed sensed a vague tendency within magic. Some gentle as spring water. Some violent as flame. But that wasn't the same as the tendency Sprout described. His understanding was closer to what the professor called magical attribute. At the time he'd assumed it was hidden knowledge conferred by the family legacy, a secret only a few possessed. Now he understood. Professor Sprout had taught herbology here for 20 years. She had personally tended hundreds of magical plant species. She'd watched the venomous tentacula paralyze animals whole. Watched Devil's Snare extend its vines in the dark to drain life force. Watched mandrakes grow from seedling to mature specimen. She knew more than he did. Far more. He'd acquired knowledge from a legacy. Reached conclusions through experiment. The professor had distilled her principles from decades of hands-on practice. That small spike of superiority Regulus had felt evaporated on the spot. The seedling's magic isn't yet complete. Sprout continued. So its cry only causes discomfort, not death, but the magic is already present. Just insufficient in intensity. She looked at Regulus. He lifted his head and met her eyes. A gentle brown, fine lines at the corners, and right now, regarding him with unmistakable depth. Regulus understood. The professor had seen through him. She knew he'd just used nature magic to contact the seedling. Knew he was studying magical attributes. Perhaps even guessed he'd obtained certain magical knowledge. But, that was all right. Nature magic wasn't the sort of thing that needed hiding. Since he'd been found out, he could study openly. Practice openly. And the professor hadn't called him out. She was simply teaching, imparting knowledge in the most straightforward way. Sound was only the carrier. The true lethality lay in the attribute of disintegration itself, and that was what magical tendency meant. A seedling's magic was incomplete, so it only caused discomfort. A mature plant's magic was complete, so it killed. Sprout withdrew her gaze and became warm again. Researching the magical attributes of plants is a very worthwhile direction, but also very dangerous. Some attributes, once triggered, leave no room for remedy. The mandrake is only one example. Others include the venomous tentacula's neural paralysis, Devil's Snare's life-draining, the Whomping Willow's physical obliteration. She was warning him and guiding him. Don't fixate on the surface of magic, understand the deeper attributes. Don't recklessly handle dangerous plants, first build sufficient knowledge and protection. But it was the latter part that truly mattered. With each word the professor spoke, some locked compartment of understanding in Regulus's mind cracked open. The words inspired him, and sent a subtle chill down his spine. Paralysis. Draining. Obliteration. Disintegration. These weren't spell terminology. They weren't incantation names, at least not in any textbook. They described results, the final states manifested after magic took effect. The magic itself carried the attributes that produced those states. In the present context, they sounded more like something conceptual. They transcended specific spells, more fundamental, more direct, more abstract. This was genuine mentorship. Regulus had vague ideas of his own, but they were indistinct, uncertain, bubbles of intuition barely surfacing. Knowledge he might have discovered on his own someday, or might not. Perhaps after many wrong turns. Perhaps by overlooking a critical clue. Now the professor had pointed it out directly, saving him the time of groping in the dark, clarifying the direction forward. That direction might be near. It might be far. He didn't know. But he would walk toward it. Sometimes true transmission is a single sentence. "Thank you, Professor." Regulus bowed sincerely. Professor Sprout smiled, the lines on her face smoothing out. "You're very talented and very thoughtful. Stay curious, but stay cautious. The wizarding world is vast, some things need time to be understood." Regulus nodded earnestly and thanked her again. He recalled Professor Flitwick saying something similar after charms. Magic is simply there. Everyone understands it differently. But believe in the power of the heart. The two professors expressed it differently, but the core was the same: don't rush, take it slow, keep an open mind. Leaving the greenhouse, walking the path back to the castle, Regulus's mind was still sorting through the conversation. A thought surfaced alongside it: just how powerful was Professor Sprout? The guidance she'd just given, the attributes and tendencies she described, could she actually wield them? Or was it purely observational theory? He wasn't sure. But one thing was certain. Professor Sprout was no mere flower-tending gardener. Her understanding of magic ran deep, she had her own system. Sprout was surely a formidable witch. Gentle. Patient. Unassuming. A single piece of guidance that cut straight to the heart of the matter. Flitwick had illuminated the irrational face of magic for him. McGonagall guided him deeper into the essence of transfiguration. Sprout pointed him toward a direction for nature magic. Every Hogwarts professor was guiding students in their own way. Good people, all of them. He felt their goodwill. A twinge of sentiment rose in Regulus, and was promptly suppressed. Sentiment was emotion. What he needed was to convert emotion into action, inspiration into strength. Slughorn, old. Dear Professor, you're the only one left, start dropping gold coins. Friday's defense against the dark arts classroom was on the 3rd floor, windows facing the castle courtyard, with a view of the snowy landscape along the forbidden forest's edge. By the time Regulus entered, most students were already seated. Avery and Alex had saved him a spot, middle row, by the window. Hermes sat in the back corner, alone, head down, reading the textbook. Professor Galatea Merithot stood at the lectern. He was a middle-aged wizard, hair neatly combed, dressed in dark gray robes, face bearing an exaggerated expression. 2 topics today. Merithot opened the textbook. First, the spark charm. Incantation, periculum. Sends up a red signal flare, used to alert companions when lost or in danger in the wilderness. He wrote the incantation and pronunciation on the blackboard. Twist the wrist like so, wand tip up. While casting, imagine a red or green burst of light shooting from the tip, then sustain the charm. He demonstrated once. A fist-sized red orb of light issued from his wand tip, hovering mid-air, casting a soft red glow. The orb held for 3 seconds, shifted to green, then extinguished, leaving no trace. A safety class charm. Causes no harm. Merithot said. Now, pair up and practice. Students paired off. Avery with Regulus, as usual. Regulus succeeded on his first attempt, orb standard, color clean, duration precise. But his mind was elsewhere. Another idea surfacing. Light source magic. The nature of light was wave-particle duality, a physical form possessing both wave and particle characteristics simultaneously. Red because the magical frequency. He caught himself and stopped. He decided to try a different approach. No more of that. No wave-particle duality. No frequency. Think magic. What if light didn't just illuminate, what if it carried information? Light could inherently carry information. And information could sometimes serve as a weapon. Or give the light physicality. Imbue it with energy. Then detonate it. Or invest it with symbol and meaning. Pure light. Radiance. Bringing warmth. Repelling darkness. His thoughts ranged further. Light could also be the light of civilization. While Regulus mused, his hands practiced mechanically, the orb flaring and fading, flaring and fading. Half an hour later, Marathon called a halt. Second topic, gnomes. He turned to another page. Gnomes. Magical creature. Average height, 30 inches. Pointed ears. Fond of stealing magical plants. Common in gardens and courtyards. Classified as pests. The book included a sketch and an anatomy diagram, for the benefit of young wizards. Deal with gnomes using a gripping charm, seize them, spin them, and fling them past the boundary. He recited the incantation and performed the gesture, but didn't demonstrate in practice. Next class is practical, clearing gnomes from the Hogwarts courtyard. Today is theory only. A murmur of subdued cheering passed through the room. Practical lessons were always more entertaining than theory, especially in a subject like defense against the dark arts, which ought to be thrilling but often ended up dry. A few Gryffindor students were already whispering about who could throw a gnome farthest. The Slytherin side showed more restraint, but anticipation was plain on their faces. Regulus was only mildly interested. Gnomes were low-level magical creatures with combat capability of approximately 0. Their only nuisance was numbers, speed, and a talent for burrowing. Compared to that, he had too many projects on his plate. The new sparks of inspiration would have to wait. After that, the castle fell completely silent. Wrapped in a disillusionment charm, Regulus slipped out of the Slytherin common room. The corridors were empty. Portraits dozed in their frames, suits of armor stood motionless, and only the torches along the walls still burned, casting wavering shadows across the stone. He deliberately expanded his senses. His magic spread outward, brushing through the air, catching even the faintest disturbance. At the same time, his spatial awareness unfolded. Within its range, the castle structure formed clearly in his mind, every seam in the walls, every turn in the corridor, even the subtle eddies of moving air. No house elves and no signs of surveillance. He wasn't surprised. Dumbledore's observation was likely intermittent, not constant. Perhaps nothing had been arranged tonight, or perhaps the elves were busy elsewhere. Either way, it didn't matter. He reached the library. Madame Pance's desk sat empty. Moving with practiced ease, he made his way to the restricted section and stopped before the shelf devoted to soul magic. Soul resilience, on resisting the imperious and mental enchantment. As usual, he began to read. The book described defenses against the imperious curse. At its core, the curse worked by forcing the caster's will over the targets, blending thoughts until the victim could no longer tell which ideas were their own. The standard defense was strengthening one's will and erecting mental safeguards. Conventional thinking. But Regulus was thinking further. Over Christmas break, Orion had tested his mental strength with the imperious curse. He had resisted. His victory came from the unyielding will forged through star-guided meditation and the labyrinth of thought constructed through occlumency. Yet afterward, an idea had lingered. The imperious overlaid the will. What if it went a step further? Not overlay. Not suppression. But replacement. If a person's will was a castle, the imperious sent an army to storm it, slaughter the defenders, and plant its own flag. It was a violent conquest from the start, and resistance was inevitable. Failure was always a possibility. But what if the method changed? Instead of sending soldiers, send architects, craftsmen, officials, or even spies. Slowly infiltrate, alter the structure, replace key figures. Quietly reshape the castle until it no longer belonged to its original master. By the time the target noticed, it would be too late. That would no longer be the imperious curse. It would be something higher. A more refined form of mental control. It would demand immense mental strength and precision. A deep understanding of the structure of will itself. But in theory, it was possible. Especially against someone weak-willed or mentally flawed. Regulus withdrew his magic and closed his eyes. An intriguing thought. For now, nothing more than speculation. His mental strength wasn't sufficient yet, and his understanding of will structures was nearly non-existent, let alone the fine control required. Still, it was a direction. When star-guided meditation advanced further, when the fifth star was lit or more, his mental strength would rise to an entirely new level. Then he could experiment. Like start with small animals. Regulus continued browsing the other restricted texts. Every visit left him with the same impression. Hogwarts was a vault of treasures. It was already 2 in the morning when he returned to the dormitory. Cuthbert and Alex were asleep, their breathing steady behind their bed curtains. Hermes's bed remained empty, curtains drawn tight, no one inside. After washing up, Regulus lay down. Hermes was absent from the dormitory more often than he was, and Regulus frequently wandered the castle at night. Last term, even when Hermes roamed, he at least returned to sleep. This term, entire nights passed without him. He no longer followed the small circle either. Cuthbert had already voiced his displeasure, calling withdrawal from the group a betrayal. Alex had no complaints. If anything, he seemed faintly pleased. A gloomy boy like Hermes didn't attract affection. Slytherin always had its little factions. Some bound by blood, others by shared interests. Among the older students, many gathered around Voldemort's ideals. Once they graduated, they would don black robes, wear silver masks, and dedicate their strength to the grand cause. Regulus wasn't concerned with that. He was thinking about Hermes. Was his task entering a critical phase? Images from last term surfaced in his mind, cursed books, empty glass bottles, maps marked with hidden areas of the castle, and the occasional scorch marks on Hermes's skin, the faint scent of sulfur clinging to him. He was searching for something. Or carrying out a family mission. As long as it didn't interfere with him, Regulus had no intention of intervening. Everyone had secrets. As long as Hermes's didn't become a threat, he would let him be. Still, he needed to keep watch. Hermes had value. He was worth pulling up at a critical moment. Last term, he had demonstrated strength. Now, it was clear that it wasn't enough. Regulus closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into star-guided meditation. 4 silver stars flared in the darkness, outlining Orion's shape. Magic flowed along their paths in a steady cycle, easing the day's fatigue. The pressure on his mind gradually lightened. Late January, Friday afternoon. The Charms classroom was half empty. Professor Flitwick had formally invited Regulus to attend an advanced Charms seminar. In reality, it was just him and a handful of upper-year students. Regulus knew this was a Hogwarts tradition. Professors would invite truly talented young witches and wizards for individual instruction. He had accepted readily, though privately he thought, Flitwick is in place. How long before Professor McGonagall? He already had questions prepared for her. Professor Flitwick stood atop his stack of books. Only 5 students faced him. 3 seventh years, 2 from Ravenclaw and 1 from Hufflepuff, and a 6th-year Gryffindor. They sat in the front row, quills poised over parchment. Regulus took a seat by the window in the second row. The chair beside him remained empty. The older students glanced at him repeatedly, their gazes friendly and curious. No one treated him differently for being only a first year. In truth, his reputation preceded him. Today's topic isn't in the syllabus, Professor Flitwick began. His voice was softer than in regular class, lower, his eyes bright. Emotional resonance in spellcasting. Or rather, how a caster's state of mind affects magical results. With the same Wingardium Leviosa, he raised his wand, first like this dash. A tap of his wand, and the quill on the lectern rose smoothly into the air. It wobbled gently, like a dandelion seed floating in a light breeze. The ascent was slow and soft. At the peak, there was even a faint pause. When I cast it, I was thinking of lightness and joy. Like seeing a butterfly for the first time in spring. Flitwick smiled faintly. Now dash. He flicked his wand. The quill dropped back onto the desk. A moment later, he cast again. This time the quill shot upward, twice as fast as before, nib pointing downward. It stopped exactly 30 centimeters above the table. There was no wobble at all. The ink sac cast a long, thin shadow in the sunlight. This time, I was thinking of responsibility, Flitwick said, studying the quill. It must rise. It must be stable. It must be precise. Regulus stared at the quill. He could feel the difference. The magical intensity hadn't changed, but its texture had. The first spell's flow was gentle and steady. The second was taut and focused. Both had accomplished levitation. But the manner was different. The incantation is fixed, Flitwick continued. The movement, the pronunciation, the magic. They're all written in your textbooks. But witches and wizards aren't magical tools. We have emotions. We have states of mind. Thoughts in the moment. Those extra elements seep into magic and influence the spell. A seventh-year Ravenclaw raised her hand. Professor, is there a standard for that influence? I mean, can it be quantified? Very difficult, Flitwick shook his head. Everyone's emotions differ. Even the same person's emotions vary from moment to moment. But what we can confirm is that mental state affects the spell's texture. Regulus's gaze remained on the quill as a thought formed. He raised his hand. Mr. Black. Professor, Regulus asked politely, the incantation and wand movement are fixed, but a wizard's inner state alters the spell's effect. Is that alteration governed by patterns? Can it be deliberately controlled and reproduced? Flitwick regarded him seriously. You're suggesting consciously manipulating one's mental state to adjust spell outcomes? Yes, Professor. Regulus nodded. With the same Wingardium Leviosa, casting under different emotional conditions produces perceptible differences in magical trajectory and final result. Do those differences stem from the wizard's inner state influencing the magic itself? He paused, searching for the right word. Infusing it? If so, what is the mechanism behind that infusion? Through systematic training, can a specific inner state become a stable casting condition that can be reliably invoked? The classroom fell silent. Professor Flitwick drew in a deep breath. You've touched upon a subject of advanced spellcraft, he said gravely. The spell determines what can be done. The wizard's mind determines how it is done. When he was young, Professor Dumbledore researched this field extensively. He called it the resonance between mental imagery and magic. Professor Flitwick continued, your observation is correct. The Patronus charm is the most direct example. It requires the caster to draw upon a deeply positive force within themselves. The quality of that force directly determines the Patronus's form and strength. If there isn't enough corresponding light in your heart, the spell simply won't ignite. Regulus listened quietly. The Patronus was familiar territory for him. In theory, any spell can be infused by the caster's inner state, Flitwick went on, deliberately borrowing Regulus's word. However, that infusion is usually unconscious and fluid, and very difficult to pin down. Attempting to control it deliberately can be dangerous. Forcing your emotional state to conform to a spell may cause unexpected changes in the result. It might turn out well. It might not. If it turns out badly enough, it can even cause damage on the level of the soul. But it isn't impossible, Regulus said. Flitwick studied him for a long moment. No, the professor admitted at last with a slow nod. It isn't impossible. The path is simply littered with pitfalls. Many witches and wizards have tried throughout history. Some succeeded. Some went mad. More became stuck halfway and could never again find the effortless purity they once had in casting. Regulus inclined his head thoughtfully. He understood that logic well. The killing curse demanded absolute murderous intent. The Cruciatus curse required a genuine desire to inflict suffering. The Imperius curse thrived on a powerful urge to dominate. The stronger the emotion, the greater the spell's potency. That was one of the fundamental principles of dark magic. Many dark spells. Flitwick lowered his voice, his expression growing grave. In advanced circles, dark magic was not a forbidden topic. Very few young witches and wizards were entirely isolated from it. Require intense negative emotions like anger, hatred, fear, pain. Those emotions reinforce dark magic, and dark magic, in turn, amplifies those emotions. The stronger the negativity, the stronger the spell. The stronger the spell, the deeper the negativity feeds. His gaze swept across the classroom, steady and warning. For those who pursue power through dark magic, this becomes a dangerous cycle. Flitwick paused and gave a faint shake of his head. Once they discover a path to greater strength, they will look for ways to deepen their negative emotions, deliberately courting pain, magnifying hatred, immersing themselves in darkness until eventually there is not a trace of positive feeling left. They grow more extreme. More detached from what most would call normal. At advanced levels, dark magic begins to erode the wizard in return. It is not that they cannot turn back. It is that they no longer recognize that they should. Regulus knew the professor meant it as a warning about the dangers of dark magic. Corruption. Descent into darkness. The loss of self. But his mind had already moved elsewhere. If one replaced the term dark magic with light magic, would the result truly be so different? Were those consumed by extreme positivity any less dangerous? What of a person who believed themselves absolutely right, whose sense of justice stood above all else, who viewed every opponent as evil by definition? Was that so different from extreme negativity? In both cases, the individual would sacrifice everything, including reason and empathy, for a chosen goal. Wizards rarely feared being surrounded by the excessively righteous, because positive emotions were often associated with kindness, justice, and protection. Yet extremity was still extremity. Society merely gilded one and condemned the other. Regulus recalled a line from a brief history of soul magic. A handful of powerful, resolute dark wizards had used dark magic frequently without suffering its influence. He suspected the explanation was simpler than most scholars imagined. It was not that they resisted corruption. It was that they did not treat dark magic as something inherently corrupting in the first place. Magic was magic. A tool. Any erosion came from instability within the caster's own heart. If someone's mind was strong enough, if they knew exactly what they were doing, why they were doing it, and were willing to bear the consequences, did the classification of the spell truly matter? Dumbledore had studied dark magic extensively in his youth and likely still did. Grindelwald had been a master of it. At their level, distinctions between dark and light felt almost superficial. What shaped them was not the spell itself, but the purpose behind it, and the beliefs that guided that purpose. As for Voldemort, better not to dwell on that. Regulus pulled his thoughts back. He was far from that level. It was premature to think in those terms. Still, he remained convinced that magic was a tool. Good and evil lay not in the spell, but in the choices of the one wielding it, and in the consequences that followed. After class, Professor Flitwick asked him to stay behind. "Your thinking is fascinating," Flitwick said, eyes gleaming behind his spectacles. "Continue to question and explore, but remember that theory and practice are not the same. The state of the mind is delicate. Forcing control may produce the opposite of what you intend." "I understand, Professor," Regulus replied with a respectful nod. The lesson had not introduced much that was new to him. Most of what Flitwick had explained, he already knew. Still, he appreciated the warning. It came from genuine concern. And it had served as a reminder. Leaving the classroom, he headed straight for the room of requirement. The training chamber was empty. The wooden floor gleamed softly beneath enchanted lamps. Regulus walked to the center of the room and sat cross-legged. He began to consider the imagery of the starry sky. What words truly captured it? Calm, vastness, grandeur, eternity. If he could inject that imagery as a stable backdrop into a spell. He raised his wand toward a training dummy. Protego. A silver-white shield unfolded before the dummy, a standard shield charm. Even thickness. Balanced magical distribution. Regulus drew a slow breath and closed his eyes. Star-guided meditation turned within him. The 4 stars of Orion flared in the depths of his consciousness, but he did not focus on their precise configuration. He focused on the sensation. Cold, distant starlight crossing unimaginable stretches of space to reach the Earth. The steady burn of stars across incomprehensible spans of time. The immensity of the universe. The eternity of the sky. The orderly motion of all things under immutable laws. He let that awareness fill him. Not an emotion but an image. An understanding. The universe was vast. Time was endless. He was insignificant within it, and yet that insignificant self could still think, still exist. Then he cast again. Protego. The shield bloomed once more. This time, it was different. The color turned silver-gray, with faint, star-like sparkles flickering across its surface. The texture felt denser and more solid. Like stone compressed over billions of years by tectonic force, tight and unyielding. The magical cost had increased by about 15%. He dispelled it and stepped forward, brushing his fingers through the space where the shield had stood. Residual magic lingered in the air. It worked. The cost was higher. He had to enter a deeper meditative state to summon the imagery. But it worked. This was something beyond emotional resonance. It was cognitive resonance. A rational understanding of the universe and the starry sky used as the tonal foundation for spellcasting. Regulus committed the result to memory. It was only a beginning, but the direction was clear, and it was viable. In the future, he could experiment further. Infuse an offensive spell with the imagery of falling stars. A binding spell with the concept of gravitational pull. Even a healing spell with the notion of life emerging within the cosmos. There was much to test. Magic truly was extraordinary. No. Magic had always been extraordinary. In the final week of January. Students still ran through corridors. Cutlery still clattered in the great hall. Professors still lectured in classrooms. Yet something discordant had vanished, at least from Regulus's perspective. Last term's unprovoked provocations, deliberate harassment, and probing confrontations had not occurred once this month. Within Slytherin, the atmosphere was unusually calm. Older students nodded politely when they saw him. Younger ones stepped aside of their own accord. Even the most troublesome pure-blood heirs seemed to have discovered manners overnight. At least when facing him. Regulus knew why. His public appearance at the Malfoy family's Christmas banquet had signaled a certain stance. Many pure-blood families would have instructed their children not to provoke him, at least for now. But he also knew the peace would not last. Among pure-blood upbringing, one principle was deeply ingrained: status must be contested, relationships navigated through rivalry. Peace was only a temporary ceasefire. Conflict was the norm. Some might even believe that under Voldemort's banner, harmony was undesirable. The Dark Lord might prefer his followers to compete and restrain one another. It made control easier. Sooner or later, someone would step forward. More likely to make a statement. To prove that their family did not fear the House of Black. That they dared to challenge. Or perhaps someone more foolish would think that if the Dark Lord desired internal tension, then manufacturing conflict would count as loyalty. Regulus waited. He was in no hurry. What was meant to come would come. Wednesday afternoon found Regulus Black seated in the Slytherin common room with a book open on his lap. The fire in the hearth burned bright, its light glinting coldly off the silver and green decor. In one corner, a few second years played wizard's chess, the sharp crack of pieces striking one another echoing through the room. On the sofas, several seventh years were speaking in low voices about their NEWT exams. Regulus sat in an armchair by the window, advanced principles of transfiguration resting against his knees. He sensed someone at the entrance and looked up. Severus Snape stood there, tall and motionless, like a shadow that had learned how to take shape. Snape did not step inside. He remained at the doorway, his dark eyes fixed in Regulus's direction. Their gazes met. Snape gave the faintest nod, so slight it was almost imperceptible, then turned and left. Regulus closed his book and followed. The corridor outside lay empty. Snape waited in the shadows at a corner, leaning against the stone wall, fingers unconsciously brushing the handle of his wand. "Black," Snape said quietly. "Snape." The exchange was brief. Snape stepped out from the shadows, his eyes sweeping both ends of the corridor to ensure they were alone before he spoke again. "The atmosphere among the upper years, it's off." Regulus waited. "There have been gatherings over the past few weeks," Snape continued carefully, glancing down the corridor once more. "Not official ones. Small classrooms. Empty rooms on the 8th floor. I'm half-blood, so I wouldn't normally qualify, but someone vouched for me." He paused, as if weighing how much to reveal. "Professor Slughorn mentioned my talent in potions. A few 7th years know about it. They needed someone to handle certain materials, so they brought me in. In exchange, I'm allowed to sit in." Regulus gave a small nod. That made sense. Snape's value lay in his ability. The pure-blood circles might be arrogant, but they were not foolish enough to waste useful talent. "They're discussing," Snape said, lowering his voice further, "cleaning out the trash." "Trash." Regulus repeated the word silently. He did not need clarification. "Muggle-borns. Those deemed to have tainted magical bloodlines. Any concrete plans?" he asked. "Not yet." Snape shook his head. "It's more the atmosphere. A kind of urgency. A sense that they're meant to do something significant. The rhetoric's becoming more extreme. The attitude's more fanatical. Some mention support from their families. Others hint at the will of higher powers." "Higher powers? Voldemort? Are they planning to act within Hogwarts?" Regulus asked, his tone level. "Possibly." Snape hesitated. "Or maybe this is preparation. Shaping their attitudes. Aligning their thinking. So when they graduate and formally join, they're already properly molded." Regulus fell silent. He could picture it clearly. A group of 16 and 17-year-old pure-blood boys, steeped in family pride and blood supremacy, stirred by Voldemort's ideology and convinced they were part of something grand. Purifying the magical world. Erasing impurities. Fanaticism spread easily in closed circles. It created echo chambers where only one voice remained. "We are right. We are righteous. Opposition is evil." When an individual dissolved into a group, personal responsibility thinned. Moral hesitation weakened. The collective will replace individual judgment. And when that collective will grew extreme, people would do things they might never consider alone, not because they had suddenly turned cruel, but because they no longer felt like individuals. They were pieces of a greater cause. A cause rooted in hatred and violence. "Why tell me?" Regulus asked. Snape pressed his lips together. After several seconds, he said one word. "Evans. Lily Evans. Muggle-born in Gryffindor. Would she become a target?" "Not necessarily. Not yet. But if the atmosphere continued to harden, every Muggle-born would eventually be treated as an enemy. Words would give way to exclusion. Exclusion would escalate into sabotage. Sabotage would turn into open hostility." Snape did not care about most Muggle-borns. Immersed in that environment, even he might grow radical. But he cared about Lily. And he understood that he could not protect her alone. He needed allies, someone stronger and someone with status. Regulus Black fit that description. And the Christmas gift exchange had proven something else. Regulus honored his bargains and paid fairly. "The potion formula you gave me last time was useful," Snape said, locking eyes with him as if offering justification. "And that dark spell helped me understand a few things." He was offering goodwill. Information in exchange for knowledge and resources. Regulus could see the tension beneath Snape's composure. He inclined his head slightly. I'll keep watch. If you hear more, tell me. You know the rate. Snape's eyes flickered with brief satisfaction before settling back into their usual gloom. Understood. He hesitated. Evans. Regulus regarded him calmly, his expression unreadable. Snape waited. When no answer came at once, he seemed ready to turn away. Then Regulus gave the slightest nod. Barely perceptible. For a fleeting moment, gratitude flashed across Snape's face, tinged with something like embarrassment. He said nothing further and left without another word. Regulus remained where he was, turning over what he had learned. Something was brewing within Slytherin. It might not yet be a concrete plan, but it was ideological preparation. Voldemort did not merely need enforcers. He needed believers. Hogwarts was the incubator. Slytherin the testing ground. If pureblood heirs began absorbing the ideology within school walls, by the time they graduated, they would already be fully formed Death Eaters in spirit. This kind of ideological infiltration was more dangerous than overt violence. Violence invited resistance. It exposed itself. It drew the attention of Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. But ideas spread quietly. Slowly. Like a frog in warming water. By the time anyone noticed, an entire generation of pureblood wizards might have accepted that logic as natural. Regulus returned to the common room. For now, he had no intention of intervening. It was not his responsibility. If the pureblood zealots wished to posture and whisper, that was their affair, so long as it did not touch him. Still, information held value. Knowing what others intended was always better than ignorance. He settled back into his armchair, the book open on his knees, though his eyes no longer followed the text. During the earlier Quidditch match conflict, he had stepped forward for a reason. That moment had been calculated. A performance. A demonstration aimed at potential observers like Dumbledore, Voldemort and the pureblood families. He had shown composure and control. The ability to steady a volatile situation. That kind of display was not mere strength. It suggested leadership. The capacity to maintain order within chaos. Voldemort required fighters, yes, but he also needed those who could manage fighters. If the House of Black produced only reckless warriors, its value would be limited. But if it produced someone capable of consolidating power and stabilizing internal dynamics, that was far more significant. The Quidditch incident had been a controlled exhibition. What Snape described now was different. This was not a single clash. It was long-term ideological shaping. The older students might not act immediately, but the atmosphere would spread. It would seep into conversations, into attitudes. Today it might be verbal exclusion. Tomorrow, subtle sabotage. Eventually, open aggression. Regulus considered the motives. Some of it could be spontaneous. A handful of adolescent boys intoxicated by blood supremacy rhetoric and convinced they were destined to cleanse the magical world. Self-righteousness could easily mutate into extremism. More likely, their families were involved. Encouraging them to rehearse ideology at school, preparing them for eventual initiation into the Death Eaters. Direct orders from Voldemort seemed unlikely at this stage. The Dark Lord would not concern himself with student squabbles. His focus would be on recruiting adult wizards and advancing broader operations. Still, the ideology spreading among these students almost certainly traced back to him, passed down through Death Eater families to the next generation. Regulus chose observation. He was no savior. He had no obligation to shield every Muggleborn, so long as the conflict did not spill into his own affairs. As for Lily Evans, he shook his head faintly. The greatest harm she would suffer at Hogwarts might come from you calling her mudblood yourself, Snape. Room of requirement. Training chamber. Regulus stood in the center of the room, a silver sickle balanced on his palm. Space warp. His perception expanded. The structure of space revealed itself in a web-like pattern within his mind. The sickle's node stood out, clear and distinct. He focused. Magic flowed along the subtle grain of space, extending, guiding. The coin vanished. It reappeared 3 meters away on the wooden floor. Regulus walked over to examine the result. The landing point had deviated about 40 centimeters from his intended target. An improvement. Last time, the error had been 50. The sickle's surface felt warm to the touch, a residual heat from spatial friction. There was progress. The distance had increased. The margin of error had decreased. The magical cost had not fallen, but control had grown more refined. He picked up the coin and slipped it back into his pocket. His family was wealthy, but that did not mean he should waste money. Regulus walked to the corner of the training room. A few objects were laid out there, a palm-sized stone, a glass bottle, and an old key. They were props for practicing the space anchor charm. He had fully digested the inherited knowledge. He understood the principles now, truly understood them, and had built a complete framework in his mind. Regulus closed his eyes and let his awareness sink inward. In that inner space, he had constructed something like a library catalog. Each category of knowledge had its own section. Every book had its place. Verdant magic occupied one wing. Spatial magic another. Transfiguration theory had its own shelves. Dark magic was separate. Standard spells had their own orderly rows. Cross-references connected them. There were pathways linking related concepts. It was not some mystical memory palace. It was simple information management. Organize the chaos. Sort it. Connect it. Make retrieval effortless. Like a potions cabinet. Every ingredient stored in its assigned compartment. When needed, you reached for it directly instead of rummaging through clutter. The system required upkeep. New knowledge had to be categorized, linked, woven into the existing structure. Updates meant revisions across connected fields. But it was efficient. Before, recalling a spell's detail meant searching through memory. Now, he only had to focus on the right section. The information surfaced instantly. Regulus opened his eyes and raised his wand. Space anchor charm. Magic flowed from the tip, tightening into focus. Half a meter in front of him, the air condensed into an invisible point. The anchor formed. It could not be seen, but it could be felt. The spatial structure at that point had been nailed in place, unnaturally stable. He cast Wingardium Leviosa toward the anchored space. The spell worked, but its effect dulled. The quill rose 1/3 slower than usual, and when it drifted near the anchor, it trembled faintly. It worked. The anchor interfered with spatial structure. It indirectly affected any magic that relied on spatial stability. Apparition, port keys, even the transmission path of ordinary spells would be disrupted if they passed through the anchor's range. But maintaining it required constant magic. Right now, he could sustain 3 at most, each for 10 minutes. In real combat, he would have to choose. Spend magic maintaining anchors, or unleash offensive spells directly. Either way, he needed more practice. He dismissed the anchor and moved to the training dummy. Star-guided meditation began to turn. 4 stars lit within his awareness. He felt the starlight that had traveled billions of years through cold emptiness. He sensed the slow drift of constellations across the universe. The vastness, and his own smallness within it. Then he cast, Incendio. His wrist turned slightly, wand tracing an arc. In his mind, he pictured a supernova. The final blaze at the end of a star's life. An instant releasing more energy than its entire lifetime combined. Flames burst from the wand tip. They were no longer the usual orange-red. They burned white, incandescent and searing, hissing as they tore through the air. The fire did not stream forward in a steady jet. It detonated outward. It struck the dummy. The leather surface carbonized instantly, blackened but never truly ignited. The heat was too extreme. It burned straight through. A fist-sized hole opened in the dummy's chest. The edges were clean. The wood inside had already turned to ash. The air in the room grew stifling. The magic cost was triple that of a standard fire spell. Regulus lowered his wand and studied the hole. The power was astonishing. The cost was worse. 3 times the expenditure, far greater than Protego. It required deep meditation to prepare. In real combat, he would rarely have the chance to use it. But it was possible. When emotion and imagery intertwined with structured spellwork, mutation occurred. He just needed balance. A balance between power and cost. Between the depth of imagery and the speed of invocation. He sat down and began to think. He thought about the inherited magic he had just absorbed. The memories within the crystal spheres were not simple knowledge transfer. They carried ancestral insight, experience, even traces of soul imprints. That required extraordinary magical mastery and strength of soul. The ancestor who created a legacy had to refine a lifetime of learning into its purest essence, seal it into crystal, and ensure the recipient could safely receive it. Not every family could accomplish that. The Blacks were ancient, with deep foundations. Only that was why several inheritances remained. Other families might have them. Or they might not. Even if they did, such things would be the highest secrets, never spoken of. He himself had not known his family possessed inherited magic until he was told. To obtain another family's inheritance was nearly impossible. Unless the family fell. Or the inheritance was lost. Or it was taken by force. Voldemort could certainly do it. With his power, forcing a family to surrender its inheritance would hardly be difficult. A thought flickered through Regulus's mind. If one day he needed knowledge from another family's inheritance, what would he do? Coerce them? Tempt them? Negotiate? Or wait for them to offer it willingly? He did not know. But for now, his paths to power were abundant. The Black family inheritance. The Hogwarts library. Guidance from professors. His own research and practice. Then another thought came to him. What could he leave behind for the House of Black? Regulus rose and walked toward the door. It was still early. He was only 12. His magical journey had barely begun. One day, when he was truly powerful, when he had developed his own understanding and creations, perhaps he too would leave an inheritance. Perhaps he would not repeat the path of his ancestors. Perhaps he would carve a new one. He pushed the door open. The walls of the room of requirement sealed behind him. The corridor lay empty. The castle slept. The feeling of having fully digested the inheritance was unmistakable. It was like setting down a heavy burden he had carried for too long. His mind felt lighter and sharper. The knowledge that had once been forced into him now belonged to him. He could call on it freely. Reflect on it deeply. Extend it. Create from it. He suspected his father had received an inheritance as well. As head of the Black family, Orion Black would not be ignorant of such things. But what exactly it was, whether he truly had, his father had never said. Regulus had never asked. In time, he would know. Late in January, deep night. In the training room of the Room of Requirement, Regulus sat cross-legged at the center of the floor and closed his eyes. Star-guided meditation turned. Orion spread across his awareness. The 3 belt stars, Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka, shone steadily, forming the framework. Betelgeuse burned at the upper left, red light fluctuating, brightening and dimming, representing change and eruption. The 4-star system circulated smoothly. Magic cycled along the stellar paths. With each revolution, his body was tempered a fraction. His mind strengthened a degree. His total magic increased, imperceptibly but steadily. Now he would attempt to ignite the 5th star for the second time. Bellatrix. Orion's left shoulder. Blue-white. In the star chart, it symbolized the warrior, the guardian, the boundary. Regulus focused. In his awareness, he constructed a model of Bellatrix, its position, its brightness, its relationship to the other 4 stars, its orbital trajectory. The model formed successfully. But ignition failed again. The second failure felt clearer than the first. His magic was sufficient. His mind was steady. But something did not align. Bellatrix's symbolic meaning did not match his current state of mind. That star required the will to guard. The resolve to stand firm for something, or someone. What did he guard? The answer came immediately. He guarded himself. His magical path. His family's interests. But those were benefits, not belief. Bellatrix demanded something different. A conviction-level defense. The choice to stand firm even when the cost exceeded the gain. Regulus could not do that. Not yet. He stopped trying and instead recalled how he had ignited Betelgeuse. Back then, he had not thought deeply about astronomy. He only knew it was a red supergiant, a variable star, destined to explode. It represented instability, but tremendous power. At the time, irritation and aggression had churned within him. Pressure from Bella's letters. Residual emotion after battle. That unstable yet potent state resonated with Betelgeuse, and ignition had followed. But after summoning a Patronus during the holiday, after experiencing the power of the mind's light, after Professor Flitwick guided him to accept magic's irrational side. Perhaps he had been approaching this wrong. Igniting a star was not about building a model and pouring magic into it. It was about finding resonance between inner state and symbolic meaning. Understanding this, Regulus relaxed. He stopped forcing Bellatrix's model into place. He sensed Orion as a whole instead. The steady belt. The eruption of Betelgeuse. And the empty left shoulder. There should be a star there. One that bore defensive responsibility. The shield of the constellation. He imagined what that star should feel like. A concrete vow of protection? No. Something more abstract. The posture of standing one's ground. Like a castle wall. Like a boundary stone at the edge of a nation. Like the sky itself, never striking first, but anything that trespassed would meet an invisible barrier. As the image deepened, it resonated with something buried in the furthest reaches of his heart. Regulus wanted to protect his path of exploration from interference. He wanted to protect the family's businesses from being plundered. He wanted to protect the clear understanding of this world he had maintained since crossing over, to keep it from being tainted by fanaticism and ignorance. He wanted to protect the purity inside his own heart. But this was not the power of the soul. It was not an emotional vow of protection. It was rational. He was protecting his own space to survive and grow. The next instant, resonance formed. In his awareness, the position of Bellatrix glowed faintly. Unlike the other 4 fully ignited stars, this was only a preparatory state, like a newly lit hearth that still needed more fuel before it could blaze. For now, this was as far as he could go. He could not give more than that. Regulus seized that state and linked the faint light of Bellatrix to the 4-star system. Originally, the 4-star system had been an inner cycle of stable foundation and explosive change. Now, with Bellatrix added, it became stable foundation, explosive change, and a defensive framework. Bellatrix did not grant additional magic. It strengthened structure. The entire system felt more solid, more capable of resisting external impact. The moment Bellatrix connected successfully, Regulus felt a tremor ripple through his magic. His total magic did not increase. But something had shifted. Control became more precise and the magic flow became steadier. He opened his eyes, raised his wand, and, riding the tremor of magic in the updated system, tried to bypass deep meditation and directly invoke the explosive imagery of Betelgeuse. Reducto. The curse shot forward and struck the stone wall opposite him. There was no expected explosion. Instead, spiderweb cracks spread across the impact point. Then the entire section of wall shattered silently into fist-sized chunks of stone, clattering to the floor. The power was 3 times that of a standard reductor curse. The cost had only increased by 50%. It was progress. Less waste, greater force. But a wave of weakness followed. Mental exhaustion. Calling upon Betelgeuse's explosive imagery without deep meditation required intense focus and will. It drained the mind quickly. That single strike had consumed roughly a tenth of his mental strength. He could not use it often. Not yet. After one use, he would need time to recover, or it would affect subsequent spellcasting and thought. He steadied his breathing and considered the improvement. Star-guided meditation had completely become his own. What he had first learned from astrological meditation remained only as a skeleton. Everything else had been replaced and refined. The 4-star system, plus the preparatory 5th, was unique. Perfectly aligned with his magical philosophy and inner state. He felt more certain than ever. Magical cultivation was not just the accumulation of knowledge and technique. It was resonance between the inner self and the outer world. Reason determined direction. Emotion supplied momentum. Only together could one go further. Regulus put away his wand and left the room of requirement. The corridor was silent. The castle slept under the night sky. He returned to the Slytherin dormitory. Cuthbert and Alex were already asleep. Hermes's bed was empty. He washed, lay down, and closed his eyes. Star-guided meditation turned on its own. The 4 stars revolved slowly in the depths of his awareness. At Bellatrix's position, a faint glimmer waited for the day it would truly ignite. In the first week of February, a light, restless excitement began to flow through the corridors of Hogwarts. Next weekend, 3rd years and above would be allowed to visit Hogsmeade. Older students were planning butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks. Middle years were discussing new sweets at Honeyduke's. The younger ones could only listen, their faces caught between envy and anticipation. After Charms class, Regulus was stopped at a corridor corner by Lucretius Burke. Hogsmeade weekend next week. Lucretius's fingers brushed the edge of his prefect badge. His voice was low. Our shops recently acquired some interesting items. I mentioned before that you should come take a look. This is the perfect opportunity. Regulus lifted his head and met his gaze. It had been barely over a month since he had accepted the invitation in the Slytherin common room. Back then, he had said he would visit during the holiday. Now, only a few weeks into the new term, Lucretius had brought it up again. This time, he sounded more direct. More urgent. Had something changed? My father is looking forward to it, Lucretius added. Regulus nodded. He knew he meant the elder Burke. I'll need written permission from home. Of course. Lucretius's lips curved in a precise smile. Procedure must be followed. I'll be waiting at the Hogsmeade entrance. He left decisively, clearly confident Regulus would accept. Regulus watched him go and thought, if I refused, how would you respond? Back in the Slytherin dormitory, he sat at his desk and spread out parchment. He dipped his quill in ink. The tip hovered for a moment before he began to write. Father. Lucretius Burke has again invited me to visit Borgin and Burke's during next weekend's Hogsmeade trip. It has been just over a month since the previous invitation. I require a signed permission letter to apply to Professor Slughorn. Additionally, the Burke's attitude seems to have shifted. Has anything occurred recently? Please advise. Regulus. He finished, pressed the family seal at the bottom, imprinting the black crest, then went to the Ollery and handed the letter to his owl. Deliver it directly to father. At breakfast the next morning, a family owl landed beside Regulus and dropped a reply. The parchment was thick, its edges gilded. Orion Black's handwriting was steady and restrained. Regulus. Permission enclosed. I will inform Professor Slughorn separately. Regarding the Burkes, 2 weeks ago, the Ministry of Magic suddenly established a special review office for dark artifacts, led directly by Barty Crouch of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The review covers all registered transactions involving dark artifacts, with particular focus on cursed and large-scale destructive items. Borgin and Burke specializes in such goods and is naturally the primary target. The review has not yet expanded to Nocturne Alley, but pressure is already spreading. The Burkes seek to establish contact with me through you, to secure buffering at the level of the Wisengamot or early warning. This is a transaction, not a favor. Your visit signals the House of Black's willingness to engage. Specific terms will be negotiated between myself and the elder Burke. Additionally, instability has arisen in Nocturne Alley due to the review. Some holders of sensitive items are eager to dispose of them. Conflicts have increased. When you go, enter only the shop. Do not linger in the alley. Regulus folded the letter and tucked it into his inner pocket. The ministry had acted suddenly. Barty Crouch, known for his severity and efficiency in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A man who would one day send his own son to Azkaban, later smuggle him out by sacrificing his wife, and eventually die at that same son's hand. An operation like this did not happen without cause. Either someone at the top was pushing or something significant had forced a response. Regulus considered the possibilities. Perhaps Voldemort's influence was expanding faster, and the circulation of dark artifacts had increased to a level the ministry could no longer ignore. Perhaps Dumbledore's faction had exerted pressure within the Wizengamot to restrict the dark trade. Or perhaps Crouch himself was accumulating political capital, laying groundwork for a future bid for Minister for Magic. Regulus understood the general ecology of British wizarding politics. Factions everywhere. Interests exchanged beneath the surface. The law looked formidable on paper, but enforcement often had flexibility. Pure-blood families had cultivated the ministry for generations. There were people in every department. Usually, reviews of this kind came with advance notice. This time, there had been no warning. Unusual. Either Crouch had bypassed conventional channels and acted directly, or the decision-making level was high enough that even pure-blood families had no access. The latter seemed unlikely. The British ministry did not possess that kind of untouchable upper tier. Either way, the situation was shifting. Regulus finished breakfast and left the Great Hall. After afternoon classes, he would need to see Professor Slughorn. At 4 o'clock, he knocked on the door of the potions office. "Come in." Slughorn's cheerful voice called from inside. The office was unchanged. The air carried the mixed fragrance of expensive potion ingredients. The walls were lined with photographs of famous witches and wizards. Silver instruments gleamed on the desk. Rare materials filled the shelves. Near the fireplace, a small round table held half a bottle of mead and several plates of sweets. Professor Slughorn sat in a wide armchair, holding a thick leather ledger. The moment he saw Regulus, his eyes lit up. "Regulus." He set the ledger aside and beckoned warmly. "What an honor. Let me think, this is your first voluntary visit this term, isn't it?" Regulus stepped forward and greeted him politely. "Professor." "Sit, sit." Slughorn beamed and waved his hand. The chair opposite slid out on its own. "I've just received your father's letter." He laid the parchment down gently, wearing a knowing smile. "I'm aware of the Hogsmeade matter. The application form is right here, already signed." He pushed the form across the desk. "Procedure observed. I'll handle the rest. Off you go." Regulus thanked him courteously, exchanged farewells, and left the office. The days leading up to Hogsmeade weekend passed quietly. Regulus Black attended classes as usual, practiced magic in the room of requirement, spent time in the library, and occasionally slipped into the restricted section. His space warp error had narrowed to within 30 centimeters. The number of space anchor charm anchors he could maintain had not increased, but their duration had improved. The fifth star in his star-guided meditation remained in its preparatory state, yet the four-star system rotated more smoothly than ever. On Friday night, he received a second letter from Orion. "Regulus. I have conducted a preliminary discussion with the Elder Burke. The Ministry of Magic's review is focused on large-scale cursed artifacts and highly lethal dark magic items. The Burkes currently hold several sensitive pieces in inventory that must be handled before the review expands. When you visit, the Elder Burke may show you one or two of them, to test whether the House of Black has interest in acquiring them or providing a custodial channel. Remember to only observe. Do not touch. Do not promise anything. Specific terms will be negotiated between myself and the Burkes. Additionally, 3 dark wizard conflicts have occurred recently in Nocturne Alley, involving the seizure of items. The Auror office has increased patrols, but with limited effect. Remain vigilant. Large-scale cursed artifacts. Highly lethal dark magic items. Both were strictly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic. The Burkes wanted to offload them, using the Blacks as intermediaries or custodians. The details would be decided by his father. Regulus was only there to look, and to signal willingness. He lay back on his bed and closed his eyes. Star-guided meditation began automatically. The 4 stars revolved in the depths of his mind. At Bellatrix's position, that faint light still burned. Weak, but steady. Like a distant lighthouse, unreachable for now, yet guiding him all the same. The will to guard. He had not yet found exactly what he wished to guard, but he at least knew what he refused to lose. On the second Saturday of February, at 7 in the morning, the great hall of Hogwarts was louder than usual. Third years and above gathered at the long tables, discussing plans, exchanging galleons, checking permission slips. First and second years remained in their seats, their eyes tracking the older students, faces full of longing. After finishing breakfast, Regulus rose and headed toward the castle doors. The corridors were packed. Peeves swooped overhead, grabbing a fistful of chalk stubs and hurling them into the crowd before being shouted down by Filch. Several Gryffindors rushed past and nearly collided with him. One muttered an apology upon recognizing him. Another made a remark under his breath, only to be dragged away by a companion. Outside the castle gates, cold air struck his face. The sky was a dull lead gray. Clouds hung low. Snow threatened but did not fall. A thin layer of frost coated the ground, crunching softly underfoot. The path to Hogsmeade was already marked by footprints pressed into the white surface. Regulus followed the road. Laughter and conversation carried far in the sharp air as students hurried ahead. When Hogsmeade village came into view, he spotted Lucretius Burke standing beneath the stone arch at the entrance. Lucretius was not wearing school robes today. Instead, he had on a dark green travel cloak, the Burke family crest pinned at the collar, crossed wand and key against an open book. A few Ravenclaw girls passed him, whispering to one another. A 7th-year Hufflepuff boy gave him a polite nod, which Lucretius returned with a slight inclination of his head. As Regulus approached, Lucretius turned. "Good morning, Regulus." "Good morning, Lucretius." After a brief exchange, they walked together onto Hogsmeade's main street. Crooked, steep-roofed cottages lined both sides of the road, their roofs dusted with snow. White smoke curled from chimneys. Shop signs creaked in the wind. The display windows of Honeydukes were piled high with brightly colored jars of sweets. From the 3 broomsticks drifted the warm scent of butterbeer and baked biscuits. Zonko's joke shop crackled with pops and bursts of laughter. Lucretius slowed his pace and gestured casually as he spoke. Honeydukes. Established in 1935. Ambrosius Flume built it on the success of a single blood-flavored lollipop. Now their product line covers most of Britain. They have a private tasting room in the basement, open only to regular patrons. The 3 broomsticks. Madame Rosmerta runs it. Her husband passed away 10 years ago and left her the pub. If you want the latest rumors from the Ministry of Magic, this is the place. The price is a butterbeer and a willing ear. Dervish and Banjas is known for its magical equipments. Quality is average, but suitable for gifts. His tone was steady, almost like a tour guide. He knew each shop's history, the figures behind them, and their real functions. Regulus listened quietly, his eyes scanning the street. Hogsmeade was Britain's only all-wizard village, founded in the Middle Ages as a refuge from Muggle persecution. Over time, it had grown into a commercial and social center. The most traditional wizarding architecture remained here. So did the oldest business customs, and the most intricate web of interests. Every shop stood behind a family. Every family had connections and demands. The Flumes of Honeydukes had close ties to the Ministry's Food Inspection Office. Rosmerta was acquainted with editors at the Daily Prophet. The Banjas family held a seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Lucretius turned down a side alley and stopped before a grey stone house. There was no sign. The windows were boarded. The door was thick oak, fitted with a bronze serpent-shaped knocker. Burke property in Hogsmeade, Lucretius explained as he unlocked it. Some transactions are not suited for public places. Inside was a simple sitting room. The fireplace was cold. Dust lay thick on the furniture. The air smelled faintly of mildew from long disuse. An old map of Hogsmeade hung on the wall, the parchment yellowed and the ink faded. Lucretius stepped to the hearth and withdrew a tin from his cloak pocket. Inside lay bright green powder. Flo powder. He cast a handful into the fireplace. The flames turned emerald at once, roaring upward. Nocturne Alley, 13B, Borgin and Burke's. He stepped into the fire and vanished. Regulus followed. Traveling through the Flo network was different from apparition. Apparition tore through space by force. The Flo network guided you along a pre-established magical channel. The former was direct and violent. The latter gentler, yet constrained by the structure of the network. The space anchor charm could interfere with a single Flo connection point, but it could not disrupt the entire network. Too many nodes. Too complex. The flow of magic shifted constantly. Without placing multiple anchors simultaneously at a core junction, the effect would remain limited. Regulus considered this as he spun. 3 seconds later, he tumbled out of another fireplace. He steadied himself and brushed soot from his robes before surveying the room. The ceiling was low, cobwebbed. The brick walls were dark and damp-streaked. The air carried a mixture of dust, old parchment, and a cloying preservative scent. Shelves rose from floor to ceiling, crammed with strange objects. Shrunken heads. Rusted shackles. Eyeballs floating in jars. Black-bound books that turned their own pages. Behind the counter stood a tall, gaunt wizard. He was very old. Sparse hair clung to his scalp. His skin was pale. His eyes were sunken and sharp. He wore black robes. His fingers were long, nails neatly trimmed. An obsidian ring sat on his right index finger. Caractacus Burke, the man said in a hoarse voice. You may call me Mr. Burke, or simply the Elder Burke. Regulus Black. Regulus inclined his head, though a question flickered in his mind. Not Borgin. The Elder Burke studied him for several seconds, then stretched his mouth into something resembling a smile. Orion's son, he said, gaze fixed on Regulus. Your father came here as well, though that was 20 years ago. He stepped out from behind the counter, moving without a sound. Borgin and Burke's, he continued, his finger tracing the edge of the counter. Founded in 18s. A joint venture between the Borgin and Burke families. Acquisition, appraisal, and sale of dark artifacts. Among the 13 shops of our kind in Nocturne Alley, we rank first. Regulus's eyes shifted slightly. He had always assumed Borgin and Burke's was the proprietor's name as well as the shop's. Only now did he realize it was a partnership. Borgin was a family name. Caractacus Burke represented the Burke side. And the Borgins? Absent, maybe withdrawn, maybe just quietly standing at the edges. Come, the Elder Burke said, turning toward the deeper shelves. Some items are kept in the warehouse. Lucretius remained by the counter. He had not been summoned. Regulus followed. They passed through a doorway draped with a black curtain into a narrow corridor. Wooden racks lined the walls, holding glass jars. Inside floated various organs. Hearts beating slowly. Brains flickering with green light. Lungs expanding and contracting in rhythm. At the end of the corridor stood an iron door. The Elder Burke muttered a spell. The lock clicked open. Inside lay the warehouse. Twice the size of the front shop. Higher ceiling. Shelves arranged with deliberate order. Items were sorted by category. Cursed artifacts in one section. Dark magic implements in another. Experimental records elsewhere. Hazardous biological materials in their own area. Every item bore a label listing its name, origin, danger level, and handling recommendation. Regulus's gaze swept across the nearest shelf. Label, Weeping Virgin statue. Origin, an abandoned church in Paris, France. Suspected dark wizard experimentation on muggles. Danger level, 3 stars. Prolonged contact induces uncontrollable sorrow, eventually leading to mental collapse. Handling, seal in a lead-lined runic container. Avoid direct eye contact. Label, dagger of vengeance. Origin, an ancestral relic from a Highland family in Scotland. Danger level, 2 stars. The wielder suffers all the pain the victim has ever endured. Handling, seal in a longhorn ivory sheath. Must not be unsheathed. Label, memory weaver. Origin, unknown. Suspected ancient alchemical creation. Danger level, 4 stars. Capable of weaving false memories and implanting them into living minds. Handling, for theoretical research only. Practical use strictly prohibited. The elder Burke stopped at a display table in the center of the warehouse. A sheet of black velvet covered whatever rested atop it. I'll show you 3 items today. He bared yellow teeth in something like a grin. All recently acquired. All currently being sought by the Ministry of Magic. He lifted the velvet. 3 objects lay on the table. The first was a palm-sized bronze box, its surface carved with twisted runes. A dark red glow seeped faintly from the seams. There was no keyhole. No visible joints. Yet Regulus could sense something moving inside. Subtle, but undeniably real. Cursed casket. The elder Burke's finger hovered above it without touching. Within it lies a blood curse dating back to the 14th century. 2 pure-blood families locked in a vendetta. One crafted this to sever the other's bloodline. Both families eventually destroyed each other. The method of opening the casket has been lost, but the curse remains active. Anyone who attempts to open it will see their direct descendants die one by one within 3 generations. He glanced at Regulus. One of the Ministry's criteria for a large-scale cursed artifact is an impact exceeding 10 individuals or lasting over a century. This casket satisfies both. Regulus did not look at him. His attention was fixed on the runes. A variant of ancient runes. He recognized fragments. The curse likely used the caster's life and soul as fuel, tethering itself to the target family's blood. As long as that bloodline endured, the curse persisted. To break it, one would need the original caster's remains destroyed, a stronger curse layered atop it, or the cursed bloodline extinguished entirely. Is there a buyer? Regulus asked evenly, as if discussing ordinary merchandise. 3 interested parties, the elder Burke replied. One wishes to use it against a rival. One seeks to study ancient cursecraft. One simply collects. All are waiting to see how the Ministry's review unfolds. He let the velvet fall partially back over the box, then revealed the second item. A crystal skull, roughly life-sized. 2 rubies were set into its eye sockets, light shifting within them. Fine cracks covered its surface, and faint blue luminescence seeped from the fractures. Soul container. The elder Burke smiled faintly. Not a top-tier specimen but a simplified model. It can store a fragment of a dying person's soul, preserving consciousness and allowing communication with the living. Many flaws. Over time the fragment dissipates. The container itself is fragile. And the soul within suffers. It is constantly aware of its slow dissolution. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, as if savoring the air. His expression held something close to nostalgia. Regulus extended his perception. A faint soul fluctuation emanated from the skull. Chaotic, fragmented, laced with despairing echoes. There was awareness inside, barely held together, always on the verge of collapse. The origin? Regulus asked. An Egyptian tomb. More precisely, a pyramid. Over 1,000 years old. The elder Burke opened his eyes. Grave robbers unearthed it. Passed through 3 hands before reaching mine. No one knows whose soul it holds. A pharaoh, perhaps. A priest. Or a nameless slave buried alive. He lowered his voice. The Ministry has begun investigating all artifacts involving soul preservation. After last year's Azkaban breakout, they suspect Death Eaters may have used similar methods to survive. If this skull were discovered, it would be enough to seat me before the Wizengamot. Regulus gave a small nod. Such items warranted scrutiny. Soul and time magic were domains typically reserved for unspeakables, rarely permitted to circulate freely. The elder Burke pulled back the final velvet covering. The third item was a cane. A cane, nearly 1.5 meters long. Its shaft was dark and polished. At its top rested a fist-sized black pearl etched with silver patterns that shimmered faintly in the dim light. It lay there without emitting any detectable magical fluctuation. It could have passed for a fine artisan's work. This one has no name, the elder Burke said. The seller claimed it was found in the depths of a Nordic ruin. The shaft is dragonheart wood, at least 3,000 years old. The black pearl comes from a deep-sea giant octopus, a magical creature that lives over 5 centuries. The silver patterns were forged from meteoric metal. The method is lost. He lifted the cane carefully. I have detected no active magical function. It does not respond to standard detection charms. Even dark detection spells register it as harmless. He set it down again. However, every wizard who has touched it experiences the same dream within 3 days. No one knows what it is. His voice dropped slightly. Regulus sensed deliberate atmosphere. 7 wizards touched it. All of them eventually went mad. Regulus's tone remained calm. Symptoms. They begin speaking incoherently upon waking, the elder Burke said. As though some absolute despair has been forced into their minds. Those around them think they've lost their sanity. Perhaps they have. He turned sharply toward Regulus, eyes widening as if to unsettle a child. They all died. Each one used their own wand to cast the killing curse on themselves. Silence lingered for several seconds. The killing curse requires genuine intent to kill, Regulus said at last. Casting it on oneself implies they believed, at their core, that they needed to die. The elder Burke looked faintly disappointed by his lack of reaction. Or something convinced them death was the only release, he said in a more ordinary tone. Other curses might allow for rescue. The killing curse leaves no room for that. From one perspective, it is a clean death. At least it spares suffering. Regulus's eyes rested on the black pearl. The silver lines reflected cold light. Cognitive alteration. Perceptual contamination. Or direct consciousness implantation. The concepts brushed against ideas that should not exist within this magical system. Impossible. Different frameworks. Yet how did it function? He did not have enough knowledge to conclude. So he set the thought aside. He himself carried something from beyond. His right hand rose unconsciously to his chest, where warmth lingered beneath his robes. Then another question surfaced. You've touched it, Regulus said, studying him. Yet you seem unaffected. I have, the elder Burke admitted. I dreamed twice. I did not lose my mind. Why? Perhaps I am old and stubborn. New ideas have difficulty entering, he replied with a thin smile. Or perhaps I have seen too much madness already. This one fails to impress. He shrugged lightly. But more likely, I did not attempt to understand it. Every wizard who went mad tried desperately to analyze it. Trying to decode the mechanism, find the pattern, break free. I didn't. I recorded what happened, then decided to sell. He spread his hands. There are things safer not understood. He covered the 3 items once more with velvet. All 3 are troublesome, the elder Burke said, turning back to Regulus. The cursed casket involves a blood curse. The skull involves soul magic. The cane involves the unknown. If the ministry discovers any of them, the Burkes will face considerable trouble. You want to move them, Regulus stated. We want secure storage. Or the right buyer. The elder Burke's gaze sharpened. The Black family has history and roots. The depth to absorb such things. More importantly, Orion sits on the Wizengamot. He can provide political buffer. Regulus was silent for a few seconds. "I am only here to observe." "Of course." The elder Burke inclined his head. "The decision rests with your father. But you have seen them and you understand both their value and their risk. Return to Orion and inform him. The Burkes are willing to exchange these 3 items for the House of Black's decisive support in the Wisengamot over the next 3 years. When the ministry holds a legislative vote, cast the ballot we need. When the review expands, give us advance warning. And when necessary, say a few favorable words at the hearing." Elder Burke's tone was casual. "A fair trade. We provide the goods. You provide the political capital." Regulus didn't answer immediately. He was thinking. All 3 items held genuine value. The cursed casket offered insight into ancient blood curse theory. The skull opened a window into soul magic. The cane, he couldn't say what it might teach, but instinct told him it mattered. The risks, though, were enormous. The ministry review alone could be catastrophic. Did the House of Black need to take that gamble? That depended on his father's read of the political landscape, his assessment of the Burke family's worth, and his expectations for the depth of future cooperation. "I'll pass along the message." Regulus kept his voice measured. Elder Burke turned toward the door. "Time to head back. Lucretius will see you out." They left the storeroom and returned to the shop floor. Lucretius was still standing by the counter. When he saw them emerge, the tension in his shoulders eased. Elder Burke said nothing more. A wave of his hand dismissed them both. Lucretius led Regulus to the fireplace and grabbed a handful of flow powder. "Hogsmeade, Burke residence." The flames turned green. They stepped through one after the other. Back in the grey stone house in Hogsmeade, Lucretius let out a visible breath. He stood by the fireplace for a few seconds, something turning behind his eyes, then looked at Regulus. "What did you think?" "Educational." Regulus kept it brief. Lucretius's mouth twitched. He looked like he wanted to smile but couldn't quite manage it. "My first time was at 12. He glanced down at Regulus, his voice caught between nostalgia and something more earnest. "Father brought me to learn the route. The shop happened to be receiving a shipment of special merchandise that day. What I saw gave me nightmares for 2 months." His gaze drifted to the window. Laughter from Hogsmeade's main street filtered in. The sweet smell of Honeyduke's candy mingled with the dust of the abandoned room, an odd collision of worlds. "The Burke family has been in this business for 5 generations. Lucretius spoke low, almost to himself. "Starting with my great-grandfather, we've operated out of Nocturne Alley, dealing in dark magical objects. We've seen the worst things that exist. We've dealt with the most dangerous people alive. And we've learned how to survive in the gap between light and shadow." He turned back to Regulus. "That doesn't mean we enjoy the dark. It's the path the family chose. We were born onto it, and there's only one direction to walk." Regulus listened without interrupting. He could hear the complexity threaded through every word, pride, resignation, weight, and a thread of exhaustion beneath it all. A pure-blood heir's identity wasn't glory alone. It was obligation and chain both, a life trajectory fixed before birth. Sirius had refused. He'd run, rejected the duty, broken free of the shackles. Lucretius Burke would one day take over the family business, continue running that shop in Nocturne Alley, keeping company with darkness. That was his fate. He'd accepted it. Whether he enjoyed it was another question. "Let's go." Lucretius drew a deep breath and settled back into his usual composure. Time to get back to school. They stepped out of the stone house and onto Hogsmeade's main street. 3 in the afternoon. The village was busier than before. A queue snaked out the door of the 3 broomsticks. Honeyduke's was packed wall to wall. A cluster of Hufflepuffs crowded the Dervish and Banja's window display, pointing and chattering over some new model of sneakoscope. Lucretius led the way toward the village entrance. Acquaintances greeted him along the route, he returned each nod without breaking stride. Near Zonko's joke shop, Regulus felt it. A ripple in the space behind him. Faint, but real. The precursor signature of an apparition landing point. Someone was about to materialize very close. Less than 10 meters. Ordinary enough in Hogsmeade. No muggles here, so wizards operate freely. But Regulus reacted anyway. His stride didn't falter. Magic surged through him in an instant, an invisible barrier spreading tight against his skin, thin as insect wing, tough enough to hold. His left hand flexed beneath his cloak, fingertips flickering with scarlet light. His right hand slid into his sleeve and closed around the handle of his wand, tip aimed at the ground, ready to snap upward and fire. The air cracked open. A figure materialized from nothing, staggering 2 steps before finding his footing. Middle-aged wizard. Black robes, torn and filthy. Blood on his face. The wand in his right hand was snapped in half. The man's eyes swept the street. They landed on Regulus and Lucretius, and something sparked in them. Not hope. Desperation edged with malice. He lunged toward them. Not an attack. He ducked behind them, using their bodies as shields, and his left hand shot out to grab Regulus's shoulder. Regulus was faster. Half a second before the hand made contact, he shifted his weight, angled his body, and the grab caught nothing but air. He was about to counter when he stopped short. 2 more spatial distortions rippled ahead of him, simultaneously. The wizard blinked, clearly not expecting a child to dodge that easily. 2 figures operate in almost at the same moment. The first was a tall, lean wizard in aura uniform, a vicious scar slashing from forehead to chin. Both eyes intact, gaze razor-sharp. He stood upright, torso tilted slightly back, wand gripped in his right hand, left arm hanging loose at his side. Ready to strike from any angle. Alastair Moody. The second was a young female auror, short blonde hair, wand already raised and leveled at the man behind Regulus. "Finn, give it up," she barked. "You're not getting away." The wizard called Finn panted hard, his fingers knuckled around the broken wand. "Let me go." His voice was raw, frantic. "Or I kill these 2 kids." Moody's eyes tracked from Regulus to Lucretius, then settled on Finn. "Go ahead and try. Your wand's broken." Regulus stood still, thoughts racing. Finn was a dark wizard, clearly being pursued. He had fled here and tried to seize hostages. Moody and the female auror were the hunters. He and Lucretius were caught in the middle. Finn's choice was not bold. It was foolish. Hogsmeade was full of students, professors close at hand. He might have thought to grab a young wizard as leverage, forgetting entirely where he had run. Most dark wizards would avoid this place if they had any sense. He had charged straight into it. Smart enough to survive this long. Not smart enough to think it through. He had also chosen the wrong targets. Regulus felt no fear. He could break away easily, even retaliate if necessary. Finn was not particularly powerful. But there were outsiders watching, so he chose to observe. He glanced at Lucretius. The Slytherin prefect stood straight, expression calm, his right hand already resting on his wand. When he caught Regulus's eye, a silent question flickered there. "Do we move?" Regulus gave the faintest shake of his head. With Moody and another aura present, Finn was not escaping. And right now, Finn's focus was entirely on the aurors. He did not see the boys as threats. Children. What could they possibly do? Regulus, for his part, felt a strange flicker of interest. The situation was almost entertaining. Finn's forehead beaded with sweat. His broken wand wavered between Regulus and Lucretius, as if he were deciding which would make the better shield. "Back off," he shouted at Moody. "Let me use flu powder and leave, or I'll dash." He did not finish. Moody moved. His wand flicked almost lazily. A streak of silver shot toward the ground at Finn's feet. The earth softened instantly, sinking like a swamp. Finn's ankles plunged into it. His balance shattered. The broken wand jerked off target. At the same time, the female auror cast her spell. A red beam streaked toward Finn's chest. He cursed and tried to apparate, but with his wand snapped, the magic failed. He forced the broken wand up to block, but his magic output faltered. The spell deflected only slightly. The stunning spell struck his left shoulder. Finn's body jerked. His eyes rolled back. He toppled backward. The ground hardened again at once. The entire exchange lasted no more than 2 seconds. Moody stepped forward, checked Finn with a quick spell, and confirmed he was unconscious. Only then did he turn to Regulus and Lucretius. He stared at them, voice curt. Names. Regulus Black. Lucretius Burke. Moody repeated them under his breath, something unreadable in his tone. Black. And you're from the Burke family, he said, looking at Lucretius. The shop in Nocturne Alley? Yes. Lucretius's voice did not waver. Moody asked nothing further. He turned to the female Auror. Take him back. Inform the Ministry of Magic that Finn's in custody. Some of the involved items have been recovered. She nodded, levitated Finn with Wingardium Leviosa, seized a handful of flu powder, and vanished. A crowd of students had already formed a circle around the scene, whispering and pointing. Several professors apparat in moments later, drawn by the commotion. Moody's gaze settled on Regulus. You didn't move just now. Why didn't you dodge? Or fight back? He was behind me. I couldn't see him, Regulus replied evenly. And with Aurors on the scene, I trusted the professionals to handle it. Moody studied him as if committing his face to memory. He did not look convinced. At this age, most children would have panicked. Standing steady was rare enough. Remaining this calm was something else entirely. A few seconds passed. Then Moody turned and walked away. The patrolling professors arrived quickly, dispersing the crowd and asking questions. Lucretius stepped forward as prefect to explain the situation, with Regulus adding a few clarifications at his side. The matter was settled without much delay. Finn turned out to be a black market dealer in illicit magical items. He had stolen an artifact from a pureblood family and had been pursued by Aurors for 3 days before finally being captured in Hogsmeade. After confirming that neither boy was injured, the professors dismissed them, instructing all students that Hogsmeade weekend would end early. No lingering. Everyone was to return to Hogwarts immediately. A wave of groans rose from the younger students, but there was no room for argument. On the walk back to the castle, Lucretius remained quiet for a long time. Only when they neared the main gates did he finally speak. Alastair Moody. An elite Auror. A lot of dark wizards fear him. A lot of them hate him. I know, Regulus replied. The way he looked at me just now. Lucretius paused, then continued, it was like he was deciding whether I was Finn's accomplice. But you weren't, Regulus said. He suspects I could be. There was no emotion in Lucretius's voice. The name Burke carries a special mark in the Auror office. Especially with someone like Moody. Regulus said nothing. He knew Moody would one day become one of the fiercest opponents of Voldemort. He would fight, sacrifice, and even be impersonated. But that was the future. In 1973, Moody was still an active Auror, already well known for vigilance and suspicion. The Burke family dealt in dark artifacts. Naturally, they were on the Auror's watch list. Today had been coincidence, but coincidence was enough for Moody to remember Lucretius's face. Be careful, Regulus said quietly. In the next few years, the Auror office will gain more authority. Lucretius nodded. The calm mask of a pure-blood heir slipped back into place. They entered the castle and parted in the entrance hall. Regulus headed toward the Slytherin common room, replaying the day in his mind. The 3 items at Borgin and Burke's. The Ministry of Magic's growing scrutiny. The Elder Burke's proposal. And the unexpected hostage situation at the end. Each piece was a reminder that beneath the surface calm of the wizarding world, the currents were growing stronger. When he stepped into the common room, the fireplace burned warmly. A few younger students were playing wizard's chess. Their voices dipped slightly when they saw him enter. He needed to write to his father. A detailed report about the 3 items, the elder Burke's proposal, and the encounter with Moody. The O'Leary's wooden perches creaked in the wind. A cold wind carried flecks of snow through the gaps in the walls, brushing icy against his face. Regulus pulled a sheet of parchment from his inner pocket, rolled it tightly, and slid it into a small copper tube. He handed it to a grey owl waiting at his feet. In the distance, the castle's outline blurred in the mist. Faint echoes of students' chatter drifted through the corridors. Young witches and wizards were never short on energy. Back in the Slytherin common room, warmth chased away the chill. The fire crackled brightly. A pair of second-years hovered over a chessboard, brows furrowed, arguing softly over a move. Regulus lowered himself into an armchair, fingers absently tracing the carved patterns along its armrest. His thoughts drifted naturally back to Borgin and Burke's. The Burke family had dealt in dark artifacts for 5 generations. That was no exaggeration. Connections between pureblood families were never just polite social calls. They were tangled webs of shared interests and binding agreements. He had no doubt the Burkes possessed discrete channels of distribution. Perhaps through underground networks linked to Gringotts, transferring high-risk items overseas. Perhaps through the businesses of other pureblood families, using them as cover to temporarily store sensitive artifacts. There were likely informants within the Ministry of Magic itself, quietly feeding them information about inspection priorities and timing. To claim they lacked the ability to handle dangerous objects on their own would be absurd. So why? Regulus suspected they were testing the waters. The Ministry's inspection had come suddenly. Barty Crouch's hardline approach had clearly placed pressure on the Burkes. They needed a political ally with real weight behind them. The Black family's seat in the Wisengamot, Orion's accumulated connections, and the family's widespread business network formed exactly the kind of buffer the Burkes required. From the Black family's perspective, the advantages were just as clear. The Burkes controlled the largest dark artifact channel in Nocturne Alley. They had access to rare magical texts and unusual tools. Those resources would be invaluable for Regulus's research. Still, he was not in urgent need. What he already possessed was more than enough to occupy him for a long time. The drawbacks were equally obvious. The Burkes operated in a gray area at best. Binding the families too tightly would draw attention from the Ministry. It might even provoke suspicion from Voldemort's faction. The most powerful dark wizard alive would be keenly aware of where dark artifacts flowed. If the Black family suddenly stepped into that domain, he might not welcome it. Especially considering that Voldemort's relationship with the Burkes was, at best, complicated. When his thoughts circled back to Lucretius, Regulus found himself reconsidering the prefect's behavior earlier. It had been different from usual. More candid. More weighted. As Slytherin's prefect, Lucretius might not have been the most powerful student at Hogwarts, but he was among the most capable overall. His grades were excellent. When handling school affairs, he always struck the right balance, never so forceful as to breed resentment, never so soft as to lose authority. Within the pure-blood circle, he upheld the Burke family's dignity while maintaining steady relations with other heirs. The message Severus had passed along a week ago still lingered in Regulus's mind. Private gatherings among Slytherin upper years. Increasingly radical language. A fervor for blood purity that hung thick in the air. As prefect, Lucretius could not possibly be unaware. Regulus could even infer that he was deeply involved. His position gave him access to core information, yet he had not mentioned a single word of it. That silence spoke volumes. If he had said something, Regulus would have been forced to choose. Intervene, and risk revealing his stance too early. Oppose it, and earn the hostility of extremists within Slytherin. Stay silent, and appear passive. By saying nothing, Lucretius allowed him to remain uninvolved, to focus on his own path without being dragged into conflicts that did not yet concern him. Regulus's thoughts shifted once more to Borgin and Burke's itself. Being a so-called prophet meant having only fragments of the future. The wizarding world was far more complicated than scattered memories suggested. Information gaps like that were reminders. Every step required caution. Vague impressions were not enough. The fire popped, sparks scattering across the stone before fading. Regulus rose. More students were filing into the common room, most returning from Hogsmeade. Excitement still lit their faces as they gathered in small groups, reliving the day's events. He stepped back into the corridor. The noise grew louder. A few Gryffindors were animatedly discussing the hostage incident. Snatches of words drifted past like dark wizard, Auror, broken wand, idiot. The great hall was brightly lit. Long tables groaned under the weight of dinner. The scent of roast chicken mingled with the sweetness of pumpkin juice, and freshly baked bread carried a warm, grainy aroma. Cuthbert and Alex were already seated at the Slytherin table. The moment Regulus entered, Cuthbert waved enthusiastically. His elbow knocked into the table, nearly tipping over a small salt shaker. He caught it just in time, though his face was flushed with barely restrained excitement. "You finally showed up." Cuthbert leaned forward, elbows on the table, voice far from quiet, eyes shining. "Is it true? What happened in Hogsmeade? Were you taken hostage by a dark wizard? With Burke?" Before Regulus could answer, Cuthbert launched into a heated rant. "This is an outright insult to pureblood families. He actually dared to attack us in Hogsmeade. The Ministry of Magic needs to come down hard on him. Throw him into Azkaban and let him rot. My father always says you can't show mercy to trash like that. Give them an inch and they'll take a mile." Alex, on the other hand, asked more cautiously. "You're not hurt, right? I heard it got messy. The Aurors used spells, and that dark wizard looked vicious." A flicker of unease crossed his eyes. "Things feel less stable lately. I used to only read about dark wizards causing trouble in the papers. I never thought we'd run into one ourselves. My mother wrote to tell me to be careful. She said things outside are getting tense." Regulus sat down and cut into a piece of roast chicken, his movements unhurried. "I'm fine. The Aurors arrived quickly. There wasn't any real damage. His wand was broken and he wasn't much of a threat." He did not elaborate. To him, it had been nothing more than a brief interlude, hardly worth dramatizing. Cuthbert kept pressing for details. What did that dark wizard look like? All shifty and sinister. His wand was snapped in half and he still tried to take hostages. Completely insane. If it were me, I'd have hit him with a disarming charm on the spot, then followed up with a binding spell. Make him eat dirt and stay there. He grew more animated as he spoke, wrist flicking through imaginary spellwork, mimicking the sharp movements of casting. Trash like that deserves to be crushed. We can't let the dignity of pureblood families slip. Alex frowned and shook his head. It's better to stay out of danger. If something like that happens, your first priority should be your own safety. Dark wizards are capable of anything. There's no point going head-to-head with them. As he spoke, he shifted a little closer to Regulus, leaning forward unconsciously. I've heard some of them set up dark magic traps. Even if you subdue them, you might still get caught by something nasty. It's not worth the risk. Safety matters, sure, but you can't be a coward either. Cuthbert slapped the table, drawing a few sideways glances from nearby students. He raised his voice deliberately. If you don't even have that much nerve, how are you supposed to stand in the wizarding world later on? We're heirs to pureblood families. We can't look easy to bully. Of course, if you really can't win, then you run. Only an idiot fights to the death. He laughed first, a sly glint in his eyes. Regulus did not join the debate. He ate quietly. The roast chicken on his plate was crisp on the outside and tender inside. A light drizzle of sauce was enough. The flavor was just right. More and more eyes drifted their way. Some were curious. Some envious. A few carried open admiration. For younger students, personally experiencing a dark wizard hostage incident was thrilling enough to fuel gossip for days. From the corner of his eye, Regulus noticed movement at the Hufflepuff table. Eleanor Bones stood up and began walking toward him. Her light brown hair was tied in a loose bun that swayed gently as she moved, a few soft strands catching the light. Susan Payne remained where she was, hands clutching the hem of her skirt, looking nervous. She clearly hesitated at the thought of approaching the Slytherin table. House barriers at Hogwarts were not absolute, but a Hufflepuff crossing over to Slytherin's table uninvited was rare. Eleanor did not hesitate. She walked straight over, posture upright, expression open and steady. Regulus. She stopped beside him, eyes sweeping briefly over him as if checking for injuries. A flicker of concern passed through her gaze before she smiled. I saw what happened today. You were really calm. Most people would have panicked. Her voice was clear, not lowered in the slightest. She even gave him a thumbs up. That was pretty cool. Regulus looked up at her and saw nothing but sincerity. He shifted slightly to the side, freeing up a seat, and tapped the tabletop lightly with his fingers. Want to sit? Eleanor shook her head and tilted her chin toward Susan. She's waiting for me. I just came over to check on you. Her eyes dropped briefly to his plate. I'm glad you're okay. Hogsmeade's supposed to be a place to relax. With that, she turned and walked back to the Hufflepuff table, stride just as steady as before, ignoring the looks from around her. At the Slytherin table, students exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. A few older students raised their brows but said nothing. A Hufflepuff coming over to chat so openly was unusual. Then again, she was Eleanor Bones. The Bones family held considerable influence within the Ministry of Magic. No one was eager to make an issue of it. Regulus's gaze shifted toward the Gryffindor table. James and Sirius were both looking his way. When James realized Regulus had noticed, he immediately looked away, muttering under his breath. From the shape of his lips, it seemed he was saying that if it had been him, he would have turned the tables. He frowned, clearly dissatisfied, and jabbed Sirius with his elbow as if seeking agreement. Sirius, however, did not look away. His gray eyes were complicated. Something almost like concern, though difficult to pin down. Lily was seated a little farther down the Gryffindor table, idly stirring her pumpkin juice with a spoon. Regulus saw that she, too, was looking at him. He gave her a slight nod. Her seat was not far from Sirius, and Sirius misread the gesture as meant for him. He blinked, surprise flashing across his face. After a brief hesitation, he lifted his hand awkwardly in return and gave a stiff nod, lips tugging into a forced smile. Just as Regulus was finishing his meal, Lucretius approached, the hem of his dark green cloak brushing the floor. His expression wore its usual polished smile. He stopped beside Regulus. Professor Slughorn would like to see us after dinner. Regulus understood at once. The professor had likely guessed where they had gone. Slughorn's connections ran deep throughout the wizarding world. Two heirs taken hostage on the same day would not escape his notice. Regulus nodded and rose. Together, they left the great hall and headed toward the potions classroom. When they knocked and entered, Professor Slughorn was seated in a wide armchair, a goblet of mead in his hand, faint steam curling upward. Ah, come in, he called warmly. Fresh treacle tart, just out of the oven. Still warm. Care for a slice? I had the kitchen save some. They used fresh mistletoe berries this time. Quite delightful. Regulus and Lucretius exchanged a glance and both declined. Regulus stepped forward and stopped politely before the desk. Professor, you wanted to see us? Slughorn set down his goblet. His smile remained, but his eyes sharpened slightly. Well now, he said, leaning back and tapping his fingers lightly against the desk in a steady rhythm. Where exactly did you two go today? Don't tell me you were just strolling about Hogsmeade. He tilted his head. When you two get together, it's rarely simple. Lucretius, heir to the Burke family. Regulus, future of the Black family. You don't wander about without purpose. Slughorn's network stretched everywhere, from high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic to shopkeepers in Knockturn Alley. Simply knowing that the heirs of two families had been seen together would be enough for him to draw conclusions. Regulus and Lucretius exchanged another glance. Lucretius spoke first, tone steady. Our families had some matters to coordinate. We went to the Burke residence in Hogsmeade to discuss certain business collaborations. Slughorn nodded and did not press for details. Pureblood family dealings were always discreet. You weren't hurt, I trust? He asked, voice softer. What was it like? No injuries, Regulus replied. His wand was broken. He wasn't much of a threat. The Aurors arrived quickly. Slughorn listened, fingers still tapping. Then his tone shifted, a trace of sly amusement slipping in. The scent of Nocturne Alley isn't easy to wash off. Neither boy spoke. Slughorn looked at Lucretius with a faintly triumphant expression. You didn't change clothes, did you? I can smell withered leaf newt. Only a handful of shops in Nocturne Alley sell it. It's a key ingredient for obliviate enhancers. You won't find it in ordinary places. Lucretius's expression did not change. He inclined his head slightly. We did stop by Borgin and Burke's to settle a few remaining matters. We didn't stay long. Slughorn sighed, his tone growing more serious, genuine concern edging into his voice. Lucretius, you've grown up around that environment. You've seen your share of dark artifacts. I'm less worried about you. But Regulus, it's still too early for you to be wandering Nocturne Alley. He continued, you'll find all sorts there. Dark wizards, smugglers, even werewolves. One misstep and you're in trouble. I understand family obligations, but do be careful. Don't go alone to places like that. Having an elder accompany you is far safer. Both boys listened respectfully, offering no argument. Seeing this, Slughorn waved a hand and relaxed his tone. All right. You're not children. You know what you're doing. Family duties must be carried, but your safety comes first. Off you go. And if there's ever something you can't handle, you can come to me. Regulus and Lucretius turned to leave. Regulus, Slughorn called suddenly. Stay a moment. I'd like a word with you alone. Lucretius took the hint and turned to leave, closing the office door behind him with careful silence. Professor Slughorn gestured for Regulus to sit, then leaned forward slightly in his armchair, shortening the distance between them. Firelight from the hearth reflected across his round face, softening the sharp glint that usually lived in his eyes. You're far more mature than most boys your age. I've never regarded you as an ordinary student. His tone was sincere, threaded with clear approval. Your talent for potions, your instinct for magic, your composure. All of it surpasses your peers. You'll go very far. Regulus inclined his head politely. Thank you, Professor. If you ever run into something you can't handle, come to me. Slughorn's smile turned almost smug as he began listing his connections. I know quite a number of people. Senior officials in the Ministry of Magic, including several deputy heads in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He continued without pause. Heads of old families too. Abraxas Malfoy. The elder not. If I speak up, they'll at least hear me out. He lifted a finger for emphasis. Even rare potion ingredients, phoenix tail feathers, acromantula venom, obscure magical theory. I can usually find a channel. Last year a student wanted to study ancient runes and couldn't locate the proper texts. I had to call in a favor from an acquaintance in the Egyptian magical community. Regulus felt a quiet shift in his thoughts. Professor Slughorn was like an invisible web at the center of the wizarding world, able to tug at threads of influence in every direction. And he was not treating him like a child. The professor was speaking plainly, which meant he understood far more about Regulus than what happened in class. If I ever need assistance, I won't hesitate to ask, Regulus said, letting genuine gratitude color his voice. He knew he was one of Slughorn's prized additions to a carefully curated collection. That was acceptable. As long as he kept control of the boundaries. He could not allow himself to become gossip or a source of information. Slughorn chuckled approvingly, then shifted the topic back to potions, his expression turning serious. You have remarkable aptitude, he said. Your grasp of ingredients, your control over heat, your regulation of magic. Even many upper-year students can't match that level of precision. He fixed Regulus with a measured look. That elixir to induce euphoria you brewed last time. Its purity and stability were already at any WT level. In all my years teaching, I've never seen a first year achieve that. Then his tone sharpened. But that's only an advantage at this stage. The potions you excel at now follow established recipes and fixed procedures. With enough care and focus, they can be mastered. He steepled his fingers. A true potion master needs creativity and instinct. The ability to alter a formula when circumstances demand it, even to invent something entirely new. For example, a patient with unusual symptoms where standard remedies fail. You must adapt on the spot. Or when a critical ingredient is scarce, you must devise a substitute without compromising efficacy. He paused. That is a much longer road. Regulus was genuinely surprised. His current level was built on acute magical perception. He could sense the fluctuations within ingredients, track the flow of magic, and maintain absolute control over each step. But flashes of inspiration, that elusive spark that transformed technique into artistry, were not yet his strength. That Slughorn had seen this so clearly proved exactly why he was a master. I'll work toward that, Regulus said honestly. And if I reach a point where I need guidance, I hope you won't mind my asking. Slughorn nodded with visible satisfaction and waved a hand. Off you go. Keep it up. I have high expectations for you. He added, with deliberate weight, Hogwarts needs students like you. So does the wizarding world. Regulus bowed slightly and left the office. The corridor outside had grown dim. Torchlight burned lower now. Most of the portraits lining the walls were already asleep, save for one elderly wizard who muttered in his frame while dozing. Regulus made his way back to the Slytherin common room. As he pushed the door open, he saw Narcissa seated by the fireplace with two seventh-year girls. She wore a silver gown embroidered at the hem with small black family crests, posture elegant as she reclined against the sofa. A cup of hot drink rested in her hands, faint condensation misting along its rim. The two girls opposite her wore deep blue and dark purple robes. They were speaking softly, laughter gentle and restrained, the manner befitting well-bred pure-blood witches. When Narcissa noticed Regulus, she rose at once and told the others, "We'll continue next time." They took the cue and departed gracefully, offering Regulus polite nods as they passed. Just back from the professor's office? Narcissa guided him to sit, then settled beside him. Her gaze swept over him once, checking for injuries. Did today's incident affect you at all? Regulus relaxed slightly, the distance in his voice easing. It was a dark wizard with little ability. Even if the Aurors hadn't arrived, I would have been fine. Narcissa smiled. I had no doubt. Father mentioned the Ministry of Magic has formed a special review office for dark artifacts, led by Barty Crouch, Regulus said, shifting to more serious matters. Today I went to Borgin and Burke's. The Burke family is seeking cooperation. They're offering several high-risk artifacts in exchange for our support in the Wisingamot over the next 3 years. He spoke plainly. Voting alignment on legislation. Early warning before inspections expand. Favorable testimony if necessary. He did not hide it. Narcissa was a Black by blood and would soon be a Malfoy by marriage. She would know eventually. Father asked me to assess the situation. The final decision will be his. Narcissa's smile faded slightly. Lucius mentioned it as well. The atmosphere outside is tense. Many plans have been put on hold. Barty Crouch is far too rigid. She lifted her cup and took a sip, the warmth steadying her. There's talk that some within the ministry intend to move against the Dark Lord. But acting now. She left the sentence unfinished, though the meaning was clear. Certain hardliners hope to curb Voldemort's expansion, but it would not be easy. Regulus did not respond aloud. If they do not act now, he thought, in a few years they may not have the courage at all. When Voldemort's power fully solidified, the ministry might crumble under pressure. At that point, it would fall to Dumbledore to raise the banner of resistance. They spoke a little longer about ordinary matters. Narcissa asked about his coursework. He mentioned Professor Flitwick's advanced charm discussions and Professor McGonagall's approval of his transfiguration progress. Narcissa listened attentively, pride evident in her eyes. He was her cousin. The future of the Black family. The stronger he became, the stronger her position would be, even within the Malfoy household. After a quarter of an hour, Regulus excused himself and returned to the dormitory. Cuthbert and Alex were already back, each seated on their own bed, chatting. Next Hogsmeade weekend, I'm getting my parents to send permission. Cuthbert slapped his thigh, eyes bright with excitement. Actually running into a dark wizard taking hostages. That kind of thing happens once in a lifetime. I want to see it too. Maybe even watch an Auror arrest someone up close. Alex frowned. Maybe not. It's too dangerous. Regulus was lucky the Aurors arrived quickly. What if next time it's a stronger dark wizard and the Aurors aren't there? Danger makes it interesting, Cuthbert shot back. We're pure-blood heirs. We can't hide every time something happens. Imagine telling people later that all you did in Hogsmeade was drink butterbeer. He cleared his throat and added quickly, of course, if you really can't win, you run. Only an idiot fights head-on. Alex opened his mouth to argue, but stopped when Regulus entered. If there hadn't been Aurors, Alex asked instead, what would you have done? Cuthbert leaned across the gap between their beds. What spell would you use? Disarming charm? Binding spell? He grinned eagerly. Maybe a severing charm. Snap his wand completely so he can't fight at all. Or confringo. Cause a blast, create chaos, then slip away. The Wednesday after Hogsmeade weekend, at 2 a.m, Regulus pushed open the dormitory door. His boots brushed lightly over the carpet. He had just returned from the room of requirement. He slipped off his robe and draped it over the edge of his bed, only to realize Cuthbert and Alex were still awake. Cuthbert was propped against his headboard, fingers tapping restlessly against the bed frame, his brows drawn tight. Alex was curled beneath his blankets, clutching the edge so hard his knuckles had gone pale, eyes wide open in the dark. Regulus pulled over a chair and sat down, his gaze moving between them. What happened? Cuthbert stopped tapping at once and straightened up, irritation clear in his voice. Hermes is in the hospital wing. We went to see him this evening. He's still unconscious. Madame Pomfrey wouldn't say much. Just that he needs several days of treatment. Professor Slughorn went too. When he saw Hermes, his face went dark. Said it was a dark magic injury. Regulus tapped a finger lightly against his knee and said nothing. Cuthbert continued, fists clenching. He's been drifting away from us for ages. Sneaking around at night, acting shady, who knows what he's been up to. Getting himself into trouble isn't surprising. But he's still our dorm mate. If word gets out that someone did this to him, people will think we're easy targets. Alex lifted his head from the blankets. His voice was soft, edged with fear, yet there was a thread of resolve beneath it. Madame Pomfrey said the dark magic used was twisted. He was lying there, pale as paper. We asked if we could help, but she told us to wait for news. He swallowed. I think, we need to find out who did it. Otherwise, the next one could be us. Regulus studied them. Hermes was injured. Cuthbert burned with anger. Alex was afraid, but determined. Cuthbert came from a long line of pureblood pride. To him, an attack on a dorm mate was an attack on their territory. His anger was instinct. What he cared about most was Slytherin's reputation, its dignity. Alex was different. A weaker branch of the Rosier family, always cautious, always careful. Avoiding conflict was second nature. Wanting to find the culprit was less about justice and more about survival. Self-preservation outweighed anger. Regulus knew Alex had never liked Hermes. Few people did. The boy had always carried a gloomy, unsettling air. As for Hermes himself, the clues had already lined up in Regulus's mind. The Mulciber family had long been known for their obsession with dark magic. Since arriving at Hogwarts, Hermes had shown unusual fervor for it. This term he had suddenly separated from them, wandering the castle at night more and more often. Perhaps he had received instructions from home. Perhaps a family task had reached a critical stage. It could also be something simpler. Perhaps he had simply refused to follow Regulus's lead. But now that Hermes had been injured by dark magic, pride hardly mattered. Slytherin was a complicated place. Several extreme pure-blood cliques operated in secret, delving deep into dark arts, excluding outsiders, fighting ruthlessly over resources. Hermes might have stumbled onto the interests of one such group while exploring some hidden corner of the castle. Or perhaps a family mission had triggered a trap someone else had laid. It was even possible that a dark magic experiment had spiraled out of control. If someone had done this deliberately, then it was likely to push him out and claim whatever he had discovered. Regulus looked at Cuthbert, his tone steady and precise. Anger won't help. Hermes is unconscious. We don't even know if this was a failed dark magic attempt or an attack. Professor Slughorn's reaction tells us one thing. The spell that hurt him wasn't simple. Not something an average student could control. He turned to Alex. Finding the culprit requires evidence. Guessing without proof will only expose our intentions and give whoever's behind this time to erase their tracks. Cuthbert frowned. So we just wait. We go to the hospital wing in the morning, Regulus replied evenly. Hermes's symptoms. Madame Pomfrey's diagnosis. There will be information in that. For now, stay calm. Don't discuss it in the common room. We don't need rumors spreading and causing unnecessary trouble. There are plenty of people in Slytherin watching our dorm. Don't hand them an opportunity. Cuthbert opened his mouth, then closed it again. He knew Regulus was right. Acting blindly would only make things worse. Alex let out a small breath, his shoulders loosening. Okay, he murmured. Regulus lay back on his bed. He could hear Cuthbert turning over again and again, sheets rustling. He could feel the uneven rhythm of Alex's breathing. Neither of them was truly asleep. Both were holding something in. This wouldn't end here. Tomorrow morning they would see Hermes for themselves. Assess the nature of the injury. If it was man-made, then decide whether to intervene and how. Eventually Cuthbert went still, his breathing deepening. A faint snore drifted from Alex's bed. Regulus closed his eyes and let his awareness sink inward. The model of Orion's 4.5 stars flared to life in the depths of his mind. Bellatrix shone as a steady halo of light. Not yet fully ignited, but stable enough to provide structural support for the system. His magic cycled with the rhythm of the stars, tempering his body, reinforcing his mind. Outside, the black lake grew calm again. The green glow steadied. In the dorm, only 3 sets of breathing remained. 2 sunk in sleep. 1 measured and deliberate. He maintained his meditative state for 2 hours before finally allowing his consciousness to rise and surrender to sleep. When Regulus woke, the dorm was still tinted in the dark green light of the lake. Cuthbert was already up, sitting at the edge of his bed pulling on his robe faster than usual. Alex was still lying down, eyes open, staring at the rippling reflections on the ceiling. What time is it? Regulus asked, sitting up. 6:30, Cuthbert said, his voice hoarse. Visiting starts at 7. Regulus said nothing and got dressed. The fabric of his robe whispered softly as he fastened it. Silver buttons clicked into place. He adjusted his cuffs and slipped his wand into his inner pocket, movements unhurried. Alex climbed out of bed more slowly, fumbling with his buttons before finally securing them. By the time they finished washing up, the common room was already filling. The magical fire in the hearth had just been lit, casting flickering orange light across the carpet. Armchairs sat at uneven angles. Empty teacups and scraps of parchment from the night before still littered the low tables. Cuthbert reached the door, then hesitated and looked back at Regulus. We're just going like this. Regulus raised a brow. We're visiting a dorm mate. Do we need an excuse? Madame Pomfrey said not to disturb him. Alex said quietly. We'll stay a few minutes, Regulus replied, pushing the door open. Clarify the situation and leave. The hospital wing was on the first floor. The door was closed, carved with reliefs of healing wands and potion bottles. Cuthbert reached for the handle, but Regulus caught his wrist lightly. "I'll do it." He knocked 3 times, steady and measured. Footsteps approached. The door opened. Madame Pomfrey stood there, a white healer's coat pulled over her morning robes, hair neatly arranged, faint signs of exhaustion beneath her eyes. "Mr. Black." Her gaze shifted to the others. "And Mr. Cuthbert." "Mr. Rosier." "It's too early. The patient needs rest." "We'll only take a few minutes," Regulus said politely. "Hermes Mulciber is our dorm mate. We'd like to know his condition." She studied them for several seconds, her eyes passing over each face. 5 minutes. "Keep quiet. Do not touch the patient." They stepped inside. The hospital wing smelled of disinfectant and layered potions. Curtains were drawn. Only a few enchanted lamps glowed, bathing the room in soft light. 6 beds stood in 2 neat rows. Only the farthest one was occupied. White sheets. White blankets. Hermes lay in the center. Regulus slowed as he approached. Hermes looked worse than he had expected. His face was ashen, skin stretched tight over his cheekbones. His eye sockets were hollowed. His lips were cracked and peeling. His hair had lost its luster, lying dull and brittle against the pillow. Though his eyes were closed, the eyeballs beneath his lids moved rapidly, as if trapped in a nightmare. The blanket covered him to the chest. Dark blotches stained the skin along his neck and collarbone, like patches of spreading rot. The edges of the stains blurred into the surrounding flesh. One arm lay outside the covers. Dark gray, web-like veins crawled across it, twisting along his blood vessels. It looked as if countless tiny serpents had coiled around his limbs. At the intersections of those lines were small ulcerated points, coated with layers of herbal salve. Regulus stopped 3 steps from the bed and did not move closer. He extended his magical senses. Hermes's magic was faint and chaotic. The core still functioned, but the outer layers were collapsing, his magic fractured into shards, flowing through his body without order. And then there was the foreign magic clinging to him. The moment Regulus sensed it, a chill ran up his spine. This was not ordinary dark magic. Ordinary dark magic was aggressive and destructive. It had direction and intent. This was different. It felt alive, something that had taken root inside Hermes, spreading, feeding. Its magical nature was cold and viscous, steeped in despair. The feeling was intrinsic, like poison being inherently toxic. This spell was inherently despairing. It was reproducing inside Hermes's magical system. Every second, it gnawed at his magic, devouring it and converting it into nourishment for itself, releasing more despair in the process. Standing beside the bed, Regulus let his fingers shift slightly and sent out a thread of magic, thin as silk. The instant it touched Hermes's skin, a dense darkness wrapped around it. Within that darkness echoed countless wails of despair, as though thousands were struggling in unbearable agony. It clung like a bone-deep parasite, infectious, surging along his magical thread and trying to burrow into him. His mind moved at once. He severed the thread. The mental barrier formed through his star-guided meditation snapped into place, blocking the invading darkness outside his body and dissolving it in an instant. It resembled a magical plague, warped and twisted by dark magic, saturated with the stench of a curse. Hogwarts professors were never short on methods. Broken arms, shattered legs, even snapped necks could be healed as long as the student had not died on the spot. Ordinary curses were hardly worth mentioning. But this level of dark magic, this level of curse, would absolutely be a priority for the faculty. Cuthbert stood beside Regulus, his brow drawn tighter than ever. The anger in his eyes nearly spilled over, yet he forced it down, fists clenched at his sides. Cuthbert's voice trembled. Will he wake up? Madame Pomfrey approached, carrying a silver tray lined with glass vials filled with strangely colored liquids. He will, she said evenly. But it will take time. This kind of curse must be drawn out slowly. It cannot be rushed. What kind of curse is it, madam? Regulus asked. She glanced at him, her gaze sharp and unyielding. You do not need the details. The professors will handle it. Alex stood at Regulus's side, head lowered, unable to look directly at Hermes. His hands were buried in his robe pockets, his body trembling faintly, fear written plainly in his eyes. Cuthbert swallowed. Who would use something like this on him? I don't know, Madame Pomfrey cut in. The professors are investigating. It is not your concern. She looked at Regulus. Visiting time is over. Go to class. Do not linger here. Regulus inclined his head. Thank you, madam. He turned and walked out. Cuthbert and Alex followed. At the doorway, Regulus glanced back once. Hermes lay against the white sheets like an unfinished corpse. A thin line of morning light slipped through a gap in the curtains, landing precisely on the dark blotch along his neck. Under the light, the edges shimmered with a sickly purple-black sheen. Outside the hospital wing, several Hufflepuff students hurried past with bread in hand, their laughter echoing against the stone walls. Once they were clear of the corridor, Cuthbert could not hold back any longer. He muttered a curse under his breath. This is disgusting. Whoever used something that vicious. I'll drag them out myself. Alex nodded, still shaking. It's horrible. Those marks, just looking at them makes my skin crawl. If that ended up on us. Regulus did not respond to either of them. If Hermes had been injured while exploring the castle on his own or carrying out some family task, then it was simply a matter of insufficient ability. He would have reaped what he sowed. Regulus could have ignored it entirely. But if someone had attacked him, that changed everything. Hermes might no longer have followed him, but he was still a member of their dorm. Last term they had moved together as a unit. An attack on him could easily be interpreted as a provocation. If it was deliberate, Regulus could use it. Follow the thread. Identify whoever stood behind it. Understand their motives or their faction. Turn this incident into leverage to consolidate his position, and perhaps clear out potential threats within Slytherin. Part of him almost hoped it had been deliberate. It would give him legitimate grounds to intervene. And perhaps unravel the secret behind that vicious magic. That aura, thick with countless strands of despair and suffering, was unlike anything he had encountered before. It hid something dangerous. Regulus withdrew his gaze and continued walking. Back to the dorm. Cuthbert and Alex nodded and followed. There was still time before class. Their expressions were complicated. Cuthbert still burned with anger. Alex remained shaken, unable to shake the image of Hermes's condition. Regulus, meanwhile, was already planning his next move. He remembered the hand-drawn map Hermes had kept. On it was a marked room beneath the astronomy tower, with a note beside it. Suspected entrance. To be verified. Hermes's frequent night wanderings were most likely related to that location. His injury was probably connected to that entrance. Back in the dorm, Cuthbert sat on his bed, muttering curses as he tried to figure out how to identify the culprit. Alex sat at his desk, cradling a mug of hot chocolate in both hands, attempting to steady himself. His eyes were still restless. Regulus ignored them and walked to Hermes's bed. He opened the bag and found the map exactly where he expected it to be. The paper had yellowed slightly. Ink lines densely traced out a section of the castle. He flipped through the markings and, as expected, saw a new line of writing beside the room beneath the astronomy tower. Entrance confirmed. Warded. Breaking protections. The handwriting was hurried, scrawled quickly. It must have been updated shortly before Hermes was injured. Regulus returned the map to its place and turned toward Cuthbert and Alex. After classes this afternoon, you're coming with me to the astronomy tower. Cuthbert's head snapped up at once, eyes bright. The astronomy tower? You think Hermes's injury is connected to it? He was investigating a hidden entrance beneath it before he was hurt, Regulus replied calmly. We'll see for ourselves. Alex's face went pale. He shook his head instinctively. We're really going to a place like that? What if it's dangerous? Staying in the dorm does not guarantee safety, Regulus said, meeting his gaze. If you want to avoid ending up like Hermes, then come. Alex's lips parted, but he said nothing more. He lowered his head and took another sip of hot chocolate. The fear in his eyes remained, but there was now a reluctant resolve beneath it. Cuthbert, on the other hand, looked almost excited. He rubbed his hands together. Fine. I'm in. Whatever's down there, if it dared hurt someone from our dorm, I won't let it slide. One compelled. One eager. Regulus, however, was thinking about something else entirely. Team building. Not because he needed their help. Because he needed them involved. Cuthbert needed to understand his place through action. Alex needed to see the value of protection through fear. And Regulus needed to evaluate the usability of this fledgling team. Cuthbert was the heir to the Avery family. Proud by nature, but he respected strength and had already shown signs of aligning himself with it. He needed experience handling unconventional situations if he was to become reliable in the future. Letting him participate in seeking justice for a dorm mate would deepen the sense of, we act together. It would also allow Regulus to observe his judgment and execution under pressure, and decide how best to shape him. Alex was from a weaker branch of the Rosier family. Timid, but meticulous. Hermes's injury had shaken his sense of safety. Letting him witness danger being controlled would reinforce his trust in Regulus's protection. This would also be the first time the three of them confronted a crisis together. A useful test of coordination. Having both present meant they could corroborate what happened, preventing later distortions or concealed details. And if real danger arose, numbers could divide attention. They could serve as lookouts or provide cover for retreat. At noon, the great hall was loud with chatter. At the Slytherin table, news had inevitably spread. Many were discussing Hermes's hospitalization. Some sounded curious. Some almost gleeful. Others carried a faint note of caution. Regulus and the other two ate in silence, joining no discussion. Cuthbert scanned the room from time to time, as if searching for suspicious faces. Alex kept his head down, eating quickly. Regulus remained composed, slicing his steak at an unhurried pace while quietly listening to the conversations around him. Whenever words like dark magic or night wandering surfaced, he committed them to memory. After finishing their meal, the three of them returned directly to the dorm. History of magic felt especially endless that afternoon. Professor Binns floated at the front of the classroom, his voice as flat as ever as he repeated the dates and casualty numbers of the 15th century goblin rebellions. Cuthbert kept glancing out the window, barely hiding his impatience. Regulus, on the other hand, appeared attentive. He jotted down a few lines in his notebook from time to time, calm and focused. In truth, he was sorting through everything he knew about the astronomy tower. The astronomy tower was one of the oldest structures at Hogwarts, dating back to the school's earliest years. It had accumulated more than its share of old secrets. Over the centuries, professors had layered it with protective enchantments to prevent students from stumbling into dangerous areas. The moment the bell rang, Cuthbert shot to his feet. Let's go. Regulus nodded. The three of them moved with the flow of students out of the classroom, avoiding the main corridors. They cut along a quieter path on the castle's western side, heading toward the astronomy tower. The tower stood in a pale winter light. Its gray stone walls had been worn smooth by time. The edges of each block had rounded, their surfaces etched with uneven scars. Most of the vines clinging to the walls had withered away. The few that remained trembled faintly in the wind. At the base of the tower stretched a snow-covered lawn, a few small sprites flitting through the cold air. Regulus led them around to the back, where a narrow path lay hidden behind dense shrubs. You would miss it entirely if you were not looking for it. Behind the brush stood a large wooden door, almost blending into the stone wall. The wood was dark brown, its grain twisted into shapes that resembled a face frozen in pain. An iron ring hung from the door, rust creeping across its surface. A brass lock dangled from it, the keyhole melted shut. Hardened copper had pooled and solidified around the opening, forming ugly lumps. Regulus pushed the door open. Dust cascaded down, swirling in the slanted light like a column of mist. Inside, the room was empty save for heaps of discarded astronomical instruments. A brass sextant had corroded to green. The markings on a star chart were nearly illegible. A telescope lay snapped in two, shards of glass scattered across the floor. A thick layer of dust coated the ground. Several fresh footprints cut through it, the tread patterns still sharp. They had been left within the past few days. Regulus walked to the far end of the room. A stone wall stood there, tangled in vines that concealed most of its surface. He brushed the vines aside. A hidden entrance was revealed, its edges jagged, as if it had been carved forcibly from the wall. It was just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. His fingertips grazed the inner stone. Magic lingered there. Still fresh. The protective enchantments had been dismantled bit by bit with spellwork. Not elegant, but precise. Hermes's level of magic was not enough for this. Either someone had worked alongside him, or the Mulciber family had provided him with a specialized magical item to break through the protections. Regulus had already drawn his conclusion. With a flick of his wand, the remaining vines fell away completely, exposing the entrance. Inside. He ducked and stepped through first. Cuthbert and Alex followed close behind. The passage sloped downward at roughly a 15-degree angle. The walls were rough stone bricks. Luminous moss grew in the cracks, casting a faint green glow. The air was damp and cold, thick with the smell of earth and mildew. A silver-white light bloomed at the tip of Regulus's wand. It was bright enough to illuminate their footing without blinding them in the confined space. Ancient runes were carved along the walls. Their color had faded, some nearly worn away, yet they still emitted faint traces of magic. They looked centuries old. Dust blanketed the floor. Two clear sets of footprints stretched ahead. One set was smaller. The tread matched Hermes's boots exactly. Regulus recognized it at once. The other set was larger, the stride steady, the depth of each print even. He crouched and brushed his fingers lightly across the larger prints. A thread of magic extended outward, catching a faint residue. Judging by the size of the prints and the strength of the lingering magic, the other person was likely a 4th or 5th year student. Not 6th year or above. Older students had denser magic. Their steps would have pressed deeper, their weight distribution different. Two people came here, Regulus said as he rose. Hermes and another upper-year student. Either an accomplice or an opponent. Cuthbert bent down for a closer look. Do you think the other one did it? It's possible, Regulus replied, continuing forward. Alex trailed behind them, hugging the wall, careful not to brush against the stone. His voice shook. This place feels ancient. What if there are traps? The magic here is mostly protective and disorienting, Regulus said, extending his senses to cover the 10-meter area around them. Whoever set these spells did not intend to harm intruders. They just wanted to keep people out. Time had weakened them. And once breached, they could no longer truly stop anyone. The passage grew darker the deeper they went. The cold intensified. Forks in the corridor began to appear more frequently. Each branching path shimmered with faint magical fluctuations, confundus-type enchantments designed to send intruders wandering in circles. Guided by his keen magical perception, Regulus avoided the false paths again and again, following the main corridor. Cuthbert stared at the branching tunnels, many marked with footprints. How do you know which one to take? They all look the same. The magic here is more recent, Regulus replied without turning. More recent magic. What kind of explanation was that? Cuthbert nodded anyway and stopped asking. At the end of the passage stood a massive stone door. More intricate runes covered its surface, twisted strokes resembling archaic variants of runic script. Clear magical traces marked the door. Someone had attempted to dismantle the protective enchantments, but only partially succeeded. The core remained intact. Regulus approached and placed his hand against it. The moment his fingers touched the surface, an invisible barrier pushed him back. He studied the runes carefully. The protective structure was extraordinarily complex. There was even a hint of Fidelius-like logic embedded within it. Only someone who knew the secret could enter. Those who did not would find brute force nearly useless. And beyond the door, he could sense something else. A faint, ominous magical presence seeped through the barrier. It was weak from this side, but familiar. It carried a subtle connection to the cursed aura clinging to Hermes. Regulus was certain of it. Whatever lay beyond this stone door was the source of Hermes's injury. It was dangerous. Saturated with dark, twisted energy. Not something to touch lightly. Cuthbert stepped forward and pressed his palm against the door, then tried to shove it open. It did not budge. "What is this thing made of?" he muttered. "Should we try magic?" "It won't work," Regulus said. "The protection is still active. And powerful." Cuthbert stared at the runes, unconsciously running a finger along his wand as he considered ways to break through. Alex stood near the back, arms wrapped around himself, trembling slightly. His eyes kept darting toward the passage behind them, as if he wished he could flee at once. The difference in their temperaments was stark. Faced with the unknown, Cuthbert's instinct was to confront it, even knowing there was danger. Alex's instinct was to retreat, to protect himself above all else. Regulus glanced at both of them. "We're leaving." Cuthbert turned sharply. "Why?" "We're already here. If we push a little harder, we might open it." "What's behind this door is dangerous," Regulus said evenly. "And there are 2 sets of footprints in the passage. Hermes was injured. We cannot rule out the possibility that the other person betrayed him. If we withdraw now and observe, we may draw out whoever is behind this." Cuthbert's eyes lit up. "You mean set a trap?" "No," Regulus replied. "We do not need one. Hermes's hospitalization cannot be hidden. Whoever is responsible will be watching. If we leave without revealing that we came here, they will act again sooner or later. And when they do, we catch them." Alex exhaled in visible relief. "Good. Let's go." Regulus nodded and turned back toward the passage. Cuthbert and Alex followed immediately. Once they stepped out of the passage, Regulus cast the obliteration charm, sweeping the floor clean of every footprint until no trace remained. He glanced back at the hidden entrance one last time, then flicked his wand. The vines slithered back into place, covering the opening completely and restoring the wall to its former, unremarkable state. Winter sunlight in the Scottish Highlands never lingered long. By the time they left the astronomy tower, dusk had already settled in. When they returned to the Slytherin common room, the fire in the hearth was burning brightly. Several fifth years were gathered near the flames, speaking in low voices. Their eyes flicked toward the 3 of them as they entered, then shifted away as if nothing were unusual. Regulus did not pause. He headed straight for the dormitory corridor. The door shut behind them. Cuthbert tossed his robe onto his bed and turned, ready to speak. Regulus lifted a hand to stop him. "Do not mention today to anyone." Cuthbert froze mid-breath. "This is serious," Regulus continued, turning to face them both. "Hermes was struck by a curse of a very high level. If we are caught investigating it, explaining ourselves will be difficult. And if whoever is behind it discovers we went there, we could be the next Hermes." Regulus was confident he could avoid the worst of it himself. Cuthbert and Alex could not. Cuthbert's expression shifted. His fists tightened, but he did not argue. Alex stiffened completely, his breathing turning shallow and quick. "For the next few days," Regulus said, "pay attention to who visits the hospital wing to see Hermes. Do not ask questions. Just observe when you pass by. Note the names and how often they go. You think." Alex's voice trembled. "The person who did it will visit him?" "They will," Regulus replied. "Hermes is unconscious, but he is not dead. That distinction matters. If he is alive, he might wake up. He might say something he should not. If there is someone behind this, they must know whether Hermes can wake, when he might wake, and in what condition. The hospital wing is the only place to get that information." Cuthbert's eyes lit up. "So we just watch who goes the most dash." Or who behaves strangely during visits, Regulus added. Avoiding Madame Pomfrey. Lingering too long by the bed. Attempting to touch him. Alex swallowed hard. And we attend classes. Live normally, Regulus said evenly. Treat Hermes as an injured dorm mate. Visit if appropriate. Show concern. But keep your eyes open. Cuthbert nodded firmly and thumped his fist against his knee. Understood. Once they had each returned to their beds, Regulus sat at his desk and began thinking. Hermes had been wandering the castle at night since the start of term. Most likely carrying out a family task. The passage beneath the astronomy tower had been sealed for centuries. The protective enchantments at the entrance were advanced. The task must involve something ancient. There had been 2 sets of footprints. At least 2 families cooperating, or 1 family sending 2 operatives. There was only 1 Mulciber in Slytherin. So likely 2 families. Hermes was gravely injured but not dead. The attacker's intent was probably not murder. More likely to seize whatever they had been seeking and prevent Hermes from continuing. If the 2 had explored together and reached something valuable, a betrayal at the critical moment would explain everything. It would also explain why Hermes was injured but not killed. The other party may have wanted only to incapacitate him and complete the final step alone. The risk lay here. If Hermes regained consciousness, he might name his partner. Another possibility lingered. They could have triggered the curse accidentally. The accomplice might have fled to protect themselves. Or tried and failed to save him. Regulus shifted to another question. How much did the professors know? Slughorn had gone to the hospital wing the previous night. He likely recognized the type of curse. But had the faculty discovered the hidden entrance beneath the astronomy tower? Dumbledore must have been alerted. As headmaster, did he know what lay below the tower? If Hermes had been found inside the tower, the professors would surely investigate the surrounding area. But what if he had been moved elsewhere? A corridor corner. An empty classroom. If the attacker wanted Hermes incapacitated but not dead, the most effective method would be to leave him somewhere easily discovered, ensuring timely treatment while distancing themselves from suspicion. In that case, the faculty might still be unaware of the secret beneath the tower. Regulus leaned back in his chair. Outside the window, the giant squid drifted slowly past, one tentacle brushing the glass. Green light shattered into 1,000 fragments in the water, flickering across the walls. That was acceptable. If the professors did not know, the entrance remained temporarily safe. If the culprit intended to finish the task, they would have to return to the astronomy tower. And they would return. The task was nearly complete. All Regulus had to do was wait. He did not need to break the stone door's protections himself. He did not need to risk whatever lay beyond. He only needed to identify the accomplice. And follow. Mr. Black, Mr. Cuthbert and Mr. Rosier. A word in my office. The next day after potions, Professor Slughorn called them over. Cuthbert and Alex both glanced at Regulus. Regulus slid magical drafts and potions into his bag and fastened the clasp. Of course, Professor. They followed him into his office. Sit. Slughorn gestured to 3 chairs before the desk and settled into his own seat, folding his hands over his stomach. I have a few questions regarding Mr. Mulciber. Cuthbert straightened. Alex lowered his gaze slightly. Regulus sat steady, eyes level. When did you last see Mr. Mulciber? Slughorn's tone was light, but his gaze was sharp. The morning before yesterday, Cuthbert answered quickly. In the common room. He said he was going to the library. Slughorn turned to Alex. And you, Mr. Rosier? The same morning, Alex said faintly. In the dorm. He changed clothes and left. Mr. Black. Regulus paused briefly before replying. I did not see him that morning. The last time was 3 days ago, outside the Charms classroom. He walked past in a hurry and did not greet anyone. Slughorn nodded. Has Mr. Mulciber shown any unusual behavior recently? Mood changes? Strange remarks. He has always been like that, Cuthbert said, frowning. Quiet and brooding. Did he mention going anywhere specific? Or show interest in anything particular? Alex shook his head. No. Regulus did the same. Slughorn studied them for a long moment. The fire crackled softly. In a jar on the shelf, a swooping evil larva rolled onto its side. My boys, Slughorn leaned forward, lowering his voice. This is a serious matter. The curse Mr. Mulciber suffered is highly unusual. We do not wish to see more students drawn into danger. If you recall anything, even something that seems insignificant, you should tell us. Alex's lips parted slightly. Regulus flicked him a warning glance. Professor, Regulus said calmly, we truly do not know anything. Hermes has been keeping to himself lately. He rarely spoke with us. Slughorn leaned back again, fingers tapping lightly on the desk. His eyes moved across their faces and lingered on Regulus. Very well, he said at last, a smile returning. If anything comes to mind, my door is always open. You may go. Once they were outside, Cuthbert let out a long breath. Does he suspect us? Alex whispered, glancing back at the closed door. Cuthbert shot him an irritated look. Suspect us of what? That we attacked him? Just a test, Regulus said as they descended the spiral staircase. Without evidence, and with consistent answers, he has nothing. But we clearly dash. We know nothing, Regulus interrupted evenly. Remember that. The next 2 days passed as usual. Regulus rose at 7, washed, adjusted his robe, and went to breakfast. In Charms, Professor Flitwick explained advanced applications of Wingardium Leviosa. Regulus sat in the front row. His wand traced a precise arc through the air. A thick copy of Magical Theory lifted from a bookshelf across the room and glided toward him, settling silently onto his desk. Perfect, Mr. Black. Flitwick clapped while standing atop a stack of books. 5 points to Slytherin. After lunch came History of Magic. Professor Binns droned on about goblin rebellions in the same monotone as always. Regulus recorded key dates and treaty names while mentally refining a variation of Protego he had been considering. If the shield charm could be restructured into a filtering lattice, allowing harmless matter through while blocking malicious magic, what adjustments would the magical framework require? At 3 in the afternoon, he arrived precisely on time at the entrance to the hospital wing. When Madame Pomfrey saw him, her brows were still drawn tight, but she did not stop him this time. 5 minutes. Thank you, madam, Regulus replied politely. She waved him off and returned to her work. Hermes looked much the same as he had 2 days ago. His complexion remained ashen. The dark blotches along his neck and collarbone had not faded, and the web-like veins continued their slow crawl across his arms. But his breathing had steadied. His chest rose and fell in a more regular rhythm, and his eyes no longer twitched beneath their lids. He seemed calmer. Regulus stood by the bed without leaning in. He let his magic extend outward, brushing against the currents within Hermes's body. The curse was still active, still gnawing at him, but the rate of corrosion had slowed. A gentler magic flowed across the surface of his skin. Madame Pomfrey's healing spells. After 2 minutes, Regulus turned and left. On the third afternoon, when he pushed open the door again, there was someone new inside the hospital wing. The man stood with his back to the entrance at Hermes's bedside. Nearly 6 feet tall, dressed in a black robe. The fabric was dark patterned silk, expertly tailored but old in style. Silver-threaded thorns coiled along the cuffs and collar. Regulus recognized it immediately. The Mulciber family crest. The light in the hospital wing barely reflected off the cloth. At the sound of the door, the man turned. Ambrose Mulciber's face looked carved from stone. High cheekbones. Deep-set eyes. Gray-brown irises that narrowed when he looked at someone, as though measuring the distance to their throat. His lips were thin, the corners naturally downturned, giving him a faintly sinister air even at rest. There was something about him that came from long years of handling dark magic. A distance from life itself. cold, oppressive. Regulus paused at the doorway and inclined his head slightly. Mr. Mulciber. Ambrose studied him. His gaze moved from Regulus's face to the black family crest on his robes, then back again. The youngest son of the House of Black, Ambrose said, his voice low and rough. Regulus. Yes, Mr. Mulciber. Regulus nodded calmly. Hermes has mentioned you. Ambrose turned back toward the bed. Said you're different. Regulus did not respond to that. He stepped closer, stopping 2 paces to Ambrose's side. How is Hermes? He will wake. The answer was brief. Ambrose's eyes rested on his son, unreadable. From an inner pocket of his robe, he withdrew a small crystal vial. Inside was a thick, dark purple liquid, flecked with drifting golden sparks. A family potion, he said. With Madame Pomfrey's treatment, the curse should be purged within 3 days. Regulus watched the liquid slide slowly along the inner glass. He was unlucky, he said. Wandering alone at night and stumbling into something that dangerous. Ambrose ran a finger along the crystal vial but did not reply. I thought he would be more cautious, Regulus continued, sounding every bit the concerned dorm mate. There have always been rumors about ancient wards near the astronomy tower. Trespassing isn't exactly safe. Ambrose's fingers stilled. He turned his head slowly. His narrowed eyes sharpened. The astronomy tower? Isn't that what people say around the castle? Regulus met his gaze evenly, his expression neutral. They say there's a chamber beneath the astronomy tower dating back to Hogwarts's founding. Protected by ancient magic. That anyone who barges in risks being cursed. Silence settled between them. Only Hermes's faint breathing filled the room, along with the distant clink of Madame Pomfrey organizing her cabinets. Ambrose stared at him, lips pressed into a thin line. A few seconds later, he turned back and set the crystal vial on the bedside table. There are many legends at Hogwarts, he said flatly. Most of them are meant to frighten children. True. Regulus nodded. Where was Hermes found, then? 4th floor east corridor. Outside the abandoned trophy room. Ambrose's tone did not shift. He was likely looking for a place to practice magic and touched something he should not have. How unfortunate. Regulus shook his head faintly, as though lamenting Hermes's misfortune. Indeed. Ambrose inclined his head once, displeasure flickering at his son's recklessness. That was the end of the conversation. Ambrose clearly had no intention of saying more. He withdrew a pocket watch, checked the time, and gave Regulus a small nod. I must be going. Give my regards to Orion. I will, sir. Ambrose strode toward the exit. The hem of his black robe brushed against the stone floor with a faint scraping sound. At the doorway, he paused and looked back at Regulus. The look was complicated. Regulus saw the warning in it. Perhaps something else as well. Then the door closed. Regulus remained where he was, his eyes drifting to the crystal vial on the bedside table. The dark purple liquid gleamed under the lamplight, its color almost unnatural. Of course Ambrose knew about the astronomy tower. Hermes's task had likely been assigned by him. And Ambrose knew exactly what kind of curse Hermes had suffered. The potion he brought was far too specific to be coincidence. Most importantly, Ambrose was hiding something. He had provided Hermes's discovery point, but he had not mentioned any accomplice. Nor any attacker. Otherwise, the school would already be reacting. Regulus turned and left the hospital wing. The sky outside was dimming. He descended the stone steps toward the dungeons, his mind still turning. Ambrose's arrival was a signal. Hermes's recovery would accelerate. And to whoever was behind this, that was dangerous. The sooner Hermes woke, the greater the risk that he would name them. Judging from Ambrose's demeanor, Hermes might not volunteer anything. But the professors would press him. So what would the other party do? Wait and gamble that Hermes would not, or could not, expose them. Or act to ensure he never woke at all. More likely, they would rush to finish whatever lay beneath the astronomy tower, seize the result, and pretend none of this had ever happened. If Regulus were the one who had betrayed a partner, and his tracks were already exposed, the most rational strategy would be to move fast and end it quickly. That night, Regulus began making preparations. Along the key routes between the Slytherin common room and the astronomy tower, he set warning charms. The spell structure was adapted from an old note in the library on tracking magic. It could be calibrated for time, route, and magical signature. Anyone who met the conditions and crossed the boundary would trigger an alert. He placed one near the turning of the moving staircase close to Gryffindor Tower. Another in the corridor outside the Ravenclaw astronomy classroom. A third beside the portrait that concealed the entrance to the Hufflepuff kitchens. As for Slytherin, he set one at the entrance to the common room, another at the dormitory corridor, and a final one at the base of the main staircase leading upward through the castle. It took 2.5 hours. By the time he returned to his dormitory, it was nearly midnight. Cuthbert and Alex were already asleep, their breathing even. Regulus lay down, closed his eyes, and let his awareness sink inward. In the darkness, the half-formed 4-star model of Orion flared to life. The halo at Bellatrix's position was steadier than it had been 3 days ago, its edges clearer. Magic circulated along the stellar paths. With each completed cycle, both body and mind strengthened by a fraction. He maintained the state for 3 hours before allowing his consciousness to rise and drift into sleep. At 2:17 in the morning, he woke. A faint prickling pain bloomed along the inside of his left arm, like the light touch of a needle. One of the warning charms had been triggered. Location, the Slytherin common room. Regulus opened his eyes. He listened. Only Cuthbert's soft snoring and the faint rustle of Alex turning in his sleep. He sat up soundlessly, retrieved his wand from beside his pillow, and cast a disillusionment charm on himself. His outline blurred, faded and then dissolved into the darkness. He pushed open the dormitory door and stepped into the common room. The fire in the hearth had burned down to embers, dark red coals occasionally spitting sparks. The room was empty at first glance. Armchairs sat at odd angles. A few sheets of parchment and empty cups were scattered across the low table. Then he saw them. 2 figures on the rug near the fireplace. A boy and a girl, both 5th years. The boy had his back to Regulus. The girl leaned against him, pressed close, their heads tilted together. Soft, wet sounds filled the quiet. The girl's hand slipped beneath the boy's collar, fingers searching. The boy's arm circled her waist, his grip tightening in the folds of her robe. Regulus stood there for 2 seconds. Then he turned, walked back to the dormitory without a sound, closed the door, lifted the disillusionment charm, and lay down again. The prickling sensation faded. The trigger had been those 2 5th years, not someone heading toward the astronomy tower. Regulus closed his eyes. A stray thought surfaced. 5th year. OWLS looming. And instead of studying or sleeping, they were making out in the common room. They really had far too much free time. A/N, lol. Regulus lay in the dark, heavy dark green curtains sealing his bed into a private cocoon, shutting out every trace of light and sound. There was only the steady rhythm of his own breathing and the faint ticking of the pocket watch beside his pillow. His eyes remained open, pupils widening slowly in the darkness. Ambrose Mulciber's final look replayed in his mind. A warning. But why? Hermes had fallen. The task had stalled at the final step. He was out of the game. Ambrose had appeared with a family potion, which meant the treatment would accelerate. Hermes might regain consciousness very soon. Whoever was hiding in the shadows did not have much time left. They would have to complete the exploration before Hermes could speak, or make sure he never spoke at all. Yet Ambrose had gone along with that clumsy lie about the 4th-floor trophy room. The astronomy tower stood on the western side of the castle. The 4th-floor east corridor was nearly at the opposite end. Moving an unconscious body that far could not have been about convenience or rescue. It was a diversion. Ambrose knew about the astronomy tower and chose silence. He knew who the accomplice was and refused to say. He would rather let his son lie in bed while the attacker remained free, perhaps even allow them to finish what Hermes had started and take whatever lay beyond the stone door. That made no sense. Unless the outcome itself benefited the Mulciber family. Or at least, the cost of interfering was greater than the cost of letting the prize be taken. Regulus considered two possibilities. First, Abros intended to let the other side retrieve the item, then seize it outside the school. Pureblood families turning on each other was nothing new. One house plotting against another. After that came negotiations, bargaining chips on polished tables, vault numbers shifting in Gringotts, or the flash of green light in a dark alley. He could not make a move inside Hogwarts. The walls were too watchful. But once the item left the grounds, once it reached Nocturne Alley, or the other family's estate, or any corner where the law held less weight, reclaiming it would be far easier. At that point, he could settle accounts properly. His son's injuries. The family's damaged reputation. Every debt, with interest. The second possibility was less comfortable. Abros might not dare expose the truth. Because the force standing behind the other party was one the Mulciber family could not afford to offend. Perhaps this was not a parallel struggle between two families. Perhaps there was a higher will pressing down from above. Hermes's injury was the price. The task continuing was the order. Abros could comply, but not resist. A secret society already taking shape. A figure in the pure-blood circle whose word carried more weight than a head of house. Or simply. He stopped himself. These deductions were not complicated. If he could reach them, then Slughorn certainly could. And Dumbledore? Slughorn's questions in the office, his reminders about unusual behavior, now seemed layered with implication. As for Dumbledore, anything abnormal within the castle eventually found its way into his line of sight. And yet the headmaster had not acted. Why? Either Dumbledore believed this was still within the bounds of student conflict and not worth intervention, or he was waiting. Waiting for what lay beneath to surface on its own. Waiting for cracks within the pure-blood families to widen. Waiting for the roots growing in shadow to break into the light. If it was the latter, then Regulus might already be walking a path tacitly permitted. On the fifth morning, Cuthbert woke to the soft rustle of Alex putting on his shoes. He rolled over, muttering, eyes still closed as he reached for the pocket watch at his bedside. Regulus was already seated at his desk. Outside the window, the black lake lay dark and heavy. Now and then, a glowing jellyfish drifted past, its green light shattering into fragments beneath the water. Cuthbert pushed himself upright and ran a hand through his messy hair. Going to the hospital wing again today? No, Regulus said, turning toward them. Abros has arrived. Unless the accomplice is a fool, he will not go again. And Hermes could wake within 2 or 3 days. Time is short. Cuthbert's eyes lit up. So he's about to make a move. Perhaps. Regulus nodded. Alex looked up at him, lips pressed thin. He wanted to speak, but hesitated. Regulus met his gaze and waited. Actually, there's someone who's been visiting Hermes every day, Alex said at last. Regulus inclined his head for him to continue. It looked normal. Just standing there for a while and leaving. Not saying anything. Alex's voice faltered slightly. But after Mr. Mulciber came yesterday, that person stopped going. Who? Regulus asked. Darren McNair. 4th year. Cuthbert tugged his robe straight, frowning. The McNair family? Aren't they the ones who specialize in dark magical artifacts and ancient ruins? Regulus leaned back in his chair, tapping the armrest lightly. The McNair family. Not the most illustrious name, but influential in certain circles. For generations, they had studied the crafting and dismantling of dark magical artifacts, particularly dangerous objects infused with ancient magic. Several shops in Nocturne Alley sourced their goods from the McNairs. At Borgin and Burke's, at least a third of the outrageously priced cursed items had passed through their hands for handling or appraisal. Darren McNair was now the heir in practice. His older brother had died several years ago in a dark magic experiment gone wrong. That was the version reported in the Daily Prophet. Among pureblood circles, the rumors were bloodier. In any case, Darren was effectively the eldest son now. Family resources would tilt toward him. The Mulcibers were also known for dark magic research. Their focus differed, but their core fields overlapped. If the two families had collaborated outside school to explore some ancient wizard's ruins or dismantle the laboratory of a dark magic master, that would be entirely ordinary. If that exploration had led them to clues pointing beneath the astronomy tower at Hogwarts, sending their sons already enrolled to carry out the task together would be logical. And if one side betrayed the other at the final moment, hoping to monopolize the result, that was practically tradition among pure-blood families. Regulus looked at Alex. This is important. Well done, he added. Alex's shoulders loosened slightly. His lips parted, but he said nothing. A faint light flickered in his eyes, small but unmistakable. Cuthbert was already pacing in front of the sofa, fists clenching and unclenching. I knew it. It has to be them. That whole McNair lot, always skulking around with those cursed boxes and broken relics. For now, it is only speculation, Regulus cut in. We have no proof. What more proof do we need? Cuthbert spun around. They're avoiding Abros. Isn't that guilt? There are many reasons to avoid someone, Regulus replied evenly. Perhaps he does not want trouble. Perhaps he has nothing to do with this and simply skipped a visit yesterday. What we need is decisive evidence. Not assumptions. Cuthbert opened his mouth, then exhaled sharply and dropped back onto his bed. Alex spoke again, more quietly. Should we tell a professor? Cuthbert snapped his head toward him. Tell a professor. And then what? Have them haul McNair in, ask a few questions, give him detention. What about what's behind that stone door? Don't you want to know what's in there? Alex went pale. His fingers twisted together again. After a few seconds of silence, he whispered, I don't want to know. He meant it. Regulus could see it clearly. Real fear in his eyes. Fear of the unknown danger or anything that might shatter the fragile calm of his life. But after saying that, Alex looked at Regulus, as though waiting for judgment. Regulus neither nodded nor shook his head. He rose to his feet. The hem of his robe fell smoothly, fabric whispering against itself. He walked to the window, his back to them, studying his own reflection in the glass. Cuthbert is right, he said at last. If we tell a professor, it ends here. He turned and fixed his gaze on Alex. Of course, you can choose to step away. Go to class. Do your assignments. Pretend none of this happened. What comes next will have nothing to do with you. Alex froze. His lips trembled. His eyes flicked between Regulus and Cuthbert before dropping to his hands. A long time passed. Long enough that Cuthbert almost spoke. At last, Alex lifted his head. I'll go with you. His voice was soft, still shaking. Regulus nodded once and said nothing more. Put Darren McNair at the top of our watch list. Regulus's tone was calm as he laid out the plan. For the next 2 nights, stay alert. If he makes a move after curfew, we follow. Cuthbert nodded hard and thumped his fist against his knee. Alex nodded too, smaller, but without hesitation this time. Remember, Regulus said, looking at both of them, you follow my lead. If I say retreat, you retreat. No arguing. No delay. Understood, Cuthbert replied at once. Alex gave a quiet, yeah. That night, Regulus did not truly sleep. His mind hovered in the thin space between waking and dreams. Every half hour, a faint prick pulsed along the inside of his left arm. The warning charm checking itself, confirming the link remained intact. At 1:10 in the morning, the charm triggered. Regulus's eyes snapped open. He remained still for 3 seconds in the dark, confirming it was not a false alert. Then he sat up and called softly, Cuthbert. Alex. Rustling came from both beds at once. Cuthbert practically sprang upright. Alex was slower. There's movement outside, Regulus said, already reaching for his wand. "I'll check first. Be ready." He did not wait for a reply. The tip of his wand tapped lightly against his chest. The disillusionment charm flowed over him. The edges of his body blurred, warped, and then dissolved into the surrounding darkness. When he eased the dormitory door open, he saw a figure standing near the exit of the Slytherin common room. Darren McNair. He wore a pure black robe, the heavy fabric swallowing what little light there was. In his right hand, he held a black wooden box about the size of a palm. The lid was shut tight. Regulus stopped just inside the doorway, his breathing steady. He extended his magical senses slowly toward Darren. At 5 meters, he felt it. A pulse of magic from within the box. Ancient and dense. Slow in rhythm, yet powerful. It felt strikingly similar to the spell on the stone door beneath the astronomy tower. More than similar. It felt like it shared the same root. 2 branches from the same tree. Regulus withdrew his senses and stepped back into the dormitory corridor. As the disillusionment charm lifted from him, Cuthbert and Alex were already dressed, wands in hand. Cuthbert's eyes gleamed in the dark. Alex's lips were pressed tight. "It's Darren McNair," Regulus said in a whisper. "He's carrying something. It resonates with the ward under the astronomy tower. He's moving tonight. Now we follow." Regulus raised his wand, pointing first at Cuthbert, then at Alex. The improved disillusionment charm settled over them both. They glanced down instinctively as their arms, torsos, and legs blurred and faded, until only the faintest translucent outlines remained. In dim light, they were almost impossible to distinguish. Only at close range could they see one another. "Stay silent. Light steps." "Stay close to me," Regulus said, renewing the charm on himself. Cuthbert nodded. Alex followed suit. They slipped into the common room. Darren was already gone. Regulus paused at the entrance, then slid into the corridor. The hallway lay empty. Torches crackled along the walls, throwing long, wavering shadows. About 20 meters ahead, a dark figure strode toward the staircase, robe hem flicking behind him. "Follow." Darren did not walk quickly, but his route was deliberate. From the dungeon level housing the Slytherin common room, he turned into a narrow side passage rarely used, leading toward the abandoned classroom wing on the 3rd floor east. Few portraits hung there, and at night it was nearly deserted. Regulus kept roughly 15 meters behind him. Cuthbert and Alex followed 3 steps behind Regulus. No footstep echoed. No breath betrayed them. The modified disillusionment charm was far stronger than the standard version. It warped light, muffled sound, masked body heat, and suppressed stray magical leakage. Regulus had not told the other 2 that. Knowing might make them careless. They moved westward through the main body of the castle and mounted the spiral staircase that led toward the astronomy tower. Moonlight slanted through the high windows, slicing silver and shadow across the steps. Darren's shadow crawled along the wall. Every dozen steps or so, he paused and glanced back. Regulus stopped before each turn, pressing himself into the deepest shadow. Cuthbert and Alex copied him, slipping into corners untouched by moonlight. Darren continued, passing through a corridor lined with old portraits. The painted figures snored in uneven chorus. Then he climbed another spiral flight leading to the western tower. The astronomy tower. They descended from there to the lower level and exited the castle grounds. The wooden door at the base of the tower stood slightly ajar. Darren pushed it open. The hinges groaned in protest. Regulus counted 3 heartbeats before slipping inside. He lifted a hand, signaling the others to stop. The abandoned instrument room smelled thick with dust. Moonlight spilled through broken windows, illuminating drifting particles in the air. Darren was already at the far end, pushing aside the dead vines clinging to the stone wall. The hidden entrance emerged. Black and hollow. He hugged the box to his chest and bent to squeeze inside, movement slightly unsteady. Regulus waited until Darren's footsteps receded into the passage, their echoes growing duller, then motioned Cuthbert and Alex forward. The tunnel's damp earth scent was stronger inside, laced with moss. Bioluminescent growth cast a faint green glow along the stone walls. Darren's footsteps rang clearly ahead. He was not trying to hide. He likely believed no one would follow at this hour. Regulus kept 10 meters back, magical perception extended. He could sense Darren's aura. Tight and uneven. The box pulsed with that abnormal resonance, harmonizing with the ancient runes carved into the stone walls. They wound downward through turns and forks for quite some time. When Darren reached the stone door, he stopped. He raised his wand. A pale light flared at the tip, illuminating the twisted runes carved into the surface. Under the glow, the characters seemed almost alive, shifting faintly against the stone. Darren studied them for a few seconds, then opened the box. Inside, dark purple velvet lined the interior. At the center lay a crystal the size of a fist. Within the crystal, a mass of gray mist churned slowly. Faces formed and dissolved within it. Distorted features. Mouth stretched wide in silent screams. Darren inhaled sharply, his chest rising and falling hard. He lifted the crystal with both hands and held it straight out before the stone door. He spoke the first word. The language was ancient and rough. The syllables dragged from deep in his throat, each one heavy, striking the air like a stone dropped into water. The gray mist inside the crystal began to spin faster. Regulus halted at a bend in the passage, holding Cuthbert and Alex back. He raised his left hand, fingers spread. Magic gathered in his palm, ready to form his modified protego, a filtering lattice. He had only recently completed the theoretical structure. It worked by identifying magical properties, blocking only malicious or curse-laden fluctuations while allowing neutral magic to pass through. Its advantage was precision. It filtered out lethal elements others might overlook. Its weakness was the extreme control required. He could manage it. He did not know what lay behind the door. Hermes's curse was proof enough of the danger. He was not here for reckless adventure. He was here to observe, gather information, and confirm the enemy's identity. If the situation spiraled beyond control, retreat would be the first choice. Curiosity had its place. But you only had one life. That lesson he had learned long ago. Darren's chanting quickened. The ancient words seemed to take on substance, each syllable sending ripples through the air. The ripples struck the stone walls and rebounded, weaving complex echoes through the tunnel. The runes on the stone door began to glow. First a dim red. Then deep purple. Finally, they solidified into an ominous gray-black. The gray mist inside the crystal boiled. It slammed against the inner walls. Fine cracks spread across the crystal's surface like a web. Sweat beaded on Darren's forehead and slid down his temples. His fingers turned white around the crystal. His arms trembled. He clenched his teeth so hard a faint grinding sound escaped him. Then he forced out the final, drawn-out syllable. The sound lingered in the tunnel for 3 full seconds. The stone door shuddered. The runes on the stone door began to move. They slithered across the surface like living things, peeling free from their original positions and rising into the air. Lines of light twisted and recombined, forming an entirely new pattern. The next second, the stone door slid open to either side without a sound. Beyond it lay a space choked with gray mist. The fog was so dense it seemed almost solid, rolling slowly in heavy waves. Through it, faint silhouettes could be seen. Broken pillars. Collapsed arches. A floor shattered into uneven slabs. Everything was submerged beneath that gray veil, outlines blurred, edges melting into nothing. But though the door had opened, a glowing magical barrier still sealed the entrance. It was semi-transparent, like light frozen into a sheet. Silver-white runes flowed across its surface, pulsing at a steady rhythm. The barrier locked the gray mist firmly inside. The fog slammed against it, ripples spreading across the membrane, but nothing passed through. Darren stared at the barrier, eyes fever-bright and terrified all at once. He placed the crystal back into the box, drew his wand, and aimed at the center of the barrier. Then he began another incantation. This one was longer. More complex. Each syllable sounded like it was forced out of his lungs by sheer will. His face drained of color, from pale to chalk white, then to the ashen hue of cold stone. The hand holding the wand shook violently. The arc traced by the tip in the air wavered and broke, but the chant did not stop. The runes on the barrier began to flicker. Erratic and uneven, their silver-white glow dimmed to gray, then darker still. Regulus narrowed his eyes, focusing his magical senses on the boundary between the barrier and the mist. The barrier was weakening. It felt as though Darren was persuading it, forcing its logic to accept that opening at this moment was permissible. The process was agonizingly slow. The air in the tunnel grew colder by the second. Regulus recognized the shift instantly. It was not temperature in the ordinary sense, but a change in magical nature. Through the thinning barrier, the curse within the mist began to seep outward. It was faint, but unmistakable. Exactly the same as the curse inside Hermes. Only this was not a drop. It was an ocean. Darren reached the end of his incantation. With the final syllable, his body swayed. His knees buckled, nearly giving out. He forced himself upright and pressed the tip of his wand against the barrier. The barrier turned fully transparent. Now the gray mist behind it could be seen clearly. It was not mist at all. It was faces. Distorted, twisted beyond human proportion. Mouths split wide in silent screams. Where eyes should have been, there were only hollow pits of black. And there were not one or two. There were tens of thousands. Layer upon layer, packed tight behind the barrier, each one writhing, each one howling soundlessly. Regulus's breath stalled for half a heartbeat. Inside Hogwarts, how could something like this exist? Nothing about it resembled the work of a benign hand. If one face meant one dead life, then how many had perished here? The barrier still stood, but its defensive nature was gone. Regulus forced the question aside. His body shifted subtly into a retreat stance. Darren stepped forward. His wand flared with dark red light as he aimed at the center of the barrier, preparing to cast something further. Then everything changed. The barrier did not break. Instead, the gray mass behind it suddenly contracted toward the center, compressing into a knot of darkness so dense it seemed to swallow light. It froze for a single instant. Then it exploded. A visible gray-black shockwave slammed into the barrier. The barrier convulsed violently, fractures bursting across its surface. The cracks spread at terrifying speed, racing outward until the entire barrier was webbed with fissures. Darren staggered back. His wand flew from his hand, struck the stone wall, and snapped cleanly in two. His eyes bulged, pupils shrinking to pinpoints. His mouth opened, but no sound came out at first. Fear clamped around his throat. The cracks deepened. Gray mist began to pour through. The first tendril brushed the hem of Darren's robe. The black fabric turned gray in an instant, then crumbled into powder. The dust drifted upward and vanished. Ah! The scream finally tore free, raw and primal. He scrambled backward, tripping over the stone threshold and crashing to the ground. His palms scraped against the floor, skin tearing. Blood seeped into the dust, leaving dark red prints. He clawed toward the broken halves of his wand, but his fingers trembled too violently to grasp them. More mist surged forward. Wherever it touched, the stone floor blackened and decayed, corruption spreading in scorched veins. The barrier shattered completely. Regulus's intent to continue observing died instantly. The stone doorway now vomited gray faces into the tunnel, their twisted expressions radiating a suffocating weight of despair and agony. The emotion pressed into his lungs without effort, thick and crushing. He slashed his wand through the air. The disillusionment charm dissolved at once. He cast the counter-charm on Cuthbert and Alex as well. Their concealed forms reappeared in the dim light, stiff and exposed. There was no point in hiding now. They needed to see each other clearly. Retreat was no longer a precaution. It was survival. Regulus's gaze flicked to Darren McNair. The boy sat sprawled on the ground, clutching the broken wand, flailing blindly. His face was drenched in terror. Utter fool. He had prepared only to dismantle the ward. He had no method to contain or retrieve what lay inside. A thought flashed through Regulus's mind. Had this been ordered from above? A curse bomb detonated inside Hogwarts. Voldemort? No. Too crude. And this was Hogwarts. If Voldemort dared something so blatant, he would be inviting Dumbledore's full wrath. The simplest answer was the most likely. Darren McNair was simply an idiot. The thought lasted less than a breath. Regulus pivoted and ran. Run. The word came out low and sharp. Cuthbert and Alex stood frozen, faces drained of color, eyes locked on the churning gray mass. Cuthbert recovered first. His fingers tightened around his wand. At Regulus's command, he moved without hesitation and bolted forward. Alex did not. His legs refused to obey. He stood rooted in place, eyes wide with horror, breathing shattered and shallow. Regulus and Cuthbert had already gained several strides when Regulus caught the edge of Alex's unmoving form in his peripheral vision. He did not turn back. His left hand snapped up. Gripping charm. The spell was meant for gnomes, to seize and fling them from gardens. Against an unresisting student, the force was perfectly measured. Magic latched onto Alex's waist. Regulus yanked hard, dragging him bodily to his side. His right hand caught Alex's arm in one smooth motion. Regulus's physical strength far exceeded that of any ordinary student. Even with Cuthbert sprinting at full effort, he struggled to keep pace. Regulus adjusted. Another gripping charm shot toward Cuthbert, pulling him close as well. At the same time, Regulus whipped his wand backward and cast Protego. A thick, solid barrier slammed into place across the tunnel, intercepting the first surge of gray mist. He followed with two blasting curses at the side walls. Stone shattered and tumbled down, forming a crude barricade. The mist moved faster than reason allowed. Within seconds, Darren McNair's screams were swallowed by the tunnel. High, jagged, filled with terror. Regulus glanced back once. Darren's position was already consumed by gray, but within it, a single point of white light flickered stubbornly. The crystal. It shared a source with the ward on the stone door. It was resisting, barely holding the mist at bay. But Regulus had seen the cracks across its surface. It would not last long. That no longer concerned him. His only objective was to get Cuthbert and Alex out alive. He cast Wingardium Leviosa on all three of them, not lifting them fully into the air, but lightening their weight to reduce strain and increase speed. They raced through the tunnel. The gray mist pursued like a curse with teeth sunk into bone, relentless. The stone barricade meant nothing. The fog swallowed it in a blink, leaving no trace. Regulus's mind raced even as his feet pounded the ground. The main tunnel here was wide enough. Even hauling two people, he could maintain speed. But up ahead lay the narrow passage. The bottleneck. Only one person could pass at a time. There was no alternate route. They would have to slow, pass through in sequence. And the gray mist would not grant them that mercy. Cuthbert was being dragged forward by Regulus. Cold sweat slid from his forehead down to his chin. His teeth were clenched so tightly he could almost hear the faint grinding at the back of his jaw. He was only 11. A first-year wizard. What he had just witnessed shattered everything he understood about the world. It was grotesque and unnatural. There was no way he could look at that and feel nothing. But he was the heir of the Avery family. That identity was the core of who he was. Fear could exist. It just couldn't be allowed to rule him. He saw it clearly now. Up ahead was the narrow passage. The entrance gaped open in the dark like the mouth of some waiting creature. The moment they rushed inside, they would have to slow down. And the gray mist behind them would catch up. Cuthbert said nothing. His face was pale, lips pressed into a thin line, brows drawn tight. His gaze shifted to Regulus's profile. His life was in Regulus's hands now. Regulus was running far faster than he or Alex could manage. If he released the gripping charm, if he cancelled Wingardium Leviosa, the two of them would fall behind. The grey mist would swallow them. No. They would die. In Cuthbert's mind, Regulus was powerful. More than that, he was clear-headed. He never acted without purpose. He calculated 3 moves ahead. He never made sacrifices without value. Only one choice lay before Regulus. Drag them both into that narrow passage. Or cut them loose and escape alone. Alex was in even worse shape. His whole body shook violently. His teeth chattered in thin, frantic clicks. Broken whimpers leaked from his throat. He kept his head lowered, not daring to look back at the grey mist, not daring to look ahead into the dark tunnel. His legs were so weak they might as well have been overcooked noodles. He was barely moving on his own, dragged forward almost entirely by the force of the gripping charm. Regulus had considered the option. If he let them go and ran alone, his speed would increase dramatically. His odds of escaping the grey mist would be much higher. From a purely practical standpoint, it was optimal. Discard the burden. Preserve the core. And he was the core. Yet he maintained both the gripping charm and Wingardium Leviosa. He had brought them here. He had decided they would participate in this investigation. If you lead someone into danger, you do not abandon them halfway through. That had nothing to do with profit calculations. Nothing to do with survival rules. It was something more fundamental. A principle carved into the marrow of a soul that had lived a full life once before. He was not naive. His principles applied selectively. He was no saint. He had made plenty of cold, calculated choices. But pushing someone he had personally led into danger towards certain death. He could not do it. And besides, he was not without preparation. Fiend fire. A cursed flame that devoured everything. Even Voldemort's fragmented soul could be reduced to ash beneath it. Against a curse-born grey mist, it should work. Verdant magic's magic siphon, if the grey mist could be treated as pure negative magic, perhaps he could forcibly extract it with magic circulation and refine it through his star-guided meditation into harmless energy. Theoretically viable. Worst-case scenario, space warp. It was still immature. It only worked reliably on objects, and precision was poor. But if he had to use it, he would. Every option carried risk. He still lacked enough tools. Regulus dragged the 2 forward, his mind racing just as fast as his feet. Did Dumbledore truly not know something like this was buried beneath Hogwarts? Regulus was only a first year. Yet from Hermes's injury, Darren's strange behavior, and the traces left behind, he had pieced together enough clues to find this place. The professors could not possibly be unaware. Dumbledore was headmaster. The entire castle was under his domain. A curse bomb capable of detonating beneath the school, there was no reason he would know nothing about it. Regulus recalled the headmaster's usual demeanor. Turning a blind eye to minor student squabbles. And yet, at crucial moments, he always appeared steady. In control. Perhaps Dumbledore already knew the secret behind the stone door. Perhaps he even knew about Darren's actions. Knew the task he had been set. Simply observing from the shadows. Waiting for the right moment to intervene. And observing whom? Regulus gave a faint inward shake of his head. Hadn't he just charged straight into the center of it? The thought steadied him. The grey mist was now only 3 meters from his back. Regulus made his decision. No hesitation. The entrance to the narrow passage was 5 steps away. He stopped abruptly. Knockback jinx. The spell slammed into Cuthbert and Alex. Caught completely off guard, both of them stumbled forward, bodies pitching through the air. They barely managed to land at the edge of the narrow passage. Regulus remained where he stood. His back to them. Facing the roiling grey mist. The hand holding his wand was steady. Not a tremor. His voice was calm. Not rushed. But it carried quiet authority. You run. I'll hold it off. Get out and find a professor. Cuthbert regained his footing and spun around. Shock was written plainly across his face. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking sharply in the dim light, as if he couldn't process what he had just heard. In the education of pure-blood families, profit above all was an unspoken law. Survival, expansion, power and resources. Every action revolved around those things. Friendship was an accessory to exchange. If necessary, it could be cut away. He had known Regulus for less than a year. At first it had been a family arrangement. Later, it was his own choice. He had acknowledged Regulus's ability. Chosen to follow him. But he had never imagined Regulus would stay behind for him and Alex. To face that deadly grey mist alone. Regulus's expression did not change. His back was straight. Even as the grey tide surged forward, he did not retreat an inch. Yet in Cuthbert's eyes, the boy his own age suddenly seemed completely different. Cuthbert's lips moved. He wanted to say thank you. He wanted to say take care. He wanted to say something. No sound came out. Alex had fallen hard. His palms scraped against rough stone, skin torn open. Beads of blood welled up. He did not feel the pain. Hearing Regulus's words, his eyes turned red instantly. Large tears slammed into the stone floor, kicking up dust. He tried to cry out, but fear locked his throat. Only broken, stifled sobs escaped. Cuthbert looked at Regulus one last time. The look in his eyes was complicated. Gratitude. Shock. And unmistakable admiration. In that moment, he was fully convinced. Not because of power. Because of something else. He knew words were useless now. Regulus had made his choice. The only thing he could do was drag Alex out with everything he had and find a professor. Cuthbert grabbed Alex and hauled him up, gripping his wrist tightly. He did not look back. He turned and sprinted into the narrow passage, nearly tripping over his own feet in his haste. "Keep up," he shouted. Regulus closed his eyes. His consciousness sank inward. Star-guided meditation unfolded in his mind. The half-formed four-star model of Orion lit up. He drew out that vast, tranquil image of the night sky and wove it into Protego. The shield charm formed. A crystal-like barrier expanded before him. Its glow was gentle, but its substance was unyielding. He invoked the fifth star. Bellatrix. The shield star of Orion. A symbol of protection. Even with only half a star's strength, the intent of guardianship was clear and fierce. A blue-white halo spilled from the tip of his wand, merging with the light of Protego. Fine starlight speckled across the barrier's surface. The shield grew heavier. Stronger. Protego wrapped fully around him. The next instant, the grey mist struck. A harsh sizzling roar exploded through the tunnel. The barrier trembled violently. Ripples surged across its surface. But it did not shatter. It held. The grey mist carried echoes of despair. Wails of agony. Those sounds battered the barrier over and over, draining Regulus's magic at terrifying speed. His mind, however, remained crystal clear. The starry image in his consciousness grew brighter. Each star revolved slowly, synchronized with his magic circulation. A single face did not strike with much force. But there were too many. Packed tight. Endless. One shattered and dissolved against the shield, and another instantly took its place. Time stretched thin. The grey mist swallowed the barrier completely. Countless faces pressed against the translucent shield, their twisted features and gaping mouths reflected in Regulus's eyes, hollow sockets staring back at him. Each one vented centuries of accumulated suffering. Each one tried to drag the living into the same abyss. The impacts merged into a single silent scream. "Come. Join us." Regulus's will did not waver. But as seconds ticked by, he felt the limit approaching. This Protego, fused with the image of the stars, far surpassed an ordinary shield. Its cost was equally terrifying. The grey mist did not tire. Every second, hundreds thousands of faces ground against the shield's magic. The light began to dim. The vibrations intensified. Fine cracks spidered across the surface like fractured glass on the verge of collapse. And then, something pure and warm surged up from the depths of his heart. It broke through the turbulent magic inside him. It rushed along his arm and burst from his wand. A brilliant silver-white light exploded from the tip, gathering rapidly before him. The outline of a bird formed. Wings spread wide. Tail feathers lifted. His Patronus.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.